Chapter XIII of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter XIII. After my might full fain would I you please. The day after the family dinner was hopelessly wet, so the expedition to Shottery, proposed by Edgar Turchill and seconded by Daphne, was indefinitely postponed. The summer fleeted by, the beautiful, bounteous summer, with her lapful of sweet-scented flowers. The corn grew tall, the hay was being carted in many a meadow within sound of Stratford bells, and the woods began to put on that look of dull uniform green which indicates the beginning of the end. For the sisters at South Hill, for Gerald Goring and Edgar Turchill, July and August had been one long holiday. There was so little in life for these young people to do except take their pleasure. Theirs was an existence of perpetual rose-gathering, and the roses of life budded and bloomed for them with an inexhaustible fertility. Perhaps Madeline was the only one among them who had any idea of duty. Edgar was an affectionate son, a good master, and a liberal landlord, but he had never been called upon to sacrifice his own inclinations for the welfare of others, and he had never given his mind to any of the graver questions of the day. To him it mattered very little how the labouring classes as a body were taught and housed, so long as the peasants on his own land had decent cottages and were strangers to want. It irked him not whether the mass of mankind were Jews or Gentiles, ritualists, dissenters, or rank unbelievers, so long as he sat in the old cloth-lined family pew on Sunday morning, assisting at the same service which had been all sufficient for his father, and seeing his dependents deporting themselves discreetly in their places in the gallery. His life was a narrow life, travelling in a narrow path that had been worn for him by the footsteps of his ancestors. He was a good man in a limited way, but he had never read the modern gospel, according to Thomas Carlyle, which after all is but an expansion of the parable of the talents, and he knew not that every man must work after some fashion or other, and do something for the time in which he lives. He was so thoroughly honest and true-hearted, that if the narrowness and uselessness of his life had been revealed to him, he would assuredly have girded his loins and taken up the pilgrim's staff. Never having had any such revelation, he took his pleasure as innocently as a schoolboy at home for the holidays, and had no idea that he was open to the same reproach which that man received who had buried the wealth entrusted to him. He was as near happiness in this bright summer-tide as a mortal can hope to be. The greater part of his days were spent with Daphne, and Daphne was always delighted. True that she was changeable as the light July winds, and that there were times when she most unmercifully snubbed him. But to be snubbed by her was better than the smiles and blandishments of other women. She was given to that coyness and skittishness, the grata protervitas, which seemed to have been the chief fascination of the professional beauty of the Augustan era. She was as coy as Chloe, coquettish as Glycera, fickle as Lydia, who, supposing there was only one lady of that name, and she a real personage, was rather too bad. Daphne was half a dozen girls in one, sometimes welcoming her swain so sweetly that he felt sure she loved him, and the next day turning from him with scornful impatience, as if his very presence were weariness to her. He bore it all. Being her slave, what could he do, etc. He had Shakespeare's sonnets by heart, and was somewhat of the slavish lover therein depictured. His Lydia might flout him to-day, and he was just as ready to fetch and carry for her on the morrow. She had changed, and for the worse, since the sweet, fresh, early summer-tide, when they two had breakfasted tete-a-tete in the boat-house. She was not so even-tempered. She was ever so much more capricious and exacting, and she was prone to gloomy intervals which any one other than a lover might have ascribed to sulks. Edgar wondered, not without sorrow, at the change, but it was not in him to blame her. He made all manner of excuses. Bad health was, perhaps, at the root of these discords. She might be a victim to obscure neuralgic pains and aches, which she heroically concealed from her friends, albeit her fair and fresh appearance belied the supposition. Perhaps it was the weather which made her occasionally cross. Who could go on in simpering placidity with the thermometer at 90 in the shade? "And then we spoil her," argued Edgar, urging his final plea. "She is so bewitching that one can't help spoiling her. Madeline spoils her. I am an idiot about her. And even Goring, for all his contemptuous airs and graces, is almost as easily fooled by her as the rest of us. If we were more rational in our treatment of her, she would be less faulty. But then her very faults are charming." It had been, or had seemed to be, an utterly happy summer for everybody at South Hill. 2 months of splendid weather, 2 months wasted in picnicking, and excursionising, driving, boating, lawn tennis, tea drinking, journeying to and fro between South Hill and Goring Abbey to watch the progress of the hothouses, which, despite the unlimited means of their proprietor, progressed with a provoking slowness. For some little time after Gerald's arrival, Daphne had held herself as much as possible in the background. She had tried to keep aloof from the life of the two lovers, but this Madeline would not suffer. "You are to be in all our amusements, and to hear all our plans, dear," she told her sister one day. "I never meant that you and I should be less together, or less dear to each other, because of Gerald's return. Do you think my heart is not big enough to hold you both?" "I know it is, Lena, but I fancy Mr. Goring would like to have it all to himself, and would soon get to look upon me as an intruder if I were too much with you. You had better leave me at home to amuse myself on the river, or to play ball with Goldie, who is more than a person as to sense and sensibility." To this Madeline would not consent. Her love of her sister was so tempered with pity, so chastened and softened by her knowledge of the shadow that darkened the beginning of Daphne's life, that it was much deeper and stronger than the affection common among sisters. She wanted to make up to Daphne for all she had lost, for the cruel mother who had deserted her in her cradle, for the father's unjust resentment. And then there was the delightful idea that Edgar Turchill, that second best of men, whom she had rejected as a husband, would by and by be her brother, and that Daphne's future, sheltered and cherished by a good man's devoted love, would be as complete and perfect a life as the fairest and sweetest of women need desire to live. Madeline had quite made up her mind that Edgar was to marry Daphne. That he was passionately in love with her was obvious to the meanest capacity. Everybody at South Hill knew it except perhaps Daphne herself. That she liked him with placid sisterly regard was equally clear. And who could doubt that time would ripen this sisterly regard into that warmer feeling which could alone recompense him for his devotion? Thus, against the girl's own better sense, it became an understood fact that Daphne was to be a third in all the lovers' amusements and occupations, and that Mr. Turchill was very frequently to make a fourth in the same. To Gerald Goring the presence of these two seemed in no wise obnoxious. Daphne's vivacity amused him, and he looked upon his old friend Turchill as a considerably inferior order of being, not altogether unamusing after his kind. He was not an exacting lover. He accepted his bliss as a settled thing. He knew that no rock on Cornwall's rugged coast was more securely based than his hold on Madeline's affection. He was troubled by no jealous doubts. His love knew no hot fits or cold fits, no quarrelling for the after bliss of reconciliation. There was nothing of the grata prota vitas in Madeline's gentle nature. Her well-balanced mind could not have stooped to coquetry. August was drawing to its close. It had been a month of glorious weather, such halcyon days as made the farmer's occupation seem just the most delightful calling possible for man. There was not much arable land within ken of South Hill, but what cornfields there were promised abundant crops, and one of the magnates of the land, who, in his dudgeon against a revolutionary readjustment of the game laws at that time looming in the dim future, had rough-ploughed 1,000 acres or so of his best land rather than let it under obnoxious conditions, may have thought regretfully of the corn that might have been reaped off those breezy uplands and in those fertile valleys, where at his bidding sprang cockle instead of barley. It was a month of holiday-making for everybody, for even the labour of the fields, looked at from the outside, seemed like holiday-making. Quiet little Stratford, flushed with spasmodic life by the arrival of a corps of artillery, tootled on trumpets and daddy-mammied on drums, while the horn of the Leamington coach blew lustily every morning and afternoon, and the foxhound puppy at nurse at the Red Horse found the middle of the highway no longer a comfortable place for his after-dinner nap. It was the season of American tourists, doing Stratford and its environs, guidebook in hand, and crowding into the Red Horse parlour after luncheon to see the veritable chair in which Washington Irving used to sit. There came a drowsy, sunny noontide when the lovers had no particular employment for their day. They had been reduced to playing billiards directly after breakfast, until Gerald discovered that it was too warm for billiards, whereupon the 4 players, Lena, Daphne, Gerald, and Turchill, repaired to the garden in search of shade. "Shade!" cried Daphne indignantly. "Who wants shade? Who could ever have too much of Phoebus Apollo? Not I. We see too little of his godlike countenance, and I would never turn my back upon him." She seated herself upon the burnt grass in the full blaze of the sun, while the other 3 sat in the shadow of an immense Spanish chestnut, which grew wide and low, making a leafy tent. "This is a horrid idle way of spending one's day," said Daphne, jumping up with sudden impatience, after they had all sat for half an hour talking lazily of the weather and their neighbours. "Is there nothing for us to do?" "Yes, you excitable young person," answered Gerald. "Since your restless temper won't let us be comfortable here, we'll make you exert yourself elsewhere. The river is the only place where life can be tolerable upon such a day as this. The nicest thing would be to be in it. The next best thing, perhaps, is to be on it. You shall row us to Stratford Weir, Miss Daphne." "I should like it of all things. I am dying for something to do," responded Daphne, brightening. "You'll take an oar, won't you, Edgar?" "Of course, if you'd really like to go. By the by, suppose we improve the occasion by landing at Stratford and walking Gerald over to Shottery to see Anne Hathaway's cottage." "Delicious!" cried Daphne. "It shall be a regular Shakespearean pilgrimage. We'll take tea and things, and have kettledrum in Mrs. Baker's house place. She'll let me do what I like, I know. And Mr. Goring shall carry the basket, as a punishment for his hideous apathy. And we'll talk to him about Shakespeare's early life all the way." "Shakespeare's life, forsooth!" cried Gerald scornfully. "Who is there that knows anything about it? 6 entries in a parish register, a few traditional sayings of Ben Jonson's, and a pack of sentimentalists, English and German, evolve out of their inner consciousness a sentimental biography. We may picture him as a youth going across the fields to Shottery, because it is the shortest way, and a man of his titanic mind would naturally have taken it. Yes, over the same meadows we tread this day, on the same ground, if not actually on the same grass. Or again, seeing that apostle spoons were still in common use in the reign of Elizabeth, it may be fairly concluded that the immortal poet used one for his bread and treacle. For who shall affirm that he did not eat bread and treacle? That the inspired lad of the Stratford Grammar School had not the same weaknesses and boyish affections as his schoolmates? Who would not love to possess Shakespeare's spoon, or to eat out of Shakespeare's porringer? That is the kind of rot which clever men write about Shakespeare, and I think it is because I have been overdosed with such stuff that I have learnt to detest the bard in his private character. You are a hardened infidel, and you shall certainly carry the basket. What, madam? Would you degrade me to a hireling's office? Gregory, my word, we will not carry coals. There, you see, cried Daphne triumphantly. You can't live without quoting him. He has interwoven himself with our daily speech. Because we are parrots without ideas of our own, answered Gerald. Oh, I am proud of belonging to the soil on which he was reared. I wish there was one drop of his blood in my veins. I envy Edgar because his remote ancestry claims kin with the Ardens. I almost wish I were a Churchill. That would be so easy to accomplish, said Edgar softly, blushing at his own audacity. Daphne noticed neither his speech nor his confusion. She was all excitement at the idea of an adventurous afternoon, were it only a visit to the familiar cottage. Madeline, dearest, may I order them to pack us a really nice tea? She asked. Yes, dear, if we are all decided upon going. It seems to me that the whole thing has been decided for us, said Gerald, smiling indulgently at the vivacious face, radiant in the broad noonday light, the willowy figure in a white gown flecked and checkered with sunshine. You order me to row you down the Avon, said Daphne, and I condemn you to a penitential walk to Shottery. You ought by rights to go barefoot, dressed in a white sheet. Only I don't think it would become you. It might be too suggestive of the Turkish bath, said Gerald. Well, I submit, and if needs be I'll carry the basket, provided you don't plague me too much about your poet. I move an amendment, interposed Edgar. Sir Vernon is to take the chair at Warwick at the yeomanry dinner, so Miss Lawford is off duty. Let us all go on to Hawksyard and dine with the old mother. It'll delight her, and it won't be half bad fun for us. There'll be the harvest moon to light you home, Madeline, and the drive will be delicious in the cool of the cockchafers, cried Gerald. They are particularly cool at that hour, come banging against one's nose with ineffable assurance. Say you'll come, Lena, pleaded Edgar, and I'll send one of Sir Vernon's stable boys to Hawksyard on my horse, with a line to the mater, if I may. I should enjoy it immensely, if Gerald likes, and if you are sure Mrs. Churchill would like to have us. I think I'd better be out of it. I'm not a favourite with Mrs. Churchill, said Daphne bluntly. Oh, Daphne, cried Churchill ruefully. Oh, Edgar, cried Daphne, mocking him. Can you lay your hand upon your heart and declare, as an honest man, that your mother likes me? Perhaps not quite so much as she will when she knows more of you, answers the squire of Hawksyard, as red as a turkey-cock. The fact is, she so worships Madeline that you are a little thrown into the shade. Of course. How could anyone who likes Madeline care about me? It isn't possible, retorted Daphne, with a somewhat bitter laugh. If I were one of a boisterous brood of underbred girls, I might have a chance of being considered just endurable. But as Lena's sister, I am as the shadow to the sunlight. I am like the back of a beautiful picture, a square of dirty canvas." "If you're fishing for compliments, you're wasting trouble," said Gerald. "It is not a day on which any man will rack his brains in the composition of pretty speeches." "May I write the note? May I send the boy?" asked Edgar. Lena looked at her lover, and finding him consentient, consented, whereupon Edgar hurried off, intensely pleased, to make his arrangements. So far, he had been disappointed in the hope of seeing Daphne a frequent guest at Hawksyard, the petted companion and plaything of his mother. He had made for himself an almost Arcadian picture: Daphne basking on the stone bench in the Baconian garden, amusing herself with the poultry, even milking a cow on occasion, and making junkets in the picturesque old dairy. He had fancied her upstairs and downstairs in my lady's chamber, unearthing all Mrs. Turchill's long hoarded treasures of laces and ribbons, kept to be looked at rather than to be worn, sorting the house linen, which would have stocked a Swiss hotel, and which ran the risk of perishing by slow decay upon its shelves, or ever it was worn by usage. He had pictured her accepted as the daughter of the house, waking the solemn old echoes with her glad young voice, fondling his dogs, riding his hunters in the green lanes and across the level fields. She was pining to ride, but of the 6 horses at South Hill there was not one which Sir Vernon would allow her to mount. The pleasant picture was as yet only a phantasm of the mind. Mrs. Turchill had not yet taken to Daphne. She was a good woman, truthful, honest, kind-hearted, but she had her prejudices and was passing obstinate. "I don't deny her prettiness," she said, when Edgar tried to convince her that not to admire Daphne was a fault in herself, "but she is not a girl that I could ever make a friend of." "That's because you don't take the trouble to know her, mother. If you would ask her here oftener—" "I hope I know my place, Edgar," said the mistress of the Grange stiffly. "If Miss Daphne Lawford wishes to improve my acquaintance, she knows where to find me." But Daphne had taken no pains to secure to herself the advantages of Mrs. Turchill's friendship. There was no particular reason why she should go to Hawksyard. So, after one solemn afternoon call with Madeline, on which occasion they were received with chilling formality in the best drawing-room, an apartment with an 8-foot oak dado, deeply recessed mullioned windows, and a state bedroom adjoining, Daphne went there no more. And now here was a splendid opportunity of making her at home in the dear old house, and of showing her all the surroundings which its master loved and cherished. "Best of mothers," wrote Edgar, "I am going to take you by storm this afternoon. We, Lena, Daphne, Mr. Goring, and I, are going to Shottery, and propose driving on to Hawksyard afterwards. Get up the best dinner you can at so short a notice, and give us your warmest welcome. You had better put out some of Hirsch's Liebfraumilch and a little dry sham for Goring. The girls drink only water. Let there be syllabubs and junkets and everything pastoral. Don't ask anyone to meet them," added Edgar, with a dread of having the local parson projected onto his love feast. "We want a jolly, free and easy evening. Dinner at 8. Your loving, Ted." This brief epistle was handed to Mrs. Turchill just as she was sitting down to luncheon. Her first idea was to strike. Her son might have brought home 6 of his bachelor friends, and it would have been a pleasure to her to kill fatted calves and put out expensive wines. She would have racked her brain to produce an attractive menu, and taxed the resources of poultry yard and dairy to the uttermost. But to be bidden to prepare a feast for Madeline, who had rejected her paragon son, for the rival who had supplanted him, and for Daphne, whom she most cordially disliked, was something too much. She sat at her simple meal, bridling and murmuring to herself in subdued revolt. She was tempted to ring for Deborah and confide her wrongs to that sympathetic ear. But discretion and her very genuine love for her son prevailed, and instead of summoning Deborah, she sent for the cook, and announced the dinner party as cheerfully as if it were the fulfilment of a long-cherished desire. Daphne ran down to the boat-house before the others had finished luncheon, and with Bink's assistance made her boat a picture of comfort. Gerald was excused from the burden of the basket, as that could be conveyed in the carriage which was to pick up the party at Shottery and take them on to Hawksyard. The old name of the boat had been erased for ever by workmanlike hands the day after Daphne's futile attempt to obliterate it. Nora Creina now appeared in fresh gilding above the deposed emperor. "You ought not to have altered it," said Gerald. "There was something original in calling your boat after a bloodthirsty lunatic. Nora Creina is the essence of Cockneyism." "It was the boat builder's suggestion," Daphne answered indifferently. "What's in a name?" "True, your boat by any other name would go as fast." Daphne had to wait some time by the water's edge before the other three came quietly strolling across the meadow. She had been sculling gently up and down under the willows while she waited. "Now then, Empress," said Gerald, when he had arranged Lena's shawls and settled her comfortably in her place, "you are to sit beside your sister. Edgar and I will take an oar apiece, while you and Lena amuse us with your conversation." This nickname of Empress was a reminiscence of Daphne's adventure in Fontainebleau Forest. It matched very well with her occasional imperiousness, and the association was known only to Gerald Goring and herself. It amused him when he was in a mischievous humour to call her by a name which she never heard without a blush. "I thought I was to row you," said Daphne. "No, Empress. As it's all downstream, we of the sterner sex will relieve you of the duty. Besides, you could never row comfortably in that go-to-meeting get-up," said Gerald, looking critically at Daphne's straw-coloured Indian silk, embroidered with scarlet poppies and amber wheat ears, and fluffy with soft lace about the neck and arms, and the Swiss milkmaid's hat with its wreath of cornflowers. "I could not wear a boating dress, as we are to dine with Mrs. Turchill," said Daphne. "You might have worn what you liked," protested Edgar eagerly, "but you look so lovely in that yellow gown that I shall be pleased for my mother to see you in it. She is weak about gowns. I believe she has a wardrobe full of gorgeous attire, which she and Deborah review once a week, but which nobody ever wears." "The gowns will do for the chair covers of a future generation," said Gerald. "All the chair covers in my mother's morning room are made out of the court trains of her grandmothers and great-aunts. I believe a court mantle in those days consumed 2½ yards of stuff." He had taken off his coat and bared his arms to above the elbow. "What a splendid stroke you pull still, Goring," said Edgar admiringly. "And you have the wrist of a navvy." "One of my paternal inheritances," answered Gerald coolly. "You know my father was a navvy." At which frank speech everybody in the boat blushed, except the speaker. "He must have been a glorious fellow," faltered Edgar, after an awkward pause. "Any man who can make $1 million of money and keep it without leaving speck or flaw upon his good name must be a glorious fellow," answered Gerald, with more heartiness than was usual to him. "My father lived to do good to others as well as to himself, and went down to his grave honoured and beloved. I wish I were more like him." "That's the nicest thing I ever heard you say," exclaimed Daphne. "Approbation from Sir Hubert Stanley," murmured Gerald. "I'm beginning to feel proud of myself." They landed at the boat builder's below the bridge, hard by that decayed old inn which must have seen courtlier company than the waggoners and wayfarers who drink there now. Then they crossed Sir Hugh Clopton's granite bridge and walked through the quiet town to the meadows that lead to Shottery. It is but a mile from the town to the village, a mile of meadow pathway, every step of which is haunted by ghostly footsteps, the sacred way of English literature. "It's no use telling me not to talk about him," cried Daphne, as she jumped lightly from the top of a stile, the ascent whereof tested the capacity of a fashionable frock. "I cannot tread this ground without thinking of him. I am positively bursting with the idea of him." "Which is the fortunate he whose image haunts you?" asked Gerald, with that languid upward twitch of his dark brows which gracefully expressed a mild drawing-room cynicism. "Do these fields suggest grave thoughts about tenant right, or game laws, or the land question generally? Is it Beaconsfield or Gladstone whose eidolon pursues you?" "Please don't be disgusting," cried Daphne. "Can one think of anybody in these meadows except—" "The inevitable William. A man does not live near Stratford with impunity. He must be dosed. Well, child, what are you bursting to say?" "I have been thinking what a happiness it is to know that the dear creature travels so little," responded Daphne, "and that whether he talks of Bohemia, or France, or Germany, Rome, Verona, Elsinore, or Inverness—" "Somebody wrote a treatise an inch thick to show that Shakespeare may have gone to Scotland with the King's players, but I fancy he left his case as hypothetical as he found it," interjected Gerald. "Whether he talks of Athens or Africa, he really means Warwickshire," pursued Daphne. "It is his own native county that is always present to his mind. Florizel and Perdita make love in our meadows. There is the catalogue of flowers just as they bloom today. And Rosalind's cottage was in a lane near the few old oaks which still remain to show where Arden Forest once stood. And poor Ophelia drowned herself in one of the backwaters of our Avon. I can show you the very willow growing aslant the brook." "A backwater isn't a brook," murmured Edgar mildly. "I allow that local colour is not our William's strong point," answered Gerald. "Not being a traveller, he would have done better had he never ventured beyond the limits of his Warwickshire experience. For in that case he would not have imagined lions in the street of Rome, or a sea-coast in Bohemia." "Wait till you write a play or novel," retorted Daphne, "and you'll find you'll have to adapt yourself to circumstances." "That's exactly what your divine bard did not do. He adapted circumstances to suit his plays." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 14. Love is a thing as any spirit free. Past a garden or two and a few cottages, a long garden wall with heavy coping, shutting in treasures of fruit and vegetables, an old inn, a new schoolhouse built at the corner of a lane, shaded by as stately an avenue of elms as any nobleman need desire for the approach to his mansion. And yet mansion there is none at the end of this verdant aisle. The lane is only an accommodation road leading to somebody's farm. A youthful monitor is trying to drill some small boys in front of the school porch, and the small boys are defying him, whereat a shrill-voiced woman, unseen in the interior of the school, calls out an occasional word of reproof. All the houses in the little village belong to the past. They have the grace of a day that is dead. In a farm garden, a buxom servant in a kilted petticoat is feeding a family of gigantic hens and chickens with something thick and slab out of an iron pot. Daphne and her companions felt that there could have been little change since the old romantic Elizabethan time. The village lay off the beaten tracks. 3 or 4 modern houses, scattered about here and there in spacious gardens, were the only addition time had made to Shottery. They walked briskly along the narrow road, across the bridge where the shallow streamlet came tumbling picturesquely over grey stones. Then a few paces, and before them stood the little block of cottages which genius has transformed into a temple. Whether the building was originally one house, it were difficult to decide. The levels are different, but a variety in levels was the order of that day. The whole block is a timber-framed structure, a panelled house, the panels filled with daub and wattle. Jutting casements, diamond-paned, look out upon an ancient garden and an ancient well. Beside the house and garden there is an old orchard, where on this day a couple of sheep are placidly nibbling the sweet grass. The cottage is almost smothered in greenery. Honeysuckle, jasmine, roses hang about the walls as if they loved them. The old timber porch is curtained with flowers. The South Hill carriage was waiting in the lane when Daphne and her companions arrived. The basket had been duly delivered over to Mrs. Baker. She was standing at the door awaiting them with a smiling welcome. "So glad to see you, ladies. The kettle's on the boil, and you can have your tea as soon as you please." "Thanks, you dear thing," cried Daphne. "But isn't it almost sacrilege to drink tea in his room?" "It isn't everybody I'd let do it, miss. Not any of those Americans. Though I must say they're uncommonly civil, and know more about Shakespeare than the common run of English do, and are more liberal in their ways too," added Mrs. Baker, with a lively remembrance of half-crowns from transatlantic visitors. "Mrs. Baker," began Daphne in a solemn tone, laying a little tawny gloved hand lightly on the collar of Gerald's coat, "you see this man?" "Yes, miss, and a very nice-looking gentleman he is for anybody to look at," answered Mrs. Baker smirkingly, making up her mind that the tall, dark-eyed gentleman must belong to one or other of the 2 young ladies. "He may be nice to the outward eye," said Daphne gravely, "but he is dust and ashes inside. He is anathema maranatha, or he ought to be, if there were anybody in Warwickshire who knew how to anathematise him properly. He lives in this county, within 12 miles of this house, and he has never been to see the ingle nook where Shakespeare courted his wife. I'm afraid it won't make the faintest impression upon his callous mind when I tell him that you are a lineal descendant of the Hathaways, and that this house has never been out of a Hathaway's possession since Shakespeare's time." "I appreciate the lady for her own sake, and don't care a jot for her ancestry," answered Gerald, with a friendly air. They followed Mrs. Baker into the house-place, where all was cool and shadowy after the glare of sunshine outside. It was a low but somewhat spacious room, with casements looking back and front, recessed casements, furnished with oaken seats, one of which was known as the lovers' seat. For here, the lovers of the present day argued by analogy, William and Anne must have sat to watch many a sunset and many a moonlit sky. Here they must have whispered their foolish lovers' talk in the twilight, and shyly kissed at parting. The fireplace was in a deep recess, a roomy ingle nook where 6 people could have gathered comfortably round the broad open hearth. On one side of the ingle nook was a cupboard in the wall, known as the bacon cupboard. On the other, the high-backed settle. Opposite the fireplace there was a noble old dresser, polished oak or mahogany, with turned legs and a good deal of elaborate carpentry. A dresser which was supposed to be Elizabethan, but which was suggestive rather of the Carolean period. The dark brown panels made an effective background for an old willow dinner service. Daphne made Mr. Goring explore every inch of the house which Mrs. Baker was able conveniently to show. She led him up a breakneck little staircase, showed him lintels and doorposts and locks and bolts, which had been extant in Shakespeare's time, made him admire the queer little carved four-poster, which was even older than the poet's epoch, and the old fine linen sheet, richly worked by patient fingers, which had been in the family for centuries, only used at a birth or a death. She excused him from nothing, and he bore the infliction with calm resignation, and allowed her to lead him back to the house-place in triumph. Madeline and Edgar Turchill were sitting in the lover's seat, talking, after having unpacked the basket, and made all preparation for tea, assisted by Mrs. Baker's modest handmaiden. "Now, Mr. Goring," said Daphne, when she and Gerald and the old lady had rejoined the others, "how do you feel about that Channel Island cow?" "Oh, I am content," answered Gerald, laughing at her. "I submit to the extortion. You carry matters with such a high hand that if you were to demand all my flocks and herds, I should hardly feel surprised." "Mrs. Baker," said Daphne, with a businesslike air, "this gentleman is going to give you a cow." "Oh, miss, you don't mean it, surely?" murmured Mrs. Baker, overcome with confusion. "Yes, a lovely fawn-coloured, hazel-eyed Alderney. Don't refuse her. He can as well afford to give you a cow as I can to give you a neck-ribbon. When would you like the animal sent home? Tomorrow morning? Yes, of course, tomorrow morning. You hear, Mr. Goring? And now you may consider yourself forgiven, and I'll show you the visitors' book and all the interesting autographs." They went over to the table near the window and turned the leaves of that volume. Alas, how many a hand that had written in it was now dust. Here was the signature of Charles Dickens, nearly 30 years old, and pale with age. But the descendant of the Hathaways remembered the day when it was written, and recalled the visit with pride. "He took the book out into the garden, and sat on the stone slab over the well to write his name," she said. "I remember how full of life and fun he and Mr. Mark Lemon were. He was laughing as he wrote, and he looked at everything, and was so pleased and so pleasant." Sir Walter Scott's name was in an older book. Both of these were as dead and as undying as Shakespeare, and compared with these two immortal names, all the rest of the signatures in the big book were zero. It was the merriest tea party imaginable. Mrs. Baker's best Pembroke table had been brought into the middle of the room. Her best teapot and cups and saucers were set out upon it. Cakes and hothouse fruit had been liberally supplied by Mrs. Spicer. Daphne whispered in her sister's ear a request that Mrs. Baker might be invited to join them, to which Madeline nodded a smiling assent. Was not the descendant of the Hathaways a lady by right of her gentle manners and ancient descent? She belonged to a class that is an honour to the land, the honest, independent yeoman who tills the soil his forefathers cultivated before him. The birth and death sheet in the oak chest upstairs was like a patent of nobility. And yet perhaps not one of these agricultural Hathaways had ever enjoyed as large an income as a first-class mechanic in a manufacturing town, a man who dies and leaves not a rap behind him to show that he was once respectable. They had been upheld in their places by the pride of race, which the mechanic knows not. Mrs. Baker was installed in the place of honour in front of the tea-tray, and asked everyone in her nice old-fashioned way whether their tea was to their liking. Upon being coaxed to talk, she told stories about the defunct Hathaways, and explained how the house that had once been all one dwelling-place had come to be divided. It was Daphne and she who supplied the conversation. The two young men looked on amused, Edgar openly admiring the bright, changeful face under the little Swiss hat. Lena was pleased that her sister should be so innocently glad. "Oh, how happy I am!" cried Daphne suddenly, in a pause of the talk, clasping her hands above her head in a kind of ecstasy. "If it could only last!" "Why should it not last?" asked Edgar in his matter-of-fact way. Gerald looked at her gravely, with a puzzled look. Yes, this was the girl who had stood in the dazzling sunshine beside the lake at Fontainebleau, in whose hand he had read the forecast of an evil fate. "God help her," he thought. "She is so impulsive, such a creature of the moment. How is such a one to travel safely through the thorny ways of life? Happily, there seems little fear of thorniness for her footsteps. Here is my honest Turchill dying for her, and just the kind of man to make her an excellent husband, and give the lie to palmistry. Yet it seems a commonplace fate, almost as vulgar as the Italian warehouse in Oxford Street." He sat musing thus in the lazy afternoon atmosphere, and watching Daphne with something of an artistic rather than an actually friendly interest. It seemed a shallow nature that must be always expressing itself in speech or movement. There could be no depth of thought allied with such vivacity, keenness of feeling perhaps, but for the moment only. Nobody was in a hurry to leave the cottage. Tea drinking is of all sensualities the most intellectual. The mind is refreshed rather than the body. There was nothing coarse in the meal. The golden tinge of the almond pound cake, a masterwork of Mrs. Spicer's, contrasted with the purple bloom of grapes and blue gages, the olive tint of ripe figs. "We are making such a tremendous meal that I'm afraid we shall none of us do justice to my mother's dinner," remonstrated Edgar at last, "and that will make her miserable." "A 7:15, said Gerald, stealing a glance at a little effeminate watch. "Don't you think it is time we should descend from this Shakespearean empyrean to common earth?" This was the signal for a general move. The heavy, comfortable-looking old carriage horses had been walked up and down in shady places, while the portly coachman dozed on his box, and the more vivacious footman execrated the plaies. And now the landau bowled briskly along the smooth high road to Hawksyard, containing as cheerful a quartet as ever went out to dinner. Madeline was delighted to see her sister so happy, delighted at Edgar's obvious devotion. She had no doubt that his love would be rewarded in due course. It is in a woman's nature to be grateful for such honest affection, to be won by such disinterested fidelity. The brazen hands of the old clock at Hawksyard indicated 7:15 as the carriage drove across the bridge and under the arched gateway into the quadrangular garden, with its sunk pathways and shallow steps and border lines of crumbling old stone. Mrs. Turchill was standing on the threshold, a dignified figure in a grey poplin gown and old thread-lace cap and ruffles, ready to receive them. She gave Madeline her blandest smile, and was tolerably gracious to the rival who had spoiled her son's chances. But she could not bring herself to be cordial to Daphne. Her silk bodice became as rigid as an Elizabethan corset when she greeted that obnoxious damsel. She had a shrewd suspicion that it was for her sake the fatted calf had been killed, and all the available cream in the dairy squandered upon sweets and made dishes, with a reckless disregard of next Saturday's butter-making. Yet, as Daphne shyly put out her hand to accept that cold greeting, too sensitive not to perceive the matron's unfriendliness, Mrs. Turchill could but own to herself that the minx was passing lovely. The brilliant grey eyes, shadowed with dark lashes, the dark brows and golden hair, the complexion of lilies and roses, the sensitive mouth, the play of life and colour in a face that varied with every thought. Yes, this made beauty which even Mrs. Turchill could not deny. "Handsome is that handsome does," thought the dowager. "God forbid that my boy should trust the happiness of his life to such a butterfly." Inwardly rebellious, she had nevertheless done her duty as a good housekeeper. The old oak dadoed drawing-room was looking its prettiest, brightened by oriental jars and bowls of scarlet geraniums and creamy roses, lavender and honeysuckle. The silver chandelier and fire-irons were resplendent with recent polishing. The diamond-paned lattices were opened to admit the scent of heliotrope and mignonette from the garden on the other side of the moat, while one deeply recessed window, looking into the quadrangle, let in the perfume of the old-world flowers Francis Bacon loved. Edgar insisted upon showing Daphne the house during the 10 minutes before dinner. "You have only been here once," he said, "and my mother did not show you anything." After the two girls had taken off their hats in the state bedchamber next the drawing-room, a room whose walls were panelled with needlework executed by an ancestress of Edgar's in the reign of Charles I, they all went off to explore the house, ascending a steep secret stair which they entered from a door in the panelling of the dining-room, exploring long slippery corridors and queer little rooms that opened mysteriously out of other rooms, and triangular dressing closets squeezed into a corner between a chimney and an outer wall, laughing at the old furniture, the tall toppling four-post bedsteads, the sage-green tapestry, the capacious old grates, or still older brazen dogs, the inimitable Dutch tiles. "It must be heavenly to live in such a funny old house," cried Daphne, as they came cautiously down the black oak staircase, slippery as glass, pausing to admire a ramshackle collection of Indian curios and Japanese pottery on the broad window ledge halfway down. "If you would only try it," murmured Edgar close in her ear, and looking ineffably sheepish as he spoke. Again the all-significant words fell unheeded. She skipped lightly down the remaining stairs, protesting she could get accustomed to them in no time. "So light a foot will ne'er wear out the everlasting flint," said Gerald. "Didn't I tell you so? You can't live without quoting him," cried Daphne triumphantly. The dinner went off merrily. It was a capital dinner in a good old English style, ponderous but excellent. There were none of those refinements which distinguished the board over which Mrs. Ferrers presided. The attempts at elegance smacked of a banished era. A turbot decorated with sliced lemon and barberries, a befrilled haunch exhibiting its noble proportions in a heavy silver dish, a superabundance of creams and jellies and trifles and syllabubs, an elaborate dessert lying in state on the sideboard, to be slowly and laboriously transferred to the polished oak after the cloth was drawn, and the coachman to help wait at table. The whole thing was rustic and old-fashioned, and Edgar was afraid Daphne was secretly turning it all into ridicule. Yet she seemed happy, and she said so much in praise of Hawksyard and of the perfect order in which the house was kept, that Mrs. Turchill's heart began to soften towards her. "You seem fond of the country and of countrified ways, Miss Daphne," said the matron relentingly. "Yet I should have thought a young lady like you would have been pining for London and balls and theatres." "I never was at a dance in my life," answered Daphne, "and only once at a theatre, and that was the great opera house in Paris. I don't think I should ever care to go to a meaner theatre. My thoughts went up so high that night, I shouldn't like to let them down again by seeing trumpery." "The London theatres are very nice," said Mrs. Turchill, not quite following Daphne's idea, "but they are rather warm in summer. Yet one likes to go up to town in the height of the season. There is so much to see. Mother's constitution is cast iron when she gets to London, said Edgar. She is up at 6 every morning, and goes to the picture galleries as soon as the doors are opened, and does her morning in Hyde Park, and her afternoon in Regent Street, shopping or staring in at the shop windows, and eats her dinner at the most crowded restaurant I can take her to, and winds up at the theatre. I believe she'd accept a lobster supper in the Haymarket if I were to offer one. Has Miss Daphne Lawford never been in London? Asked Mrs. Turchill. Oh, please don't call me miss. I am never anything but Daphne to my friends. You are very kind, answered Mrs. Turchill, stiffening, but I don't think I could take so great a liberty with you on such a short acquaintance. Short acquaintance? Echoed Daphne, laughing. Why, you must have known me when I was in my cradle. Mrs. Turchill grew suddenly red, as if the idea were embarrassing. I was invited to your christening, she said, but afterwards there were circumstances. Sir Vernon was so often abroad. We did not see much of you. If you wish me to feel at home at Hawksyard, you must call me Daphne, please, said the girl gently. Mrs. Turchill did not wish her to feel at home at Hawksyard, yet she could not refuse compliance with so gracious a request. The ladies rose to retire, Edgar opening the door for them. Do you want any more wine, Turchill? Asked Gerald. No, not particularly, but you'll try that other claret, won't you? Not a drop of it. I vote we all adjourn to the garden. So they all went out together into the twilit quadrangle, where the old-fashioned flowers were folding their petals for night and slumber, while the moon was rising above a cluster of stone chimneys. Mrs. Turchill walked once round the little enclosure, discoursing graciously with Madeline, and then confessed to feeling chilly and being afraid of the night air, although a very clever doctor, with somewhat new-fangled ideas, had told her that the air was as good by night as by day, provided the weather were dry. I think I'll go indoors and sit in the drawing-room till you come in to tea, she said. I hope you won't think me rude. Madeline offered to go with her, but this Mrs. Turchill would not allow. Young people enjoy a moonlight stroll, she said. I liked it myself when I was your age. There's no occasion for any of you to hurry. I shall amuse myself with the Times. I haven't looked at it yet. The four being left together naturally divided themselves into two couples. Gerald and Lena seemed fascinated by the flowery quadrangle, with its narrow walks and ancient dial, on which the moon was now shining. They strolled slowly up and down the paths, or lingered beside the dial, or stood looking down at the fish-pond. Daphne's restless spirit soon tired of these narrow bounds. Is there nothing else to look at? She asked. There are the stables, and the dairy, and the farmyard, but you must see those by daylight. You must come here for a long day, said Edgar eagerly. Would you like to see the garden on the other side of the moat? Above all things. It's very flat, said Edgar apologetically. All the better for tennis. Yes, the lawn would make a magnificent tennis ground. We might have 8 courts if we liked, but it is a very commonplace garden after South Hill. Don't apologise. I'm sure it's nice. A dear old-fashioned sort of garden, hollyhocks and sunflowers and things. My old gardener is rather proud of his hollyhocks. Precisely. I knew he would be. And that horrid McCloskey will hear of nothing but the newest inventions in flowers. He gives us floral figures in Euclid, floral hearthrugs sprawling over the lawn, as if one of the housemaids had taken out a Persian rug to dust it, and had forgotten to take it in again. He takes tremendous pains to build up beds like supper dishes, ornamental salads, don't you know, and calls that high art gardening. I would rather have your hollyhocks and sunflowers, and the old-fashioned scented clematis climbing about everywhere in a tangled mass of sweetness." "I'm glad you like antiquated gardens," said Edgar. They went under the archway, which echoed the sound of their footsteps, and round by a gravel walk to the spacious lawn, and the long border, which was the despair of the gardeners when they tried to fill it, and which yet provided flowers enough to keep all the sitting-rooms bright and sweet with summer bloom. The moon was high above Hawksyard by this time, a glorious harvest moon, pouring down her golden light upon tree and flower, and giving intensity to the shadows under the wall. The waters of the moat looked black, save where the moonbeams touched them, and yonder under the tall spreading walnut boughs the gravel walk was all in shadow. Daphne paced the lawn, disputing as to how many tennis courts one might have on such an extensive parallelogram. She admired the height of the hollyhocks, and regretted that their colour did not show by moonlight. The sunflowers appeared to better advantage. "What awful stories poets tell about them," said Daphne. "Just look at that brazen-faced creature, smirking at the moon, just as if she had never turned her head sunwards in her life." Edgar was in a sentimental mood, and inclined to see things from a sentimental point of view. "It mayn't be botanically true," he said, "but it's a pretty idea all the same." And then he trolled out in a fine baritone, "No, the heart that has truly loved never forgets, but as truly loves on to the close, as the sunflower turns on her god when he sets, the same look which she turned when he rose." "What's the use of singing that when you know it isn't true?" cried Daphne contemptuously. "Do you suppose a stiff-necked thing like that, with a stalk 1/4 of an inch in diameter, could turn and twist from east to west every day without wringing its head off? The idea is obviously absurd. What lovely old walnut trees!" she exclaimed, looking across the lawn. "Centuries upon centuries old, are they not?" "I believe they were planted soon after George III came to the throne." "Is that all? They look as old as the Wrekin." They strolled across the wide lawn and in among the shadows of the old trees. The cows were moving stealthily about in the meadow on the other side of the fence, as if sleep were the last thing they ever thought of. "And you really like Hawksyard?" demanded Edgar earnestly. "Like it? I think it is quite the most delicious place I ever saw. Those high dados, those deep-set stone mullioned windows, those eccentric little bedrooms, that secret staircase, so sweetly suggestive of murder and treason. The whole place is so thoroughly original." "It is one of the few moated granges left in England," said Edgar, with an air of conscious merit. "It is quite too lovely." "Daphne, do you really mean what you say?" he asked with sudden intensity. "Are you only talking like this to please me, out of kindness?" "If I have a fault, it is a habit of blurting out what I think, without reference to other people's feelings. I am thoroughly in earnest about Hawksyard." "Then be its mistress," exclaimed Edgar, taking her hand and trying to draw her towards him. "Be queen of my house, darling, as you have long been sovereign of my heart. Make me the happiest man that ever yonder old roof sheltered. The proudest, the most entirely blessed. Daphne, I am not poetical or clever. I can't find many words, but I love you, I love you." She laughed in his face, a clear and silvery peal, laughed him to absolute scorn, yet without a touch of ill nature. "My dear Edgar, this is too much," she cried. "A few months ago you were fondly, devotedly, irrevocably in love with Lena. Don't you remember how we sympathised that afternoon in the meadows? This is the sunflower over again, first to the sun and then to the moon. No, dear Edgar, Never talk to me of love. I have a real, honest regard for you. I respect you. Trust you as my very brother. It would spoil all if you were to persist in talking nonsense of this kind." She left him, planted there, mute as a statue, frozen with mortification, humiliation, despair. He either fears his fate too much, or his deserts are small, who dares not put it to the touch, to win or lose it all. He had tried his fate, hopefully, confidently even, lured on by her deceptive sweetness, and all was lost. She had run lightly off. She was on the other side of the lawn before he stirred from the attitude in which she left him, his hands clenched, his head bent, his eyes staring stupidly at the gravel walk. "She does not care a straw for me," he said to himself. "Not a straw. And I thought she had grown fond of me. I thought I had but to speak." A friendly hand touched him lightly on the shoulder. It was Gerald, the man for whom fate had reserved all good things, unbounded talents, unbounded wealth, the love of a perfect woman. "Cheer up, old fellow," said Gerald heartily. "Forgive me if I heard more than you intended me to hear. Mrs. Turchill sent me in quest of you and Daphne, and I came up just as you—" "Just as I made an ass of myself," interrupted Edgar. "It doesn't matter. I don't mind a bit your knowing. I have no pride of that kind. I am proud of loving her, even in vain. Don't be downhearted, man. A girl of that kind must be played as an expert angler plays a frisky young salmon. She has refused you tonight. She may accept you 3 months hence." "She laughed at me," said Edgar, with deepest despondency. "It is her disposition to laugh at all things. You must have patience, man. Patience and persistence. My love is but a lassie yet. Thy beloved one still delights in the green fields. Her tender neck cannot bear the yoke. Wait, and she will turn to thee as the sunflower turns to the sun," concluded Gerald, having vainly sought a better comparison. "It doesn't!" cried Edgar dejectedly. "That is what we've just been talking about. The sunflower is a stiff-necked impostor." End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 15. Not for your Linage, nay, for your Richesse. The 2 young men walked up and down under the walnut trees for nearly an hour, Gerald Goring playing the unaccustomed part of consoler. He liked Edgar Turchill with an honest liking. There was a shade of condescension, of unconscious patronage in the feeling, but it was thoroughly sincere. The Saxon squire was, of course, distinctly on a lower intellectual level than the man of mixed race, the man whose father had thrust himself into the front ranks of life by the sheer force of will and brains, unaided by conventional training of any kind, whose mother had been the last development of a family reared in courts and palaces. Compared with the quicksilver that flowed in his own veins, Edgar Turchill's blood was a fluid that smacked of the vegetable kingdom, watery stuff, such as oozes out of a turnip or a cabbage when the cook-maid cuts it. Yet the man could feel, and so keenly, that Gerald was touched with tender pity. "Don't be downhearted, old fellow," he said, walking slowly under the spreading boughs, with his hand resting affectionately upon Turchill's shoulder. "Be sure things will work round in time. She is a pert, capricious minx, but she cannot help being fond of you if you are only patient." "I would wait for her as Jacob waited for Rachel, if I were as sure of winning her," answered Edgar, "but I'm afraid there's no chance. If she detested me, if the very sight of me were odious to her, there might be some hope, but she likes me. She is even fond of me in a calm, sisterly way. If you knew how sweet she was to me in the spring before you came. She had no fits of temper then, when I taught her sculling, how she used to boil a kettle down in the boat house, and" "Yes, it was awfully nice of her," interjected Gerald, somewhat impatiently, having heard the story of these boat house breakfasts several times before. "If she were less kind, I should have more hope," pursued Edgar. "I think I shall go away, out of the country, where I shall never see her lovely face. I have a great mind to go to India and shoot big game." "And stick pigs? A curious cure for the heartache. No, old fellow, stay at home and bide your time. That's your game." "I could never look her in the face after to night," said Edgar. "Nonsense, man. Treat this capricious minx as coolly as if nothing had ever been said about love and despair. Let her think to night's avowal the consequence of too much wine, a mere after dinner outburst of sentiment. Look her in the face, forsooth. If you are a wise man, you may make her ashamed to look you in the face before she is 6 months older. You have spoilt her by your flatteries and foolings and compliances. Give her a little of the rough side of your bark. She professes to care for you as a brother, quotha! Treat her with brotherly discourtesy, brotherly indifference. Be as candid about her faults and follies as if you were her very brother. When she finds you can live without her, she will begin to languish for the old adulation." "I love her too well to be such a Jesuit," said Edgar. "Pshaw! Do you suppose Petruchio did not love Kate? He knew there was but one way of taming his fair shrew, and he used the wisdom Heaven had given him." "I couldn't act a part where she is concerned," argued Edgar. "She would find me out in a moment." They talked for a long time upon the same subject, wearing the theme threadbare, travelling backwards and forwards over the same line of argument, while the moon climbed higher and higher in the cloudless blue. And in the end Edgar acknowledged that it would be a foolish thing to leave his farm before the harvest was all in, or his mother before she had enjoyed her annual fortnight at the seaside, or to uproot himself violently from his native soil in the vain hope of curing his heart wound. He had tried foreign air for his malady before, and foreign air had done nothing for him, and this time he believed the wound to be ever so much deeper. A lifetime in a strange country would hardly heal it. At last Edgar consented to be led despondently back to the house, which he had left a little while ago with his heart beating high, full of hope and delight. They found the three ladies seated in the quaint old drawing room, dimly lighted by a dozen or so of candles in the silver sconces against the wall. There was nothing so distinctly modern as a moderator lamp at Hawksyard. Mrs. Turchill was enlarging mildly in a lowered voice upon the various shortcomings of her servants, who, although old servants and infinitely better than other people's, were yet so far human in their faultiness as to afford food for conversation. Madeline was listening with polite interest, throwing in an encouraging word now and then, which was hardly needed, for Mrs. Turchill's monologue would have gone on just the same without it. Daphne, exhausted by a long day's vivacity, had fallen asleep, bolt erect in a straight backed cherry-wood chair. Gerald Goring remembered that day at Fontainebleau, when he had told himself that Daphne asleep would be a very commonplace young person. Yet, as he looked at her to night, he was fain to own that even in slumber she was lovely. Was it some trick of candlelight and shadow which gave such piquancy to the delicate features, which gave such expression to the dark pencil brows and drooping eyelids? The bright hair, the pale yellow gown, the exquisite fairness of the complexion, gave a lily-like loveliness to the whole figure, so pale, so pure, so little earthly. Poor Edgar! sighed Mr. Goring. "He is very much to be pitied. How desperately I could have loved such a girl, if I had not already adored her opposite! And how I would have made her love me," he added, remembering all their foolish talk, and how easy it had seemed to him to play upon that sensitive nature. "I am afraid the tea is cold," said Mrs. Turchill. "You gentlemen have been enjoying your cigars in the walnut walk, I suppose." The clatter of cups and saucers startled Daphne. She opened her eyes, and saw Edgar looking at her with piteous reproachfulness. She could calmly sleep just after giving him his death wound. There was a refinement of cruelty in such indifference. Then he suddenly remembered Gerald's advice, and tried to seem equally at his ease. "I'll wager mother has been bemoaning the vices of the new dairymaid, and the ingratitude of the old one in going away to be married," said he. "That's what sent you to sleep, wasn't it, Daphne?" "I was tired. We had such a long afternoon," she answered wearily. "The carriage has been waiting half an hour," said Madeline. "I think we had better put on our hats, and then say good night." "Mr. Goring will drive home with you, of course," said Mrs. Turchill. "Yes, I am going to see them safe home, Mrs. Turchill," answered Gerald. "I am to stay at South Hill to night, and hear Sir Vernon's account of the yeomanry dinner." Edgar, who had just been talking of eternal banishment, was longing to ask for the fourth seat in the landau. The walk home between midnight and morning would be delightful. "I should have liked to hear about the dinner," he began dubiously, and then, meeting Gerald's eye, quailed beneath its friendly ridicule, and said no more. He escorted Daphne to the carriage, helped to arrange her wraps with a steady hand, though his heart beat passionately all the time, and bade her good night in so thoroughly cheery a voice that she wondered a little to find how easily he had taken her rejection of him. "Poor dear Edgar," she said to herself, as they drove along the shadowy Warwickshire lane through the calm beauty of the summer night. "I daresay it was only an impulse of the moment, or perhaps it was the moon that made him propose to me. Yet he seemed awfully in earnest, and I was afraid I might have offended him by laughing. But after being devoted to Lina, and making me the confidant of his grief, it was certainly rather impertinent to offer himself to me. But he is a dear, good-natured creature all the same, and I should be sorry to offend him." She was silent all the way home, sitting in her comfortable corner of the carriage, wrapped to her chin in her soft white shawl, to all appearance asleep. Yet not once did her senses lose themselves in slumber. She was listening to the happy lovers as they talked of the past, that part of the past which they had spent asunder. Gerald had been talking of a long mule ride in Switzerland, under just such a moonlit sky. It was no tremendous mountain ascent, only a ride from Evian up to a village at the foot of the Dent d'Auche, to look down upon Lake Leman and its lovely shores bathed in moonlight, the long dark range of the Jura rising like a wall on the western side. Picturesque villages on the banks, gleaming in the silver light, with their old church towers half hidden by masses of dark foliage. One lonely boat with its twin sails skimming like a swallow across the moonlit water. "It must have been delicious," said Lina. "It was very nice, except that you were not there. But one thing want these banks of Rhine." "And did you really miss me at such moments, Gerald, when you were looking at some especially lovely scene? Had you really and truly a feeling that I ought to have been by your side?" "Really and truly. The better half of myself was missing. Pleasure was only a one-sided affair. As that moon will appear next week, an uncomfortable looking fragmentary kind of planet." "I love to hear of your travels, Gerald," said Lina softly. "Have you told me all about them, do you think?" "All that's worth telling, I fancy," he answered lightly, with an involuntary glance at Daphne to see if she were really asleep. There was no quiver of the dark lashes, no movement in the restful figure. Her face had that pale, unearthly look which all faces have in the moonlight. A pain shot through his heart as he thought that it was thus she would look in death. It was one of those involuntary flashes of thought which sometimes flit across a mind unacquainted with actual sorrow, the phantom of a grief that might be. When they arrived at South Hill, Daphne wished her sister and Mr. Goring a brief good night, and went straight to her room. She had no motive for awaiting her father's home coming. he would have nothing to say to her. His only greeting would be a look which seemed to ask what business she had there. It was on the stroke of 11. Madeline and Gerald walked up and down the gravel drive in front of the house, waiting for the carriage from Warwick, and during this interval Mr. Goring told his sweetheart how Edgar Turchill had been rejected by Daphne. Madeline was deeply distressed by this news. She had made up her mind that her sister's life was to be made happy in this particular way. She had imagined a fair and peaceful future in which she would be living at the Abbey and Daphne at Hawksyard, not a dozen miles apart. And now this wilful Daphne had rejected the moated Grange and its owner, and that fair picture of the future had no more reality in it than a mirage city seen from the dreary sands of a desert. ' I thought she was attached to him,' said Madeline, when she had been told the whole story. ' She has encouraged him to come here. She has always seemed happy in his company. Half her life, since she came from school, has been spent with him. In sober earnest, darling, I'm afraid this fascinating little sister of yours is an arrant coquette. She has flirted with Edgar because there was no one else to flirt with.' ' Please don't say that, Gerald, for I know you are mistaken,' answered Madeline eagerly. ' Daphne is no flirt. She looks upon Edgar as a kind of adopted brother. I've always known that, but I fancy that this friendly, trustful feeling of hers would lead in time to a warmer attachment. As to coquetry, she does not know what it means. She is thoroughly childlike and innocent.' ' Possibly, dearest. Yet in her childishness she knows how to fool a man as thoroughly as Ninon de l'Enclos could have done after half a century's practice. However, I hope Edgar will stand his ground and bring this wayward puss to her senses.' ' I cannot understand how she can help liking him,' mused Madeline. ' He is so good, so frank and brave and true. All noble qualities and deserving a woman's affection. Yet the sentimental history of the human race tends to show that a man endowed with all those virtues is not the most dangerous to the fair sex.' ' Gerald,' said Lina, ' I have an idea that pride is at the bottom of Daphne's refusal.' ' Why pride ? What kind of pride ?' 'She has harped a good deal at different times upon her penniless position ; has called herself a pauper, half in joke, half in earnest, but with a bitterness of tone that wounded me. She may think that as Edgar is well off, and she has no fortune, she ought not to accept him.' ' My dearest love, what an utterly quixotic idea ! The only thought a pretty young woman ever has about a man's wealth is that when she shall be his wife she can have more frocks than the common run of women. There is no sense of obligation. She is so conscious of the boon she bestows that she accepts his filthy lucre as a matter of course. I don't think that would be Daphne's way of thinking. Dearest, if she were wholly your sister, I should say not. But as she is only your half sister, I can suppose her only about half as good again as the ruck of womankind. You are very rich, are you not, Gerald ?' 'Well, yes. It would take a large amount of idiocy on my part to spoil the income my father left me. It might be done, no doubt, if I went into the right circles. My ruin would be only a question of so many years and so many race horses. But while I live as I am living now, there is very little chance of my becoming acquainted with want.' ' I know, dear, and I don't think it was for the sake of my fortune you chose me. Was it, Gerald ?'' My dearest love, I only wish some old nurse would turn up on your wedding morning and tell you that you are not the Lady Clare, so that I might prove to you how little wealth or position influence my choice. I think I know what you are going to say, Lina. As I have more money than you and I together, indulge our caprices as we may, are ever likely to spend, why not give your fortune to Daphne ?'' Dear Gerald, how good of you to guess my wish. I should like to divide my fortune with my sister when I come of age. I don't want to give her all, for half would be ample ; and I am so accustomed to the idea of independence that I should hardly like to be a pensioner even upon you. Will you speak to the lawyers, Gerald, and find out how the gift had better be made ?'' Yes, dear, I'll settle everything with the men of law. It seems to me that you can do just what you like as soon as you come of age, but you'll have to wait till then. Only ascertain that it can be done, Gerald, and then I can tell Daphne, and she will no longer fancy herself a pauper. It may influence her in her conduct to Edgar.' ' It may,' answered Gerald dubiously, ' but somehow I don't think it will. Edgar must win the game off his own bat.' The sisters were alone together in Madeline's morning room after breakfast next day. Gerald had gone to the Abbey to look after the builders and settle various matters with his steward. Daphne was sitting half in and half out of the balcony, idle, as was natural to her, but listless and discontented looking, which was a state of mind she did not often exhibit. There was no Edgar this morning, and she missed her faithful slave. Perhaps he meant never to come to South Hill any more, in which case it would be difficult for her to get rid of her life. ' Daphne,' began Madeline gravely, ' I have heard something which has made me very unhappy, which has altogether surprised and disappointed me. I am told that Edgar proposed to you last night, and that you refused him.' ' Did he send you the news in a telegram ?' asked Daphne, flaming red. ' I don't see how else you could have heard it.' ' No matter how I heard it, dear. It is the truth, I suppose.' ' Yes, it is the truth. But I despise him for telling you,' answered Daphne angrily. ' It was not he who told me. It was Gerald, who by accident overheard the end of your conversation with Edgar, and who '' What ! He has been interfering, has he ?' cried Daphne, looking still more angry. ' It is supremely impertinent of him to busy himself about my affairs.' ' Daphne, is that the way you speak of my future husband — your future brother ? He has no right to dictate whom I am to accept or reject. What can it matter to him ?' ' He does not presume to dictate ; but it does matter a great deal to him that my sister should choose the path in life which is most likely to lead to happiness. How can he tell which path will lead me to happiness ? Does he suppose that I am going to have a husband chosen for me, as if I were a wretched French girl educated in a convent ? He thought, just as I thought, that you could hardly help liking such a thoroughly good fellow as Edgar, a man so devoted to you, so unselfish, such a good son. What have I to do with his virtues ? I don't care a straw for him, except as a friendly sort of creature who will do anything I ask him, and who is very nice to play tennis or billiards with. He ought not to be offended at my refusing him. It would have been all the same had he been anyone else. I shall never marry.' ' But why not. Daphne ?'' Oh, for no particular reason, except perhaps that I am too fond of my own way, and shouldn't like a master. Daphne, there is something in your tone that alarms me. It is so unnatural in a girl of your age. While you were at Asnieres, did you ever see anyone ? You were such a child that it seems foolish to ask such a question, but was there anyone at Asnieres whom I fell in love with ? No, dearest, there was no one at Asnieres. Madame Tolmache was most judicious in her selection of masters. I don't think the most romantic schoolgirl, fed upon 3-volume novels, could have fancied herself in love even with the best looking of them. I can't make you out, Daphne, yet I think you might be very happy as Edgar Turchill's wife. It would be so nice for us to be living in the same county, within a few miles of each other.' ' Yes, that would be nice ; and it would be nicer to be at Hawksyard than to stay at South Hill when you are gone. Yet, you see, I have too much self-respect to perjure myself and pretend to return poor Edgar's affection. ' I have been thinking, Daphne, that perhaps some sense of mistaken pride may stand between you and Edgar.' And then falteringly, ashamed of her own generosity, Madeline told her sister how she meant to divide her fortune. ' What !' cried Daphne, turning pale. ' Take his money ? Not a sixpence. Never speak of it. Never think of such a thing again.' ' Whose money, dear ? It is mine, and mine alone. I have the right to do what I like with it.' ' Would you dispose of it without asking Mr. Goring's leave, without consulting him ?'' Hardly, because I love him too well to take any step in life without asking his advice, without confiding fully in him. But he goes with me in this heart and soul, Daphne. He most thoroughly approves my plan.' ' You are very good. He is very generous. But I will never consent to accept sixpence out of your fortune. You may be as generous to me as you like, as you have always been, darling. You may give me gloves and frocks and pocket money while you are Miss Lawford. But to rob you of your rights, to lessen your importance as Mrs. Goring, to feel myself under an obligation to your husband — not for all this wide world. Not if money could make me happy, which it could not,' she added with a stifled sob. ' Daphne, are you not happy ?' questioned Lina, looking at her with sudden distress. ' My bright one, I thought your life here was all gladness and pleasure. You have seemed so happy with Edgar, so thoroughly at your ease with him, that I fancied you must be fond of him.' ' Should I be thoroughly at my ease with a man I loved unless unless our attachment were an old story, a settled business like yours and Mr. Goring's." "Why will you persist in calling him Mr. Goring?" "Oh, he is such a grand personage, the owner of an abbey with cloisters, and half a mile of hothouses. I could not bring myself to call him by his Christian name." "As if the abbey and the hothouses made any difference. Well, darling, I'm not going to worry you about poor Edgar. You must choose your own way of being happy. I would not for all the world that you should marry a man you did not love, but I should have been so glad if you could have loved Edgar. And I think, dear, that unintentionally, unconsciously even, you have done him a wrong. You have led him to believe you like him." "And so I do like him, better than anyone in the world, after my own flesh and blood." "Yes, dear, but he has been led to hope something more than that. I fear he will feel his disappointment keenly." "Nonsense, Lina. Don't you know that 6 months ago he was still suffering from his disappointment about you? And now you imagine he is going to break his heart for me. A heart so easily transferred cannot be easily broken. It is a portable article. No doubt he will carry it somewhere else." She kissed her sister and ran out of the room, leaving Madeline anxious and perplexed, yet not the less resolved to endow Daphne with half her wealth as soon as she came of age. Providence never intended that two sisters should be so unequally circumstanced, she said to herself. Willy nilly, Daphne must accept what I am determined to give her. The lawyers will find out a way. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 16. No man may alway have prosperity. Edgar Turchill did not go to the other end of the world to hide his grief and mortification at the second overthrow of his fondest hopes. He absented himself from South Hill for nearly a month, yet so contrived as that his absence should not appear the result of pride or anger. Mrs. Turchill's annual seaside holiday was as much an institution as the opening of Parliament or the Derby, and she expected on all such occasions to be escorted and accompanied by her only son. She liked a fashionable watering place where there was a well-dressed crowd to be seen on parade or pier. She required to have her leisure enlivened by a good brass band, and she would accept nothing less in the way of lodgings than an airy, bay-windowed drawing-room in the very best part of the sea front. "If I am not to come to the seaside comfortably, I would rather stay at home," she said to her confidante Deborah, an axiom which Deborah received as respectfully as if it had been Holy Writ. "Of course, mum. Why should you come away from Hawk's Yard to be cramped or moped?" said Deborah. "You've all you can wish for there." Such murmurings as these had arisen when Edgar, sick to death of Brighton and Eastbourne, Scarborough, and Torquay, had tempted his mother to visit some more romantic and less civilized shore, where the accommodation was of the rough and ready order, and where there was neither parade nor pier for the exhibition of fine clothes to the music of brazen bands. For picturesque scenery Mrs. Turchill cared not a jot. All wild and rugged coasts she denounced sweepingly as dangerous to life and limb, and therefore to be avoided. The wildest bit of scenery she could tolerate was Beachy Head, and even that grassy height she deemed objectionable. Nor did she appreciate any watering place which could not boast a smart array of shop windows. She liked to be tempted by trumpery modern Dresden, or to have her love of colour gratified by the latest invention in bonnets and parasols. She liked a circulating library of the old-fashioned Miss Burney type, where she could dawdle away an hour looking at new books and papers, soothed by the sympathetic strains of a musical box. She liked to have her son well dressed and in a top hat, in attendance upon her during her afternoon drive in the local fly, along a smooth, chalky high road leading to nowhere in particular. She liked to attend local concerts, or to hear Miss Snevillici, the renowned Shakespearian elocutionist, read the trial scene in The Merchant of Venice, followed by Tennyson's Queen of the May. To poor Edgar this seaside holiday seemed always a foretaste of purgatory. It was ever so much worse than the fortnight's hard labour in London, for in the big city there were sights worth seeing, while here, at the stereotyped watering place, life was one dismal round of genteel inactivity. But this year Edgar was seized with a sudden desire to hasten the annual expedition. "Mother, I think this lovely weather must break up before long," he said briskly, with a laborious affectation of cheerfulness, as he sat at dinner with his parent on the day after Daphne's cruelty. "What should you say to our starting for the seaside to morrow?" "To morrow! My dear Edgar, that would be quite impossible. I shall want a week for packing." "A week! Surely Deborah could put your things into a portmanteau in 6 hours as easily as in 6 days." "You don't know what you are talking about, my dear. A lady's wardrobe is so different from a man's. All my gowns will want looking over carefully before they are packed, and I must have Miss Piper over from Warwick to do some alterations for me. The fashions change so quickly nowadays, and some of my laces will have to be washed, and I am not sure that I shall not have to drive over to Leamington and order a bonnet. I should not like to disgrace you by appearing on the parade with a dowdy bonnet." Edgar sighed. He would have liked to go to some wild Welsh or Scottish coast far from beaten tracks. He would have liked some seaside village in the south of Ireland, Dunmore or Traymore or Kilkee, some quiet retreat nestled in a hollow of the cliffs, where as yet never brass band nor fashionable gowns had come. A place to which people came for pure love of fine air and grand scenery, and not to show off their clothes or advertise their easy circumstances. But he knew that if he took his mother to such a place she would be miserable, so he held his peace. "Where would you like to go this year?" he said presently. "Well, I have been considering that point, Edgar. Let me see now. We went to Brighton last year." "Yes," sighed Edgar, remembering what a treadmill business the lawn had seemed to him, how ineffably tiresome the aquarium, how monotonous the shops in the King's Road, and the entertainments at the Pavilion. "And to Scarborough the year before." "Yes," with a still wearier sigh. "And the year before that to Eastbourne, and the year before that to Torquay. Don't you think we might go to Torquay again this year? I hear it is very much improved." "Very much built upon, I suppose you mean, mother. More smoky chimneys, more hotels, more churches, longer streets. I should think, judging by what it had come to when we saw it, that by this time Torquay must be a very good imitation of Bayswater. However, if you like Torquay, it is one of the few places I do like." "Then let it be Torquay by all means. I'll tell you what I'll do, mother. I'll run down to Torquay to morrow, find some nice lodgings for you. I think by this time I know exactly what you want in that way, and engage them for any day you like to name." "That's very kind of you, Edgar, but be sure you get some reference as to the landlady's character, so that you may be certain there has been no fever case in the house during the last 12 month. and it would be as well to get a local architect to look at the drains. It would be a guinea well spent. "All right, mother, I'll do anything you like. I am longing for a blow of sea air." "But it will be at least a week before I can come. What will you do with yourself in the meantime?" "Oh, I shall contrive to amuse myself somehow. I might go on to Dartmouth and charter a boat and go up the Dart. I want very much to see the Dart. Only say on what day I may expect you at Torquay." "Am I to travel alone, Edgar?" "You'll have Deborah, and the journey won't be difficult. You'll join the express at Swindon, don't you know? If you think I can trust to Deborah's care of the luggage," said Mrs. Turchill, dubiously. "She's very steady." "Steady? Well, she ought to be at her age. You've only to get the luggage labelled, you see, mother." "I never trust to that," answered the matron, solemnly. "I like Deborah to get out at every station where the train stops, and see with her own eyes that my luggage is in the van. Railway people are so stupid." Edgar did not envy Deborah. Having thus adroitly planned an immediate departure, he was off soon after daybreak next morning, and arrived at Torquay in time for dinner. He perambulated the loneliest places he could find all the evening, brooding over his disappointment, and wondering if there were any foundation for Gerald Goring's idea that Daphne was to be won by him even yet. He slept at the Imperial, and devoted the next morning to lodging hunting, till his soul sickened at the very sight of the inevitable housemaid, who can't answer the most general inquiry, not so far as to say how many bedrooms there are in the house, without reference to the higher powers; and the inevitable landlady, who cannot make up her mind about the rent till she has asked how many there are in family, and whether late dinners will be required. Before sundown, however, after ascending innumerable flights of stairs, and looking into a dismal series of newly furnished rooms, he found a suite of apartments which he believed would satisfy his mother and Deborah; and having engaged the same for a period of 3 weeks, he went down to the water's edge, to a spot where boating men most did congregate, and there negotiated the hire of a rakish little yawl, just big enough to be safe in a summer sea. In this light craft he was to sail at 6 o'clock next morning, with a man and a boy. How Daphne would enjoy knocking about this lovely coast in just such a boat, he thought. If she were my wife, I would buy her as pretty a yacht as any lady could desire, and she and I would sail half round the world together. She must be tired of the Avon, poor child. Daphne was very tired of the Avon. Never had the days of her life seemed longer or drearier than they seemed to her just now, when her faithful slave Edgar was no longer at hand to minister to her caprices. A strange stillness seemed to have fallen upon South Hill. Sir Vernon was laid up with that suppressed gout, which Daphne fancied was only another name for unsuppressed ill temper, so closely did the two complaints seem allied. At such times Madeline was more than ever necessary to his well-being. She sat with him in the library, she read to him, she wrote his letters, and was in all things verily his right hand. The most pure and perfect filial love sweetened an office which would have seemed hard to an ungrateful or cold-hearted daughter. Yet in the close retirement of the stern-looking, business-like chamber, with its prim bookshelves and standard literature, not a book which every decently read student does not know from cover to cover, she could but remember the bright summer days that were done, the aimless wanderings in meadow and wood, the drives to Goring Abbey, the tea drinkings in the cloisters or in the gardens, the happy season which was gone. The knowledge that this one happy summer, the first she and Gerald had ever spent together as engaged lovers, was ended and over, made her feel as if some part of her own youth had gone with it, something which could never come again. It had been such an utterly happy period, such peerless weather, such a fair gladsome earth, teeming with all good things, even the farmers ceasing to grumble, and owning that for once in a way there was hope of a prosperous harvest. And now it was over. The corn was reaped, and sportsmen were tramping over the stubble. The plough horses were creeping slowly across the hill. The sun was beginning to decline soon after 5 o'clock tea. Breathings of approaching winter sharpened the sweet morning breezes. Autumnal mists veiled the meadows at eventide. Gerald Goring had gone to Scotland to shoot grouse. It seemed to Daphne, prowling about gardens and meadows with Goldie in a purposeless manner, that was the essence of idleness, as if the summer had gone in a breath. Yesterday she was here, that glorious, radiant, disembodied goddess we call summer. Yesterday she was here, and all the lanes were sweetened with lime blossoms, and the roses were being wasted with prodigal profusion, and the river ran liquid gold. And to sit on a sunny bank was to be steeped in warm delight. To day there were only stiff-looking dahlias, and variegated foliage, and mouse-colored plants, and house-leek borders in the gardens where the roses had been. And to sit on a grassy bank was to shiver or to sneeze. The river had a dismal look. There had been heavy rains within the last few days, and the willowy banks were hidden under dull mud-coloured water. There was no more pleasure in boating. You may oil her, or varnish her, or do anything that is proper to be done with her before you put her away for the winter, Bink,' Daphne said to her faithful attendant. ' I shan't row any more this year.' ' Lor, miss, we may have plenty more fine days yet.' ' I don't care for that. I am tired of rowing. Perhaps I may never row again.' She went into luncheon yawning and looking much more tired than Madeline, who had been writing letters for her father all the morning. ' I wish I were a hunting young woman, Lina,' she said. ' Why, dear ?'' Because I should have something to look forward to in the winter.' ' If you could only employ yourself more indoors, Daphne.' ' Do I not employ myself indoors ? Why, I play billiards for hours at a stretch, when I have anyone to play with. I practised out of the way strokes for an hour and a half this morning.' ' I am sure, dear, you would be happier if you had some more feminine amusements. If you were to go on with your water colour painting, for instance. Gerald could give you a little instruction when he is here. He paints beautifully. I'm sure he would be pleased to help you.' ' No, dear, I have no talent. I like beginning a sketch, but directly it begins to look horrid I lose patience, and then I begin to lay on colour in a desperate way, till the whole thing is the most execrable daub imaginable, and then I get into a rage and tear it into 1,000 bits. It's just the same with my needlework. There always comes a time when I get my thread entangled and begin to pucker, and the whole business goes wrong. I have no patience. I shall never finish anything. I shall never achieve anything. I am an absolute failure.' ' Daphne, if you only knew how it pains me to hear you talk of yourself like that.' ' Then I won't do it again. I would not pain you for the wealth of this world, not even to have it always summer, instead of a dull, abominable, shivery season like this. Gerald says it is lovely in Argyllshire, balmy and warm, almost too hot for walking over the hills.' ' He is enjoying himself, I suppose,' said Daphne coldly. ' Yes, he is having capital sport. Shooting those birds that make our dining room smell so nasty every evening, and helping to stock Aunt Rhoda's larder. He does not intend to stay after the end of this month. He will be home early in October.' Daphne did not even affect to be interested. She was feeding Goldie, who was allowed to come in to luncheon when Sir Vernon was not in the way. ' I had a letter from Mrs. Turchill this morning,' said Lina. ' She is enjoying herself immensely at Torquay. Edgar is very attentive and devoted to her, going everywhere with her. He is a most affectionate son.' And a good son makes a good husband, doesn't he, Lina? Is that idea at the bottom of your mind when you talk of his goodness to his very commonplace mother? I don't want to talk of him, Daphne, to any one who values him so little as you do. But I value him very much, almost as much as I do Goldie, but not quite, my pet," she added reassuringly to the dog, lest he should be jealous. "I have missed him horribly. No one to tease, no one to talk nonsense with. You are so sensible that I could not afford to shock you by my absurdities, and Mr. Goring is so cynical that I fancy he is always laughing. I miss Edgar every hour of the day." "And yet I don't care one little straw for him, in the kind of way you care for Mr. Goring," said Daphne, with a sudden blush. Lina sighed and was silent. She had not abandoned all hope that Daphne would in time grow more warmly attached to the faithful swain, whose society she evidently missed sorely in these dull autumnal days, during which the only possible excitement was a box of new books from Mudie's. More voyages to the North Pole, more 3 weeks on the top of the biggest pyramid, more memoirs of Philip of Macedon's private secretary, cried Daphne, sitting on the ground beside the newly arrived box, and tossing all the instructive books on the carpet, after a contemptuous glance at their titles. "Here is Browning's new poem, thank goodness, and a novel, My Only Joe. Told in the first person and present tense, no doubt. Nice and light and lively. I think I'll take that and Browning, if you don't mind, Lina, and you shall have all the travels and memoirs." With the help of novels and poetry, and long rambles even in the wild showery weather, waterproofed and booted against the storm, and wearing a neat little felt wide awake, which weather could not spoil, Daphne contrived to get through her life somehow, while her faithful slave was away. Was it indeed he whom she missed so sorely? Was it his footfall which her ear knew so well, his step which quickened the beating of her heart and brought the warm blood to her cheek? Was it his coming and going which so deeply stirred the current of her life? Life had been empty of delight for the last 3 weeks, but was it Edgar's absence made the little world of South Hill so blank and dreary? In her heart of hearts, Daphne knew too well that it was not. Yet Edgar had made an important element in her life. He had helped her, if not to forget, at least to banish thought. He had sympathized with all her frivolous pleasures, and made it easier for her to take life lightly. "If I were once to be serious, I should break my heart," she said to herself, as she sat, curled up on the fluffy white rug by one of the morning room windows, her thoughts straying off from My Only Joe, which was the most frothy of fashionable novels. Mrs. Turchill was so delighted with Torquay, in its increased towniness and shoppiness, its interesting ritualistic services, at which it was agreeable to assist once in a way, however a well-regulated mind might disapprove all such papistical innovations, that October had begun before she and her son returned to Hawksyard. Edgar had been glad to stay away. He shrank with a strange shyness from meeting Daphne, albeit he was always longing for her, as the hart for water brooks. He amused himself knocking about in his little yawl-rigged yacht, thinking of the girl he loved. Mrs. Turchill complained that he had grown selfish and inattentive. He rarely walked with her on the parade. He refused to listen to the town band. He went reluctantly to hear Miss Snevillici, and slumbered in his too conspicuous front seat while that lady declaimed the balcony scene from Romeo and Juliet. "If it were not for Deborah, I should feel horribly lonely," complained Mrs. Turchill, "and it is not right that I should be dependent upon a servant for society." Gerald had not yet returned. He had gone on a yachting expedition with an old college chum. He was enjoying the wild free life, and his letters to Madeline were full of fun and high spirits. "Next year we shall be here together, perhaps," he wrote. "I think you would like the fun. It would be so new to you after the placid pleasures of South Hill. And what a yacht we would have! This I am now upon is a mere cockle shell to the ship I would build for my dear love. There should be room enough for you and all your pets, Fluff and the squirrel, your books, your piano, and for Daphne too, if she would like to come. Only she is such a wild young person that I should live in constant fear of her falling overboard." Madeline read this passage to Daphne laughingly. "You see that he remembers you, dear. The thought of you enters into his plans for the future." "He is very kind. I am much obliged to him," Daphne answered icily. It was not the first time she had responded coldly to Madeline's mention of her lover. Her sister felt the slight against her idol, and was deeply wounded. "Daphne," she said in a voice that was faintly tremulous in spite of her effort to be calm, "you have said many little things lately, or perhaps it is hardly what you have said, but only your looks and tones, which make me think that you dislike Gerald." "Dislike him? No, that is impossible. He has all the attributes which make people admired and liked." "Yet I don't think you like him." "It is not in my nature to like many people. I like Edgar. I love you with all my heart and soul. Be content with that, darling," said Daphne, kneeling by Madeline's side, resting the bright head with its soft silken hair on her shoulder, the face looking downward and half hidden. "No, I cannot be content. I made up my mind that Gerald was to be as dear to you as a brother, as dear as the brother you lost might have been, had God spared him and made him all we could wish. And now you set up some barrier of false pride against him." "I don't know about false pride. I can hardly be very fond of a man who ridicules me, and treats me like a child or a plaything. Affection will scarcely thrive in an atmosphere of contempt." "Contempt? Why, Daphne, what can have put such an idea into your head? Gerald likes and admires you. If you knew how he praises your beauty, your fascinating ways. You would not have him praise you to your face, would you? My pet, I should be sorry to see you spoiled by adulation." "Do you suppose I want praise or flattery?" cried Daphne angrily. "I want to be respected. I want to be treated like a woman, not a child. I Forgive me, Lina dearest. I daresay I am disagreeable and ill-tempered." "Only believe the truth, dear. Gerald has no thought of you that is not tender and flattering. If he teases you a little now and then, it is only as a brother might tease you. He wishes you to think of him in every way as a brother. It always wounds me when you call him Mr. Goring." "I shall never call him anything else," said Daphne sullenly. "And if you do not marry as soon as I do, I shall never marry." "Dearest, forgive me for not believing that. If you are not married next year, you will have a second home at the Abbey. Gerald and I have chosen the rooms we intend for you, the dearest little boudoir over the porch, with an oriel window, just such a room as will delight you. You are all that is good, but I don't suppose I shall be able often to take advantage of your kindness. When you are married, it will be my duty to dance attendance upon papa, and to try and make him like me. I don't suppose I shall ever succeed, but I mean to make the effort, however unpleasant it may be to both of us." "My sweet one, you are sure to win his love. Who could help loving you?" "My father has helped it all this time," answered Daphne, still moody and with downcast eyes. Edgar and his mother stayed away till the third week in September. When they came back to Hawksyard, cub hunting was in full swing, and Mr. Turchill rose at 5 o'clock 3 mornings a week to ride to the kennels. He rode with 2 sets of hounds, making nothing of distance. He bought himself a 5th hunter, having 4 good ones already, which was naturally supposed to overtop all the rest in strength, pace, and beauty. His mother began to fear that the stables would be her son's ruin. 3,000 a year was considered a large income when your father and I were married, she said, but it is a mere pittance now for a country gentleman in your position. We ought to be careful, Edgar." "Who said we were going to be careless, mother mine? I am sure you are "A model among housewives," said Edgar lightly. "You've taken on a new man in the stable, I hear, Edgar, to attend to your new horse, I suppose. Only a new boy at 14 bob a week, mother. We were rather short-handed." "Short-handed with 4 men?" Edgar could not stop to debate the matter. It was 9 o'clock, and he was eating a hurried breakfast before starting on his useful covert hack for Snitterfield, where the hounds were to meet. It was to be the first meet of the season, an occasion for some excitement, pleasant to see all the old company, with a new face or two, perhaps, among them, and a sprinkling of new horses, young ones whose education had only just begun. Edgar was going to exhibit his new mare, an almost thoroughbred black, and was all aglow with pride at the thought of the admiration she would receive. He looked his best in his well-worn red coat, new buckskins, and mahogany tops. "I hope you'll be careful, Edgar," said his mother, hanging about him in the hall, "and that you won't go taking desperate jumps with that new mare. She has a nasty, vicious look in her hind legs, and yesterday, when I opened the stable door to speak to Baker, she put back her ears." "A horse may do that without being an absolute fiend, mother. Black Pearl is the kindest creature in Christendom. Good bye." "Dinner at 8, I suppose," sighed Mrs. Turchill, who preferred an earlier hour. "Yes, if you don't mind. It gives me plenty of time for a bath. Ta ta." He had swung himself on to the thick-set chestnut roadster, and was trotting merrily away on the other side of the drawbridge before his mother had finished her regretful sigh. The groom had gone on before with Black Pearl. These hunting mornings were the only occasions on which Mr. Turchill forgot his disappointment. The keen delight of fresh air, a fast run, pleasant company, familiar voices, brushed away all dark thoughts. For the moment he lived only to fly across the level fields, in a country which seemed altogether changed from the scene of his daily walks and rides. All familiar things, hedges, hills, commons, brooks, taking a look of newness, as if he were galloping through a newly invented world. For the moment he lived as the bird lives, a thing of life and motion, a creature too swift for thought or pain or care. Then, after the day's hard riding, came the lazy homeward walk side by side with a friend, and friendly talk about horses and dogs and neighbours. Then a dinner, for which even a lover's appetite showed no sign of decay. Then pleasant exhaustion, a cigar, a nap, and a long night of dreamless rest. No doubt it was this relief afforded by the hunting season which saved Mr. Turchill from exhibiting himself in the dejected condition which Rosalind declared to be an essential mark of a lover. No lean cheek or sunken eye, neglected beard or sullen spirit, marked Edgar when he came to South Hill. He seemed so much at his ease, and had so much to tell about that first meet at Snitterfield, and the delightful run which followed it, that Daphne was confirmed in her idea that in affairs of the heart Mr. Turchill belonged to the weathercock species. "If he could get over your rejection of him, you may suppose how easily he would get over mine," she said to her sister. Yet she was very glad to have Edgar back again, to be able to order him about, to beat him at billiards, or waltz with him in the dusky hall between 5 o'clock tea and the dressing bell, while Lina played for them in the morning room. In this one accomplishment Daphne was teacher, and a most imperious mistress. "If you expect me to be seen dancing with you at the Hunt Ball, you must improve vastly between this and January," she said. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 17. And in my heart, wondering, I began. For a man to waltz in the gloaming with a girl whom he passionately loves and who has contemptuously rejected him is a kind of pleasure too near the edge of pain to be altogether blissful. Yet Edgar came every non-hunting day to South Hill, and was always ready to dance to Daphne's piping. He was her first partner since the little crabbed old French master at Asnières, who had taken a few turns with her now and then, fiddling all the time, in order to show his other pupils what dancing meant. He declared that Daphne was the only one of them all who had the soul of a dancer. Elle est née sylphide. She moves in harmony with the music. She is part of the melody, he said, as he scraped away at the languishing Duc de Reichstadt valse, the tune to which our grandmothers used to revolve in the days when the newly imported waltz was denounced as an iniquity. The Grand Hunt Ball, which took place only once in 2 years at Stratford Town Hall, was to be held in the coming January, and Sir Vernon had consented that Daphne should appear at this festivity, chaperoned by her aunt and accompanied by her elder sister. It was an assembly so thoroughly local that Mrs. Ferrers felt it a solemn duty to be present. Even her parochial character, which to the narrow-minded might seem incongruous, made it, she asserted, all the more incumbent upon her to be there. A clergyman's wife ought to show her interest in all innocent amusements, she said. If there were any fear of doubtful people getting admitted, of course I would sooner cut off my feet than cross the threshold. But where the voucher system is thoroughly carried out, there are sure to be plenty of pretty girls, said the rector, and I believe there's a capital card-room. I've a mind to go with you. If it was summer, Duke, I should urge it on you as a duty, but in this severe weather, the change from a hot room might bring on my bronchitis. I think you're right, Rhoda, and the champagne at these places is generally a doubtful brand, while of all earthly delusions and snares, a ball supper is the most hollow. But I should like to have seen Daphne at her first ball. I am very fond of little Daphne. I am always pleased for you to be interested in my relations, replied Mrs. Ferrers with a sour look, but I must say, of all the young people I ever had anything to do with, Daphne is the most unsatisfactory. In what way? Asked Mr. Ferrers, looking lazily up from his teacup. It was afternoon tea-time, and the husband and wife were sitting tete-a-tete before the fire in the rector's snug study, where the old black oak shelves were full of the most delightful books, which he was proud to possess, but rarely looked at inside. The outsides, beautiful in tawny and crimson leather, tooled and gilded and labelled and lettered, regaled his eye in many a lazy reverie when he reposed in his armchair and watched the firelight winking and blinking at those treasuries of wit and wisdom. "In what way is Daphne troublesome, my dear?" repeated the rector. "I am interested in the puss. I taught her catechism." "I wish you had taught her the spirit as well as the letter," retorted Mrs. Ferrers tartly. "The girl is an absolute pagan. After flirting with Edgar Turchill in a manner that would have endangered her reputation had she belonged to people of inferior position, she has the supreme folly to refuse him." "What you call folly may be her idea of wisdom," answered the rector. "She may do better than Turchill, a young man of excellent family, but with very humdrum surroundings, and a frightful dead weight in that mother, who I believe has a life interest in the estate, which would prevent his striking out in any way till she is under the turf. Such a girl as Daphne should do better than Edgar Turchill. She is wise to wait for her chances. How worldly you are, Marmaduke. It shocks me to hear such sentiments from a minister of the gospel." "My dear, he who was in every attribute a model for ministers of the gospel boasted that he was all things to all men," When I discuss worldly matters, I talk as a man of the world. I think Daphne ought to make a brilliant marriage. She has the finest eyes I have seen for a long time, always excepting those which illuminate my own fireside," he added, smiling benignly on his wife. "Oh, pray make no exception," she answered snappishly. "I never pretended to be a beauty, though my features are certainly more regular than Daphne's. I am a genuine Lawford, and the Lawfords have had straight noses from time immemorial. Daphne takes after her unhappy mother." "Ah, poor thing," sighed the rector. "She was a lovely young creature when Lawford brought her home." "Daphne resembles her to a most unfortunate degree," said Aunt Rhoda. "A sad story," sighed the rector. "A sad story." "I think it would better become us to forget it," said his wife. "My love, it was you who spoke of poor Lady Lawford." "Marmaduke, I am disgusted at the tone you take about her. Poor Lady Lawford, indeed. I consider her quite the most execrable woman I ever heard of." "She was beautiful. Men told her so, and she believed them. She was tempted, and she was weak. Execrable is a hard word, Rhoda. She never injured you." "She blighted my brother's life. Do you suppose I can easily forgive that? You men are always ready to make excuses for a pretty woman. I heard of Colonel Kirkbank the other day. Lady Hetheridge met him at BRADDON. A wreck. They say he is immensely rich. He is never married, it seems. That at least is a grace in him. His honour rooted in dishonour stood, and faith unfaithful kept him falsely true." "You are in a sentimental mood this evening, Marmaduke," sneered Rhoda. "One would suppose that you had been in love with my brother's second wife." "She has been so long in her grave that I don't think you and I need quarrel if I confess that I admired her. There is a look in Daphne's face now she has grown up that recalls her mother almost painfully." "I hope Todd won't burn that pheasant, Rhoda. I'm afraid she is getting a little careless. The last was as dry as a stick." Scotland made up for a chilly and inferior summer by an altogether superior autumn. The days were ever so much fairer and longer on that wild north coast than they were in Warwickshire, and tempted by the beauty of sky and sea, backed by the urgent desire of his bachelor friend, the skipper of the smart schooner-rigged yacht Kelpie, Gerald Goring stayed much longer than he had intended to stay, atoning, so far as he could atone for his prolonged absence, by writing his betrothed the most delightful letters, and sending a weekly packet of sepia sketches, which reflected every phase of sea and sky, rock and hill. To describe these things with his brush was as easy to Gerald as it is to other men to describe with their pens. "It is an idle, dreamy life," he wrote, "when I am not shooting landfowl on the hills or waterfowl from my dinghy. I sit on the deck and sketch, till I grow almost into a sea vegetable, a zoophyte, which contracts and expands with a faintly pleasurable sensation, and calls that life. I read no end of poetry, Byron, Shelley, Keats, and that book whose wisdom and whose beauty no amount of reading can ever dry up, Goethe's Faust. I want no new books, the old ones are inexhaustible. Curiosity may tempt me to look at a new writer, but in an age of literary mediocrity I go back for choice to the Titans of the past. Do you think I am scornful of your favourites, Tennyson and Browning? No, love, they too are Titans, but we shall value them more when they have received the divine honours that can only come after death. I am longing to be with you, and yet I feel that I am doing myself a world of good in this rough open-air life. I was getting a little moped at the Abbey. The place is so big and so dreary, like the palace of the Sleeping Beauty, waiting to wake into life and brightness at the coming of love and you. The lonely rooms are haunted by my dear mother's image and by the sense of my loss. When you come, I shall be so happy in the present that the pain of past sorrow will be softened. I sit sketching these romantic caves, where we earn our dinner by shooting the innocent rock pigeons, and thinking of you and of my delight in showing you this coast next autumn. Yes, love, we will have a yacht. I know you are fond of the sea. Your sister is a fanatic in her love of the water. How she will delight in these islands. He thought of Daphne sometimes as he sat in the bow of the boat, lulled almost to slumber by the rise and fall of the waves gently lapping the hull. His brush fell idle across the little tin colour box, and he gave himself up to listless reverie. How Daphne would love this free, unfettered life, a life in which there were no formalities, no sitting prim and straight at an orderly dinner table, no conventional sequence of everyday ceremonies in a hideous monotony. It was a roving gypsy life, which must needs please that erratic soul. Poor little Daphne! It is strange that she and I don't get on better, he said to himself. We were such capital friends at Fontainebleau. Perhaps the recollection of that day is in some way disagreeable to her. She's been very standoffish to me ever since, except by fits and starts. There are times when she forgets to be formal, and then she is charming. Yes, there had been times when all that was picturesque and poetical in her nature asserted itself, and when her future brother-in-law succumbed to the spell and admired her just a little more warmly than he felt to be altogether well for his peace, or perchance for hers. Perhaps he too had been somewhat formal, had fenced himself round with forms and ceremonies, lest some lurking sentiment, which he had never dared to analyse, or even to think about, should grow stronger. He wanted to be honest, he wanted to be true and loyal, but the lovely young face, so piquant, so entrancing in its exquisite girlishness, came across his fancies too often for perfect repose of conscience. The memory of those 2 summer days at Fontainebleau, idle, foolish, unconsidered hours, was an ever-present part of his mind. It was so small a thing, yet it haunted him. How much better it would have been, he thought, if Daphne had been more candid, had allowed him to speak freely of that innocent adventure. Concealment gave it a flavour of guilt. 100 times he had been on the point of letting out the secret by this or that allusion, when Daphne's blush and the quiver of Daphne's lip had startled him into caution. This made a secret understanding between them in spite of his own desire to be honest, and it worried him to think that there should be any such hidden bond. Madeline was the love of his life, the hope and glory of his days. He had no doubt as to his feelings about her. From his boyhood he had admired, revered, and loved her. He was only 3 years her senior, and in their early days the delicately nurtured, carefully educated girl, reared among grown-up people and far in advance of her years, had seemed in all intellectual things the boy's superior. Lady Geraldine was idle and self-indulgent. She petted and spoiled her son, but she taught him nothing. Had he not a private tutor, a young clergyman who preferred the luxurious leisure of the abbey to the hard work of a curacy, and was not his education sufficiently provided for when this well-recommended young Oxonian had been engaged at a munificent salary? The young Oxonian was as fond of shooting, billiards, cricket, and boating as his pupil, so the greater part of Gerald's early youth was devoted to these accomplishments, and it was only the boy's natural aptitude for learning whatever he wished to learn which saved him from being a dunce. At 15 he was transferred to Eton, where he found better cricketing and a better river than in Warwickshire. From Lady Geraldine the boy had received no bent towards high thoughts or a noble ambition. She loved him passionately, but with a love that was both weak and selfish. She would have had him educated at home, a boudoir sybarite, to lie on the Persian rug at her feet and read frivolous books in fine bindings, to sit by her side when she drove, to be pampered and idolized and ruined in body and soul. The father's strong sense interfered to prevent this. Mr. Giles Goring was no classic, and he was a self-taught mathematician, while the boy's tutor had taken honours in both branches of learning. But he was clever enough to see that this luxurious home education was a mockery, that the lad was being flattered by an obsequious tutor and spoiled by a foolish mother. He sent the Oxonian about his business and took the boy to Eton, not before Lady Geraldine had done him as much harm as a doting mother can do to a beloved son. She had taught him, unintentionally and unconsciously perhaps, to despise his father. She had taught him to consider himself, by right of his likeness to her and his keen sympathy with all her thoughts and fancies and prejudices, a sympathy to which she had as unconsciously trained and schooled him, belonging to her class and not to his father's. The low-born father was an accident of his life, a good, endurable man, and to be respected, after a fashion, for his lowly worth, but spiritually, eclectically, aesthetically, of no kin with the son who bore his name, and who was to inherit, and perhaps waste, his hard-won wealth. The mother and son had a code of signals, little looks and subtle smiles, with which they communicated their ideas before the blunt, plain-spoken father. Lady Geraldine never spoke against her husband, nor did she descend even in moments of confidence to vulgar ridicule. "So like your father," she would say, with her languid smile, of an honest, unconventional act or speech of Mr. Giles Goring's. And it must be confessed that Mr. Giles Goring was one of those impulsive, outspoken men who do somewhat exercise a wife's patience. Lady Geraldine never lost her temper with him. She was never rude. She never overtly thwarted his wishes or opposed his plans, but she shrugged her graceful shoulders and lifted her delicately pencilled eyebrows, and allowed her son to understand what an impassable gulf yawned between her, the daughter of 100 earls, or at least half a dozen, and the self-made millionaire. Escaping from the stifling moral atmosphere of his mother's boudoir, Gerald found his first ideas of a higher and a nobler life at South Hill. At the Abbey he had been taught to believe that there were two good things in the world, rank and money, but that even rank, the very flower of life, must droop and fade if not manured with gold. At South Hill he learned to think lightly of both, and to aspire to something better than either. For the sake of being praised and admired by Madeline, he worked almost honestly at Eton and Oxford. She kindled his ambition, and inspired by her, his youth and talent blossomed into poetry. He sat up late at nights writing impassioned verse. He dashed off wild stanzas in the XXIII style when his brain was fired by the mild orgies of a modern wine and the fiercer rapture of a modern bear fight. And Madeline was his only Thyrza. He was not a man who can find his Egeria in every street. For a little while he fancied that it was in him to be a second Byron, that the divine breath inflated his lungs, that he had but to strike on the kithera for the divine accords to come. He strummed cleverly enough upon the sacred strings, spoiled a good deal of clean paper, and amused himself considerably. Then, failing, in consequence of an utter absence of the critical faculty, to win the prize for English verse, he turned his back upon the muses, and henceforward spoke with ridicule of his poetic adolescence. Still the muse had exercised her elevating influence, and inspired by her and by Madeline, Gerald Goring had learned to despise those lesser aims which his mother had held before him as the sublimities of life. He was fond of art, and had a marked talent for painting, but as he never extended his labours or his studies beyond the amateur's easy course, he was not likely to rise above the amateur's level. Why should a man who is sure to inherit 1,000,000 submit to the drudgery of severe technical training in order to take the bread out of the mouths of painters who must needs live by their art? Gerald painted a little, now landscape, now figure, as the spirit moved him, sculptured a little, poetized a little, set a little song of his own to music now and then to please Lena, and was altogether accomplished and interesting. But he would have liked to be great, to have had his name bandied about for praise or blame upon the lips of men, and it irked him somewhat to know and feel that he was not of the stuff which makes great men, or in other words, that he entirely lacked that power of sustained industry which can alone achieve greatness. For his own inward satisfaction, and for Lena's sake, he would have liked to distinguish himself, but the pathway of life had been made fatally smooth for him. It lay through a land of flowery pastures and running brooks, a happy valley of all earthly delights. And how could any man be resolute enough to turn aside from all sensuous pleasures, to climb rugged rocky hills, in pursuit of some perchance unattainable spiritual delight? There was so much that wealth could give him, that it would have been hardly natural for Gerald Goring to live laborious days for the sake of the one thing which wealth could not give. He had just that dreamy, poetic temperament which can clothe sensual joys with the glory and radiance of the intellectual, Politics, statecraft, he frankly detested. Science he considered an insult to poetry. He would have liked the stir and excitement, the fever and glory of war, but not the daily dry-as-dust work of a soldier's life, or the hardships of campaigning. He was not an unbeliever, but his religious belief was too vague for a churchman. Having failed to distinguish himself as a poet, and being too idle to succeed as a painter, he saw no royal road to fame open to him, and so was content to fall back from the race and enjoy the delicious repose of an utterly aimless life. He pictured to himself a future in which there should be no crumpled rose-leaf, a wife in all things perfect, fondly loved, admired, respected, children as lovely as a poet's dream of childhood, an existence passed amidst the fairest scenes of earth, with such endless variety of background as unlimited wealth can give. He would not, like Tiberius, build himself a dozen villas upon one rock-bound island, but he would make his temporary nest in every valley and by every lake, striking his tents before ever satiety could dull the keen edge of enjoyment. Nor should this ideal life, though aimless, be empty of good works. Madeline should have carte blanche for the gratification of her benevolent schemes, great or small, and he would be ready to help her with counsel and sympathy, provided always that he were not called upon to work, or to put himself en rapport with professional philanthropists, a most useful class, no doubt, but obnoxious to him as a lover of ease and pleasure. He had looked forward with placid self-satisfaction to this life ever since his engagement, and indeed for some time before that solemn betrothal. From his boyhood he had loved Madeline, and had believed himself loved by her. Betrothal followed almost as a matter of course. Lady Geraldine had spoken of the engagement as a settled thing, ever so long before the lovers had bound themselves each to each. She had told Lena that she was to be her daughter, the only girl she could love as her son's wife, and when Gerald was away at Oxford, Lena had spent half her life at Goring with his mother, talking about him, worshipping him, as men are worshipped sometimes by women infinitely above them. From the time of his engagement, nay, from the time when first his boyish heart recognised a mistress, Gerald's affection for Madeline had known no change or diminution. Never had his soul wavered, nor did it waver in his regard and reverence for her now, as he sat on the sunlit deck of the Kelpie in this fair autumn weather, his brush lying idle by his side, his thoughts perplexed and wandering. Yet there was a jar in the harmony of his life, a dissonant interval somewhere in the music. The thought of Daphne troubled him. He had a suspicion that she was not happy. Gay and sparkling as she was at times, she was prone to fits of silence and sullenness, unaccountable in so young a creature, unless it were that she cherished some secret grief, and that the hidden fox so many of us carry had his tooth in her young breast. He was no coxcomb, not in the least degree inclined to suppose that women had a natural bent towards falling in love with him, yet in this case he was troubled by the suspicion that Daphne's standoffishness was not so much a token of indifference or dislike as the sign of a deeper feeling. She had been so variable in her manner to him, now all sweet, and anon all sour, now avoiding him, now showing but too plainly her intense delight in his presence, by subtlest signs, by sudden blushes, by loveliest looks, by faintly quivering lip or trembling hand, by the swift lighting up of her whole face at his coming, by the low veiled tones of her soft sweet voice. Yes, by too many a sign and token, fighting her hardest to hide her secret all the time, she had given him ground for suspecting that she loved him. He recalled with unspeakable pain her pale, distressed face that day of their first meeting at South Hill, the absolute horror in her widely opened eyes, the deadly coldness of her trembling hand. Why had she called her boat by that ridiculous name, and why had she been so anxious to cancel it? The thought of those things disturbed his peace. She was so lovely, so innocent, so wild, so wilful. "My bright spirit of the woods," he said to himself, "I should like your fate to be happy, and yet. He dared not shape his thought further, but the question was in his mind, would I like her fate to be far apart from mine? Why had she rejected Edgar Turchill, a man so honestly, so obviously devoted to her, able, one might suppose, to sympathise with all her girlish fancies, to gratify every whim? She ought to like him. She must be made to like him, he said to himself, his heart suddenly aglow with virtuous, almost heroical resolve. His heart had thrilled that night in the shadow of the walnut boughs, when he heard Daphne's contemptuous rejection of her lover. He had been guiltily glad, and yet he was ready to do his duty. He was eager to play the mediator and win the girl for that true-hearted lover. He meant to be loyal. Poor Daphne, he sighed. Her cradle was shadowed by a guilty mother's folly. She had been cheated out of her father's love. She need have something good in this life to make amends for all she has lost. Edgar would make an admirable husband. The Kelpie turned her nose towards home next day, and soon Gerald was dreamily watching the play of sunbeam and shadow on the heathery slopes above the Kyles of Bute, very near Greenock, and the station and the express train that was to carry him home. He turned his back almost reluctantly on the sea life, the unfettered bachelor habits. Though he longed to see Madeline again, almost as fondly as he had longed for her 4 months ago when he was leaving Bergen, yet there was a curious, indefinable pain mingled with the lover's yearning. An image thrust itself between him and his own true love. A haunting shape was mingled with all his dreams of the future. Pray God she may marry soon and have children and get matronly and dull and stupid, he said to himself savagely, and then I shall forget the Dryad of Fontainebleau. He travelled all night and got to Stratford early in the afternoon. He had given no notice of his coming either at the Abbey or South Hill, and his first visit was naturally to the house that held his betrothed. His limbs were cramped and stiffened by the long journey, and he dispatched his valet and his portmanteau to Goring in a fly, and walked across the fields to South Hill. It was a long walk, and he took his time about it, stopping now and then to look somewhat wistfully at the brown river on whose breast the scattered leaves were drifting. The sky was dull and grey, with only faint patches of wintry sunlight in the west. The atmosphere was heavy, and the year seemed ever so much older here than in Scotland. He passed Baddesley and Arden, with only a glance across the smooth lawn at the rectory, where the china asters were in their glory, and the majolica vases under the rustic verandah made bright spots of colour in the autumn gloom. Then, instead of taking the meadow path to South Hill, he chose the longer way and followed the windings of the Avon, intending to let himself into the South Hill grounds by the little gate near Daphne's boathouse. He was within about 1/4 of a mile of the boathouse when he saw a spot of scarlet gleaming amidst the shadows of the rustic roof. The boathouse was a thatched erection of the Noah's Ark pattern, and the front was open to the water. Below this thatched gable end, and on a level with the river, showed the vivid spot of red. Gerald quickened his pace unconsciously, with a curious eagerness to solve the mystery of that bit of colour. Yes, it was as he had fancied. It was Daphne, seated alone and dejected on the keel of her upturned boat. The yellow collie darted out and leapt up at him, growling and snapping as he drew near her. Daphne looked at him, or he so fancied, with a piteous, half-beseeching gaze. She was very pale, and he thought she looked wretchedly ill. "Have you been ill?" he asked eagerly as they shook hands. "Quiet, you mongrel," to the suspicious Goldie. "Never was better in my life," she answered briskly. "Then your looks belie you. I was afraid you'd been seriously ill. Don't you think if I had, Lena would have mentioned it to you in a postscript or a nota bene or something?" "Of course." "I detest cold weather, and I am chilled to the bone in spite of this thick shawl," she answered lightly, glancing at the scarlet wrap which had caught Gerald's eye from afar. "I wonder you choose such a spot as this for your afternoon meditations. It is certainly about the dampest and chilliest place you could find." "I did not come here to meditate, but to read," answered Daphne. "I have got Browning's new poem, and it requires a great deal of hard thinking before one can quite appreciate it. And if I tell you that Aunt Rhoda is in the drawing-room and means to stick there till dinner-time, you will not require any further reason for my being here. That's dreadful. Yet I must face the Gorgon. I am dying to see Lena." "Naturally, and she will be enraptured at your return," answered Daphne in her most natural manner. "She has been expecting you every day in the hour." "Eh? For in a minute there are many days. Shakespeare. Thank God. I don't object to the Bard of Avon half so strongly now. I have been in a country where everybody quotes an uncouth rhymester whom they call Bobby Bairns. Shakespeare seems almost civilised in comparison. Will you walk up to the house with me?" She looked down at her open book. She had not been reading when he came unawares upon her solitude. He had seen that, just as surely as he had seen the faint, convulsive movement of her throat, the start, the pallor that marked her surprise at his approach. He had acquired a fatal habit of watching and analysing her emotions, and it seemed to him that she had brightened since his coming, that new light and colour had returned to her face, almost as you may see the revival of a flower that has drooped in the drought, and which revivifies under the gentle summer rain. She looked at her book doubtfully, as if she would like to say no. "You had better come with me. It is nearly tea-time, and I know you are dying for a cup of tea. I never knew a woman that wasn't." "Exhausted nature tells me that it is tea-time. Yes, I suppose I had better come." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 18. Love will not be constrained by mastery. A man who lives within easy reach of 2 good packs of foxhounds, and in a fair hunting country on the very edge of the shires, can hardly mope, albeit he may feel that, in a general way, his heart is broken. Thus it was with Edgar Turchill, who hunted 4 days a week and came to South Hill on the off days to suffer and to enjoy all those hot fits and cold fits, those desperate delights plucked from the jaws of pain, which a man feels when he adores a girl who does not care a straw for him. He had been rejected, even with contumely as it seemed to him, yet so dearly did he delight in Daphne's society that if he were destined never to win her for his own, the next best blessing he asked from fate was to be allowed to dangle about her forever, to fetch and carry, to be snubbed and laughed at and patronized as it pleased her wilful humour. The autumn and early winter were mild, a capital season for hunting. "What selfish creatures you sporting men are!" cried Daphne one morning, looking gloomily out at the gloomy November day. "So long as you can go galloping over the muggy fields after innocent foxes, you don't care how dreary the world is for other people. We want a hard frost, for then we might have some skating on the pond. I wish the Avon would freeze, so that we could skate to Tewkesbury." "I dare say we shall have plenty of hard weather in January," said Edgar apologetically. It was one of his off days, and he had ridden over to South Hill directly after luncheon. "You ought to hunt, Daphne." "Of course I ought, but Sir Vernon does not see it in the same light. When I mildly suggested that I thought you wouldn't mind lending me a horse—" "Mind?" cried Edgar. "That little mare of mine would carry you to perfection. She's so clever, you'd have nothing to do but to sit upon her." "Exactly. It would be a foretaste of paradise. But at my hinting such a possibility, my father gave me a look that almost annihilated me." "You may be more independently situated next season," suggested Mr. Goring, looking up from the billiard table, where he was amusing himself with a few random strokes while Madeline was putting on her hat and jacket for a rustic ramble. "You may have your own stable, perhaps, and a nice sporting husband to look after it for you." Daphne reddened angrily at the suggestion, while poor Edgar put on his sheepish look and took refuge at the billiard table. "Are you coming out for a walk, Empress?" asked Gerald carelessly. "I don't know. It's such dreary work prowling about a wintry landscape. I think I shall stay at home and read." "You'd better come," pleaded Edgar, feeling that he would not be allowed the perilous bliss of a tete-a-tete afternoon with her, and that if such bliss were permissible, the pleasure would be mixed with too deep a pain. Out in the fields and lanes with Goring and Madeline, he might enjoy her society. She half consented to go, and then, discovering that Madeline was going to make some calls, changed her mind. "I'll go to my room and finish my 3rd volume," she said. "What a misanthrope you are, Daphne, a female Timon." "I think I shall call you Timonia henceforward," retorted Gerald. "When it is a question of making ceremonious afternoon visits, I rather hate my fellow creatures," replied Daphne with charming frankness. "The nicest people one knows are not half so nice as the figments of fancy one meets in a book. And if the book person waxes stupid, we can shut him up. which one can't do to a living friend. So Daphne wished Mr. Turchill good day and went off to her own den, the pretty chintz draperied bedroom, with its frivolities and individualities in the way of furniture and ornament, and its privileged solitude. Edgar, feeling that he might be a nuisance to the other two if he offered to accompany them, prepared to take his leave, yet with a lingering hope that Madeline would ask him to remain. Her kindness divined his wish, and she asked him to stay to dinner. "You're very kind," he faltered, having dined at South Hill once in the current week, and sorely afraid that he was degenerating into a sponge. "But I've got a fellow to see at Warwick. I shall have to dine with him, but if you'll let me come back in the evening for a game at billiards—" "Let you? Why, Edgar, you know my father is always glad to see you." "He is very good, only I'm afraid of becoming a nuisance. I can't help hanging about the place." "We are always pleased to have you here, all of us." Edgar thanked her warmly. He had fallen into a dejected condition, fancying himself of less account than the rest of men since Daphne had spurned him, a creature to be scorned and trampled underfoot. Nor did Daphne's easy kindness give him any comfort. She had resumed her tone of sisterly friendship. She seemed to forget that he had ever proposed to her. She was serenely unconscious that he was breaking his heart for her. Why could he not get himself killed or desperately hurt in the hunting field, so that she might be sorry for him? He was almost angry with his horses for being such clever jumpers and never putting his neck in peril. A pearl across a bullfinch, a broken collarbone, might melt that obdurate heart, and a man may get through life very well with a damaged collarbone. "I'm afraid the collarbone wouldn't be enough," mused Edgar. "It doesn't sound romantic. A broken arm worn in a sling might be of some use." He would have suffered anything, hazarded anything, to improve his chances. He tried to lure Daphne to Hawksyard again, tempting her with the stables, the dogs, the poultry yard, but it was no use. She had always some excuse for declining his or his mother's invitations. She would not even accompany Lena when she went to call upon Mrs. Turchill. She had an idea that Edgar was in the habit of offering his hand and heart to every young lady visitor. "He made such an utter idiot of himself the night we dined there," she said to Lena. "I shall never again trust myself upon his patrimonial estate. On neutral ground, I haven't the least objection to him." "Daphne, is it kind to speak of him like that, when you know that he was thoroughly in earnest?" "He was thoroughly in earnest about you before. True love cannot change like that." "Yet I am convinced that he is true, Daphne," Lena answered seriously. Autumn slipped into winter. There was a light frost every night, and in the misty mornings the low meadows glittered whitely with a thin coating of rime, which vanished with those early mists. There was no weather cold enough to curdle the water in the shallow pond yonder by the plantation, or to stop Lord Willoughby's hounds. Daphne sighed in vain for the delight of skating. Christmas at South Hill was not a period of exuberant mirth. Ever since his second wife's death, Sir Vernon Lawford had held himself as much aloof from county society as he conveniently could, without being considered either inhospitable or eccentric. There was a good deal done for the poor, in a very quiet way, by Madeline, and the servants were allowed to enjoy themselves, but of old-fashioned festivity there was none. Mr. and Mrs. Ferrers were asked to dine on Christmas Day. Aunt Rhoda suggested that they should be asked, and accepted the invitation in advance, in order, as she observed, that the bond of family union might be strengthened by genial intercourse upon that sacred anniversary. Gerald was, of course, to be at South Hill, where at all times he spent more of his waking hours than at Goring Abbey. Edgar had spoken so dolefully of the dullness of a Christmas Day at Hawksyard that Madeline had been moved by pity to suggest that Mrs. Turchill and her son might be invited to the family feast. "That will make it a party," said Sir Vernon when his daughter pleaded for this grace, "and I am not well enough to stand a party." He was not well. Of that fact there could be no doubt. He had been given to hypochondriacal fancies for the last 5 years, but there was a certain amount of fact underlying these fancies. The effeminately white hand was growing more transparent. The capricious appetite was more difficult to tempt. The slow promenade on the garden terrace was growing slower. The thin face was more drawn. The aquiline nose was sharper in outline. There was a chronic complaint of some obscure kind, vaguely described by a London specialist and dimly understood by the family doctor, which must eventually shorten the baronet's life. But his mind was so vigorous and unbending, his countenance so stern, his manner so uncompromising, that it was difficult to believe that death had set his mark upon him. To his elder daughter alone he revealed the one tender feeling left in him, and that was his very real affection for herself, a love that was chastened and poetized by his reverent and regretful memory of her mother. "Dear father, it need not be a party because of the Turchills. Edgar is like one of ourselves, and Mrs. Turchill is so very quiet." "Ask them, Lena, ask them, if it will be any pleasure to you." "I think it will please Edgar. He says Hawksyard is so dreary at Christmas." If people had not set up a fictitious idea of Christmas gaiety, they would not complain of the season being dull, said Sir Vernon, somewhat impatiently. "That notion of unlimited junketing doesn't come from any real religious feeling. Peace on earth and goodwill towards men doesn't mean snapdragon and childish foolery. It is a silly myth of the Middle Ages which sticks like a burr to the modern mind." "It is a pleasant idea that kindred and old friends should meet at that sacred time," argued Lena gently. "Yes, if kindred in a general way could meet without quarrelling. That there should be a good deal done for the poor at Christmas I can understand and approve. It is the central point of winter, and then there is the divine association which beautifies every gift. And that children should look forward to Christmas as an extra birthday in every nursery is a pretty fancy enough. But that men and women of the world should foregather and pretend to be fonder of one another on that day than at any other season is too hollow a sham for my patience." Madeline wrote a friendly invitation to Mrs. Turchill, and gave her note to Edgar to carry home that evening. "It's awfully good of you," he said ruefully, when she told him the purport of her letter, "but I'm afraid it won't answer. Mother stands on her dignity about Christmas Day, and I don't think wild horses would drag her away from her own dining room. I shall have to dine tete-a-tete with her, poor old dear, and we shall sit staring at the oak panelling and pretending to enjoy the plum pudding, made according to the old lady's own particular recipe, handed down by her grandmother. There's been an agreeable sameness about our Christmas dinner for the last 10 years. It is as solemn as a druidical sacrifice. I could almost fancy that Mother had been out in the woods at daybreak cutting mistletoe with a golden sickle. Edgar was correct in his idea of his mother's reply. Mrs. Turchill wrote with much ceremony and politeness that, delighted as she and her son would have been to accept so gratifying an invitation, she must on principle reluctantly decline it. She never had dined away from her own home on Christmas Day, and she never would. She considered it a day upon which families should gather round their own firesides, etc., 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 and remained with affectionate regards, etc. "How can a family of two gather round the fireside?" asked Edgar dolefully. "The dear old mother writes rank nonsense." "Don't be downhearted, Turchill," said Gerald. "Perhaps by Christmas 12th you may be a family of 3, and the year after that a family of 4, and the year after that 5. Who knows? Time brings all good things." "I am just as grateful to you, Madeline, as if Mother had accepted," said Edgar, ignoring his friend's speech, though he blushed at its meaning. "It will be ineffably dreary. If the old lady should go to bed extra early, she sometimes does on Christmas Day, I might ride over just in time for a rattling good game of billiards," interjected Gerald. "Lena and I are improving. You and Daphne needn't give us more than 25 in 50. I'll have a horse ready saddled. Mother likes me to read some of the verses in the Christian Year to her after tea. I'm afraid I'm not a good reader, for Keble and I always send her to sleep." "Be particularly monotonous on this occasion," said Daphne, "and come over in time for a match." "You wouldn't be shocked if I came in as late as 10 o'clock? "I mean to sit up till 2, protested Daphne. "It is my first Christmas at home since I was in the nursery. It must be a Shakespearean Christmas. We'll have a wassail bowl, roasted apples bobbing about in warm negus, or something of that kind. I shall copy out some medieval recipes for Spicer. Come as late as you like, Edgar. Papa is sure to go to bed early. Christmas will have a soporific effect upon him, as well as upon Mrs. Turchill, no doubt. And the Ferrers people will go when he retires, and we can have no end of fun in the billiard room, where not a mortal can hear us." "You seem to be providing for a night of riot, a regular orgy, something almost as dissipated as Nero's banquet on the Lake of Agrippa," said Gerald, laughing at her earnestness. "Why should not one be merry for once in one's life?" "Why indeed," cried Gerald. "Vogue la guerrière, forget me not in voguant la gallière. There's a line from an early English poet for you, my Shakespearean student." Christmas Day was not joyless. Daphne, so fitful in her mirth, so sudden in her intervals of gloom, periods of depression which Sir Vernon, Aunt Rhoda, and Madeline's confidential maid and umquhile nurse Mouser stigmatized as sulks, was on this occasion all sunshine. "I have made up my mind to be happy," she said at breakfast, which meal she and Madeline were enjoying alone in the bright cheery room, the table gay with winter flowers and old silver, a wood fire burning merrily in the bright brass grate. "Even my father's coldness shall not freeze me. Last Christmas Day I was eating my heart at Asnieres, and envying that vulgar Dib, whose people had had her sent home, and hoping savagely that she would be ever so sick in crossing the Channel. There I was in that dreary, tawdry schoolroom, with half a dozen mahogany-coloured girls from Toulon and Toulouse and Carcassonne, and now I am at home and with you, and I mean to be happy. Discontent shall not come near me to-day, and you will taste my wassail bowl, won't you, Lena? Yes, dear, if it isn't quite too nasty." Lena had given her younger sister licence for any kind of medieval experiments in conjunction with Mrs. Spicer, and there had been much consultation of authorities, Knight and Timms and Washington Irving, and a good deal of messing in the spacious still-room, with a profligate consumption of lemons and sherry and spices and russet apples. With the dinner at which her father and the rectory people were to assist, Daphne ventured no interference, but she had planned a Shakespearean refection in the billiard-room at midnight, if they could only get rid of Aunt Rhoda, whose sense of propriety was so strong that she might perhaps insist upon staying till the two young men had taken their departure. "I wish we could have old Spicer in to matronise the party," said Daphne. "She looks lovely in her Sunday evening gown. She would sit smiling benevolently at us till she dropped asleep, instead of contemplating us as if she thought the next stage of our existence would be a lunatic asylum, as Aunt Rhoda generally does when we are cheerful." "I'm afraid you must put up with Aunt Rhoda to-night, Daphne," answered Madeline. "She has suggested that she and the rector should have the blue room, as the drive home might bring on his bronchitis." "His bronchitis, indeed," cried Daphne. "He appropriates the complaint as if nobody else had ever had it. So they're going to stay the night. Of all the cool proceedings I ever heard of, that is about the coolest. And Aunt Rhoda's one of those people who are never sleepy. She will sit us out, however late we are. Never mind, the banquet will be all the more classical and complete. Aunt Rhoda will be the skeleton." Daphne contrived to be happy all day in spite of Mrs. Ferrers, who was particularly ungracious to her younger niece, while she was lavish of compliments and pretty speeches to the elder. The faithful slave Edgar was absent on duty, going to church twice with his mother, dining with her, devoted to her altogether, or as much as he could be with a heart that longed to be elsewhere. But Daphne hardly missed him. Gerald Goring was in high spirits, full of life and talk and fun, as if he too had made up his mind that this great day in the Christian calendar should be a day of rejoicing for him. They all went to church together in the morning, and admired the decorations, which owed all their artistic beauty to Madeline's taste, and were in a large measure the work of her own industrious fingers. They joined reverently in the liturgy, and listened patiently to the rector's sermon, in which he aired a few of those good old orthodox truisms which have been repeated time out of mind by rural incumbents upon Christmas mornings. After luncheon they all three went on a round of visits to Madeline's cottagers, those special old established families to whose various needs, intellectual and corporeal, she had ministered from her early girlhood, and who esteemed a Christmas visit from Miss Lawford as the highest honour and privilege of the year. It was pleasant to look at the tidy little keeping rooms, where the dressers shone with a bright array of crockery, and the hearths were so neatly swept, and the pots and pans and brass candlesticks on the chimney-piece, and the little black framed scriptural pictures were all decorated with sprigs of ivy and holly. Pleasant the air of dinner and dessert which pervaded every house. Daphne had a basket of toys for the children, a basket which Gerald insisted upon carrying, looking into it every now and then, and affecting an intense curiosity as to the contents. The sky was dark, save for one low red streak above the ragged edge of the wooded lane, when they went back to afternoon tea. And what a comfortable change it was from the wintry world outside to Madeline's flowery morning room, heavy with the scent of hyacinths and Parma violets, and bright with blazing logs. The low Japanese tea table was drawn in front of the fire, and the basket chairs stood ready for the tea drinkers. "I was afraid Aunt Rhoda would be here to tea," said Daphne, sinking into her favourite seat on the fender stool in the shadow of the draped mantelpiece. "Is it not delicious to have this firelight hour all to ourselves? I always feel that just this time, this changeful light, stands apart from the rest of our lives. Our thoughts and fancies are all different somehow. They seem to take the rosy colour out of the fire. They are dim and dreamy and full of change, like the shadows on the wall. We are different. Just now I feel as if I had not a care." "And have you many cares at other times?" asked Gerald scoffingly. "A few. The fear that your ball dress may not fit, or that some clumsy fox-hunting partner may smash the ivory fan which Lena gave you yesterday." "Man is born to trouble as the sparks fly upward," answered Daphne sententiously. "Do you think because I live in a fine house and have food and raiment found for me, that I do not know the meaning of care? Well, I should fancy there's a long way between your comprehension of the word and that of a Whitechapel sempstress, a widow with 5 small children to keep and a lodging to pay upon the produce of her needle, with famine or the workhouse staring her in the face." "It is the hour for telling ghost stories," exclaimed Daphne, kneeling at her sister's side to receive her cup and saucer, and trifling daintily with the miniature Queen Anne tongs as she helped herself to sugar. "Lena, tell us the story of this house. It ought to be haunted." "I am thankful to say I have never heard of any ghosts," answered Madeline. "Every house that has been lived in 50 years must have some sad memories, but our dead do not come back to us except in our dreams." "Mr. Goring, I insist upon a ghost story," said Daphne. "On this particular day, at this particular hour, in this delicious half-light, a story of some kind must be told." "I delight in ghost stories. Good, grim old German legends," answered Gerald languidly, looking deliciously comfortable in the depths of an immense armchair, so low that it needed the dexterity of a gymnast to enable man or woman to get in or out of it gracefully. A downy cushioned nest when one was there. "I adore phantoms and fiends and the whole shop full, but I never could remember a story in my life." "You must tell one tonight," cried Daphne eagerly. "It need not be ghostly. A nice murder would do, a grisly murder. My blood begins to turn cold in advance." "I am sorry to disappoint you," said Gerald, "but although I have made a careful study of all the interesting murders of my age, I could never distinctly remember details. I should get hideously mixed if I tried to relate the circumstances of a famous crime. I should confound Rush with Palmer, the Mannings with the Greenacres, put the pistol into the hand that used the knife, give the dagger to the man who pinned his faith on the bowl. Not to be done, Daphne. I am no raconteur. You and Lena had better amuse me. One of you can tell me a story, something classical, John Gilpin, or the old woman with her pig." "John Gilpin? A horridly cheerful sing-song ballad, and in such a fantastic dreamy light as this? I wonder you have not more sense of the fitness of things. Besides, it is your duty to amuse us. A story of some kind we must have, mustn't we, Lena, dearest?" "It would be very pleasant in this half-light," answered Lena softly, quite happy, sitting silently between those two whom she loved so dearly, pleased especially at Daphne's brightness and good humour, and apparently friendly feeling for Gerald. "You hear?" exclaimed Daphne. "Your liege lady commands you." "A story," mused Gerald in his laziest tone, with his head lying back on the cushions and his eyes looking dreamily up at the ceiling, where the lights and shadows came and went so fantastically. "A story, ghostly or murderous, tragical, comical, amorous, sentimental. Well, suppose now I were to tell you a classical story as old as the hills, or as the laurel bushes in your garden, the story of your namesake, Daphne." "Namesake," echoed the girl, with her golden head resting against the arm of her sister's chair, her eyes gravely contemplative of the fire. "Had I ever a namesake? Could there be another set of godfathers and godmothers in the world stupid enough or hard-hearted enough to give an unconscious innocent such a name as mine?" "The namesake I am thinking of lived before the days of godfathers and godmothers," answered Gerald, still looking up at the ceiling with a dreamy smile on his face. "She was the daughter of a river god and a naiad, a wild, free-born, untamable creature, beautiful as a dream, variable as the winds that rippled the stream from which her father took his name. Wooers had sought her, but in vain. She loved the wood and the chase, all free and sylvan delights, the unfettered life of a virgin. She emulated the fame of Diana. She desired to live and die apart from the rude race of men, a woodland goddess among her maidens. Often her father said, 'Daughter, thou owest me a son.' Often her father said, 'Child, thou owest me grandchildren.' She, with blushing cheeks, hung on her father's neck and repulsed the torch of Hymen as if it were a crime to love. 'Let me, like Diana, live unwedded,' she pleaded. 'Grant me the same boon Jove gave his daughter.' 'Sweet one,' said the father, 'thy duty forbids the destiny thy soul desires. Love will find thee out.' The river god spoke words of fatal truth. Love sought Daphne, and he came in a godlike form. Phoebus Apollo was the lover. Phoebus, the spirit of light and music and beauty. He saw her, and all his soul was on fire with love. The dupe of his own oracles, he hoped for victory. He saw Daphne's hair floating carelessly upon the wind, the eyes like shining stars, the sweet lips which it was pain to see and not to kiss. But lighter than the wind, the cruel nymph fled from him. In vain he called her, in vain he tried to stop her. 'Stay, sweet one,' he cried, 'it is no enemy who pursues thee.' So flies the lamb, the wolf, the hind, the lion, the trembling dove from the strong winged eagle. But 'tis love bids me follow. Stay thy steps, suspend thy flight, and I will slacken my pursuit. 'Foolish one, Thou knowest not whom thou fliest. No rude mountaineer or ungainly shepherd pursues thee, but a god before whose law Delphos, Claros, and Tenedos obey, the son of high Jove himself, the deity who reveals the past, the present, and the future, who first wedded song to the stringed lyre. My arrows are deadly, but a deadlier shaft has pierced my heart. Thus and much more he pleaded, yet Daphne still fled from him, heedless of the briars that wounded her naked feet, the winds that lifted her flowing hair. The breathless god could no longer find words of entreaty. Maddened by love, he followed in feverish haste. He gained on her, his breath touched her floating tresses. The inexorable nymph felt her strength failing. With outstretched arms, with beseeching eyes, she appealed to the river. "O Father, if thy waves have power to save me, come to my aid. O Mother Earth, open and fold me in thine arms, or by some sudden change destroy the beauty that subjects me to outrage." Scarcely was the prayer spoken when a heavy torpor crept over her limbs. The nymph's lovely shoulders covered themselves with a smooth bark. Her hair changed to leaves, her arms to branches, her feet, a moment before so agile, became rooted to the ground. Yet Phoebus still loved. He felt beneath the bark of the tree the heartbeat of the nymph he adored. He covered the senseless tree with his despairing kisses. And then, when he knew that the nymph was lost to him forever, he cried, "If thou canst not be my wife, thou shalt be at least Apollo's sacred tree. Laurel, thou shalt for ever wreath my hair, my lyre, my quiver. Thou shalt crown Rome's heroes. Thy sacred branches shall shelter and guard the palace of her Caesars. And as the god, thy lover, shines with the lustre of eternal youth, so too shalt thou preserve thy beauty and freshness to the end of time." "Poor Daphne," sighed Lena. "Poor Apollo, I think," said Gerald. "He was the loser. What do you think of my story, Mistress Daphne?" "I rather like my namesake," answered Daphne deliberately. "She was thorough. When she pretended to mean a thing, she really did mean it. There is a virtue in sincerity." "And obstinacy is a vice," said Gerald. "I consider the river god's daughter a pig-headed young person, whose natural coldness of heart predisposed her to transformation into a vegetable. Apollo made too much of her." End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 19. I deem that her heart was full of woe. All the servants at South Hill were old servants. Sir Vernon was a stern and an exacting master, but he only asked fair change for his shilling. He did not expect to reap where he had not sown, nor to gather where he had not strewed. His household was carried on upon a large and liberal scale, and the servants had privileges which they would hardly have enjoyed elsewhere. Therefore, with the disinterested fidelity of their profession and of the human race generally, they stayed with him, growing old and gray in his service. Among these faithful followers was one who made a stronger point of her fidelity than any of the others, and affected a certain superiority to all the rest. This was Mowser, Madeline's own maid, who had been maid to Lady Lawford until her death, and who, on that melancholy event, had taken upon herself the office of nurse to the orphan girl. That she was faithful to Madeline and strongly attached to Madeline there could be no doubt, but it was rather hard upon the outstanding balance of humanity that she could consider herself privileged by reason of this attachment to be as disagreeable as she pleased to every one else. In those early days of Madeline's infancy, Mowser had taken possession of the nurseries as her own domain, belonging to her by some sovereign right of custodianship, as entirely hers as if they had been her freehold. Strong in her convictions on this point, she had resented all intrusion from the outer world. She had looked daggers at innocent visitors who were brought to see the baby. She had carried on war to the knife, a war of impertinences and uncivil looks, with Aunt Rhoda firmly possessed by the idea that an aunt was an outsider as compared with a nurse. Didn't I sit up night after night with her when she had the scarlet fever, and go without my sleep and rest for a fortnight? Said the faithful one, expatiating vindictively upon her wrongs in the conversational freedom of the servants' hall. Will any of your fine ladies of fashion do that? Mrs. Spicer was of opinion that some might, but not Miss Rhoda Lawford. She was a great deal too fond of her own comfort. Mowser was not a woman of high culture. She had begun the battle of life early, and was too old to have been subject to the exactions of the school board. She had been born and bred in a Warwickshire village, and educated 35 years ago at a Warwickshire dame school. Gerald told Daphne that he had no doubt Mowser had every whit as much book learning as Shakespeare's mother, Mary Arden. She was not averse from the use of fine words, but pronounced them after her own fancy. All unauthorized visitors to the nursery she denounced as antelopes, meaning, it was supposed, not the graceful animal of the stag species, usually known by that name, but the more obnoxious human individual commonly called an interloper. Even Daphne, when she took the liberty to be born, and was brought by her own particular nurse to Mowser's nursery, was looked upon as belonging in some wise to the antelope family, while the strange nurse was, of course, a thoroughbred specimen of that race. While Daphne was an infant and the second nurse remained, there were fearful wars and rumours of wars in Mowser's apartments, and exultantly did that injured female lift up her voice when Daphne went to her first school, at an age when few children of the landed gentry are sent to school, and the unsanctified nurse departed. She came a pariah, and she went a pariah, a creature under a ban. "Now I can breathe free," exclaimed Mowser, after she had ostentatiously opened the windows and aired the nurseries, as in a Jewish household windows and doors are flung wide when the spirit has departed. "I felt almost stuffocated while she was here." Sir Vernon, seeing very little of Mowser, and knowing that she was a devoted nurse to his beloved elder daughter, had troubled himself very little about such complaints of her tempers, as from time to time reached his ears. He discouraged all fault finding in his sister upon principle. So long as everything in the house which concerned himself and his own comfort went on velvet, he was unaffected by the fact that the servants made themselves disagreeable to other people. It was no matter to him that Spicer had been abominably impertinent to Aunt Rhoda in the morning, provided his dinner were well cooked in the evening. Nor did Rhoda's raven croakings about the profligate wastefulness of his household distress him. He knew what he was spending, and that his expenses were so nearly on a level with his income that he always seemed poor. But though he liked to growl and grumble after every inspection of his banker's book, he hated to be worried about pounds of butter and quarts of milk and dozens of eggs by his sister. "If you pretend to keep my house, Rhoda, you must keep it quietly, and not plague me about these disgusting details," he said savagely, whereat Rhoda shrugged her elegant shoulders and protested that if her brother liked to be cheated, it was of course no business of hers to step in between him and the depredators. "I don't like to be cheated, but I like still less to be worried," said Sir Vernon decisively, and Rhoda was wise enough to carry on the struggle no longer. She had her own comfort and her own advantage to consider, and she troubled her brother no further about domestic difficulties. But she carried on her war with the enemy vigorously notwithstanding, fiercest of all with Mowser, who looked upon Miss Lawford as the very head and front of the antelope tribe. Mowser was a servant of the old school. She prided herself upon the manners and habits of a past generation. She wore corkscrew ringlets, and a cap trimmed with real Buckinghamshire lace. None of your Nottingham machine-made stuff for Mowser. Her petticoats were short and scanty, and her side-laced cashmere boots were a relic of the past. She wore an ostentatious gold chain round her neck, and a portly silver watch at her side. She was rarely seen without a black silk apron, which rustled exceedingly. She was of a bony figure, her face sharp and angular, her eyes a cold, hard-looking grey. When Madeline left the nursery, Mowser resumed her original function of lady's maid. She had no particular gifts for the office. She had no taste for millinery. She had no skill in hairdressing. She had been chosen by Madeline's mother, a young lady of very simple habits, on account of her respectability and local status. She was the daughter of old Mrs. Somebody, who had been 30 years a servant in the first Lady Lawford's family. The houses of the menial and the mistress had been allied for a century or so, and for this reason, rather than for any other, Jane Mowser had been considered eligible for the office of maid. She was active and industrious, kept her mistress's wardrobe and her mistress's dressing room in exquisite order. She could wash and mend laces to perfection. She could pack and unpack, and was a devoted attendant in illness. But here her powers found their limit. The milliner and the dressmaker had to do all the rest. Mowser had no more taste than any villager in her native hamlet, no capacity for advising or assisting her mistress in any of the details of the toilet. She looked upon all modern fashions as iniquities, which were perpetually inviting from heaven a reissue of that fiery rain which buried Sodom and Gomorrah. To Mowser's mind, jersey jackets and eel-skin dresses, idiot fringes and Toby frills were the fulfilment of the prophet Isaiah's prophecy. These were the changeable suits of apparel, the mantles and the tires and the crisping pins, the mufflers and round tires like the moon, and all these things were the forecast of some awful doom. It might be earthquakes, or floods, or a hideous concatenation of railway accidents, or the exhaustion of our coal mines, or the total failure of butcher's meat by reason of the foot and mouth disease. Mowser did not know what form the scourge would take, but she felt that retribution, prompt and dire, must follow the reign of painted faces, jersey bodies, and tight-fitting skirts. Young women could not be allowed so to display their figures with impunity. Providence had an eye on their sham complexions and borrowed locks. All picturesqueness of attire Mowser resented as a play actress style of dress, altogether degrading to a respectable mind. She objected to Daphne's neatly fitting tailor-made gowns, her soft creamy muslins relieved by dashes of vivid colour, and thought they would end badly. Not so did young ladies dress in Mowser's youth. Small, patterned, striped, or checked silks, with neat laced berthas fitting close to modestly covered shoulders, were then the mode. There was none of that artistic coquetry which gives to every woman's dress a distinctive character, marking her out from the throng. Vainly did Mowser sigh for those vanished days, the simplicity, the high thinking, and plain living of her girlhood. Here was Mrs. Ferrers wasting the Rector's substance upon gowns which 25 years ago would have been considered extravagant for a duchess. Here was Daphne dressing herself up, with Madoline's approval, to look as much as possible like a play actress or an old picture. Mowser was no fonder of Daphne now than she had been in the days when the unwelcome addition to the nursery was stigmatized as an antelope. There was still a good deal of the antelope about Daphne, in Mowser's opinion. It would have been better for all parties if Miss Daphne had stayed a year or two longer at her finishing school, Mowser remarked sententiously in the housekeeper's room, where she was regarded, or at any rate was known to regard herself, as an oracle. First and foremost, she hasn't half finished her education. "Haven't she, Mowser?" asked Jinman, Sir Vernon's own man, with a malicious twinkle in his eye. "How did you find out that? Have you been putting her through her paces?" "No, Mr. Jinman, but I hope I know whether a young lady's education is finished, without the help of book learning. My mother was left a lone widow before I was 3 years old, and I hadn't the opportunities some people have had, and might have made better use of. But I know what a young lady ought to be, and what she oughtn't to be, and I say Miss Daphne leans most to the last. Why, her manners are not half formed. She goes rushing about the house like a whirlwind, always in high spirits, or in the dumps. No meejum." "She's devilish pretty," said Jinman, who, on the strength of having spent a good deal of time with his master at Limmer's Hotel, put on a metropolitan and somewhat rakish air. "She's not fit to hold a candle to my mistress," retorted Mowser. "Not such a reg'lar style of beauty, perhaps, but more taking, more chick," said the valet. "I don't know what you mean by chick. She's a born flirt. Perhaps that's what you mean. She's her mother all over, worse luck for her. The same ways, the same looks, the same tones of voice. I wish she was out of the house. I never feel safe or comfortable about her. She's like a dagger hanging over my head, and I don't know when she may drop." "It's a pity she refused young Turchill," said Jinman. "He's the right sort, but as he still hangs on, I suppose she means to have him sooner or later." "No, she don't. That's not her meaning," answered Mowser, with significance. "What does she mean, then?" "I know what she means. I know her much better than her poor innocent sister does. Masks and artifexes ain't no use with me. I can read her. Mr. Turchill ain't good enough for her. She wants someone better than him, but she won't succeed in her mackinventions, while Mowser is by to file her. double-faced as she is." There was a subtlety about Mowser this evening which her fellow servants were hardly able to follow. They all liked Daphne for her pretty looks and bright girlish ways, yet, with that love of slander and mystery which is common to humanity in all circles, they rather inclined to hear Mowser hint darkly at the girl's unworthiness. They all preferred the slandered to the slanderer. But they listened all the same. And now Christmas was over, and the night of the Hunt Ball at Stratford was approaching. It was to be Daphne's first public appearance, first dance, first grown-up party of any kind. She was to see the county people assembled in a multitude for the first time in her life. A few of them she had seen by instalments at South Hill, callers and diners. She had been invited by these to various lawn parties, but her sister had refused all invitations of this kind, wishing that the occasion of Daphne's debut should be something more brilliant than a mere garden party, a fool's paradise of curates and young ladies. Daphne looked forward to the night with excitement, but excitement of that fitful kind which was common to her, now on the tiptoe of expectation, anon not caring a straw for the entertainment. There had been the usual talk about gowns, and Aunt Rhoda had insisted upon coming over to South Hill to give her opinion. "White, of course, for the debutante," said Madeline. "There can be no question about that." Mrs. Ferrers screwed up her lips in a severe manner, and looked at Daphne with a coldly critical stare. "White is so very trying," she said, as if Daphne's were not a beauty that could afford to be tried. "And then it has such a bridal air. I daresay there will be half a dozen brides at the ball. I know of two, Mrs. Todlington and Mrs. Frank Lothrop." "I don't think Daphne need fear comparison with either of those," answered Madeline, looking fondly at her sister, who was sitting on a cushion at her feet, turning over a book of fashion plates. "Well, darling, do you see anything there you would like?" "Nothing. Every one of the dresses is utterly hideous. Stiff, elaborate, fantastical without being artistic, gauged and puffed and pleated and festooned and fringed and gimped. Please dress me for the ball as you have always dressed me, out of your own head, Lina, without any help from Miss Piper's fashion plates." "Shall I, dear? Would you really prefer that to choosing something in the very last fashion?" "Infinitely." "Then I'll tell you what it shall be. I will dress you like a portrait by Sir Joshua. The richest white satin that money can buy, made as simply as Miss Piper can possibly be persuaded to make it, a little thin lace, cloud-like, about your neck and arms, and my small pearl necklace for your only ornament." "Madeline, do you think it is wise of you to let Daphne appear in borrowed plumes?" asked Mrs. Ferrers, severely. "It may be giving her wrong ideas." "They shall not be borrowed plumes. The necklace shall be my New Year's gift to you, Daphne, darling." "No, no, Lina, I'm not going to despoil you of your jewels. I've always thought it was dreadfully bad of the Jewesses to swindle the Egyptians before they crossed the Red Sea, even though they were told to do it." "Daphne," screamed Aunt Rhoda, "your profanity is something too shocking." "My pet, I'm not going to be contradicted," said Lina, not remarking upon this reproof. "The little necklace is yours henceforward. I have more jewelry than I can ever wear." "It was your mother's, Madeline, and you ought to respect it." "It was my mother's nature to give, and not to hoard, Aunt Rhoda. She would have been ashamed of a selfish daughter. Will that do, Daphne? The white satin and old Mechlin lace, and just one spray of stephanotis in your hair." "Nothing could be prettier, Lina." "What are you going to wear yourself, Madeline?" asked Mrs. Ferrers, with a dissatisfied air. "I suppose you are going to indulge in a new gown?" "I've hardly made up my mind to be so extravagant. There's the gold-coloured satin I had for the dinner at Warwick Castle." "Much too heavy for a ball. No, you must have something new, Lina, if it be only to keep me in countenance. I had quite made up my mind to wear that pearl grey Sicilienne which you all so much admired, but the Rector insisted upon my getting a new gown from Paris. From Worth? Can you suppose I could be so extravagant? No, Lina. When I venture upon a French gown, I get it from a little woman on a third floor in the Rue Vivienne. She was Worth's right hand some years ago, and she has quite his style. I tell her what colours I should like, and how much money I am prepared to spend, and she does all the rest without giving me any trouble. It was decided that Madeline should have a new gown of the palest salmon or blush rose colour, something which would look well with a profusion of those exquisite tea roses which McCloskey produced grudgingly in the winter tide, burning as much coal in the process as if he were steaming home from China with the first of the tea gatherings, and wanted to be beforehand with the rest of the trade. Mrs. Ferrers made a good many objections to Daphne's white satin, and was convinced it would be unbecoming to her, also that it would be wanting in style, yet it would be conspicuous, if not positively outré. But Lina had made up her mind, and was a person of considerable decision on occasions. Whatever the colour or material chosen, Aunt Rhoda would have objected to it, as she had not been called upon to advise in the matter. "Well, Lina, my dear, I must go home and give the Rector his afternoon tea," she said, rising and putting on her fur–lined mantle. "I might have spared myself the trouble of walking over to discuss ball dresses. You haven't wanted my advice." "It was very sweet of you to come, all the same, auntie," said Lina, kissing her, "and we might have wanted you badly. Besides, your advice is going to be taken. It is to please you that I am going to have a new gown, which I really don't want. Be sure Miss Piper makes your waist longer. The last was too short. She is not a patch upon my little Frenchwoman. But you are so bent upon employing the people about you. I like to spend my money near home, auntie. Even if you are rewarded by being made a guy. Well, at your age, and with your advantages, you can afford to be careless. I can't." New Year's Day passed very quietly. There was much less fuss about the New Year at South Hill than there had been at Madame Tolmache's 12 months ago, where the young ladies had prepared a stupendous surprise, of which she was perfectly aware, a month beforehand, for that lady, in the shape of an embroidered sofa–cushion, and where the pupils presented each other with boxes of sweetmeats, and gushed exceedingly in sentiments appropriate to the occasion. Except that Daphne found the pearl necklace in a little old–fashioned red morocco case under her pillow when she awoke on that first dawn of the year, the day might have been the same as other days. She sat up in her little curtainless bed with the necklace in her hand, looking straight before her into the wintry landscape, into the new year. "What is it going to be like for me? What is it going to bring me?" she asked herself, her eyes slowly filling with tears, her face and attitude, even to the listless hand which loosely held the string of pearls, expressive of a dejection that was akin to despair. "What will this new–born year bring me? Not happiness. No, that could not be. That can never be. I lost the hope of that a year and a half ago, on one foolish, never–to–be–forgotten summer day. If I had died before that day, if I had taken the fever like those other girls, and had it badly, and died of it, would it not have been a better fate than to be always fluttering on the edge of happiness, wickedly, wildly happy sometimes when I am with him, wretched when he is away, guilty always, guilty to her, my best and my dearest, shameful to myself, lost to honour, conscience–stricken, miserable." Her tears fell thick and fast now, and for some moments she wept passionately, greeting the new year with tears, then, growing calmer, she lifted the pearls to her lips and kissed them tenderly. "It shall be a talisman," she said to herself, "white gift from a white soul, pure and perfect as the giver. Yes, it shall be a charm. I will sin no more. I will think of him no more of whom to think is sin. I will shut him out of my heart. My love? I will forget you, my love, who held my hand that summer day, and read my fate there, an evil fate, yes, for is it not evil to love you? My love, who stole my heart with sweet low words and magical looks, looks and words that meant nothing to you, but all the world, more than the world, to me. Oh, I must find some way of forgetting you. I must teach myself to be proud. It is so mean, so degrading to go on loving where I have never been loved. If he knew it, how he would despise me. I would die rather than he should know. Hard to face a newborn year in such a temper as this, with a heart heavily burdened by a fatal secret. All the world, to outward seeming, smiles and sunshine. For what care could such a girl as Daphne have, a girl who had no more need for the serious consideration of life than the lilies have, all without sunshine and turtle doves, all within darkness and scorpions. When she was dressed, save for the putting on of her warm winter gown, Daphne clasped the necklace round her throat. The pearls were not whiter or more perfectly shaped than the neck they clasped. "I must wear my talisman always," she thought, as she fastened the snap. "Let me be like the prince in the fairy tale, whose ring used to remind him by a sharp little stab when he was drifting into sin." She went downstairs in a somewhat more cheerful mood than that of her first awaking. There was comfort in the pearls. She kissed her sister lovingly, kneeling by her side as she thanked her for the New Year's gift. There was an open jewel case on the breakfast table, and beside it a basket of summer flowers, a basket that had come straight from the sunny south, from the winterless flower gardens on the shores of the Mediterranean. Daphne looked at the jewels first, a low thing in human nature, but inevitable. The case contained a sapphire cross, the stones large and lustrous, perfect in their deep azure, and set in the lightest, most delicate mounting, a cross which a princess might hold choicest amongst all her jewels. The flowers were roses, camellias, violets, and a curious thorny stemmed orange blossom. "Oh, Lina," cried Daphne, "orange blossom with thorns! Isn't that an evil omen?" "I hope not, dear, but I like the other kind best. This is almost too spiky to put in a flower glass. But wasn't it good of Gerald to get these flowers sent over from Nice for a New Year's greeting?" "Oh, it was he who sent them." "Who else? There was a little note at the bottom of the basket, and see, this lovely camellia bud is labeled 'For Daphne.'" "There's Rue for you," quoted Daphne, with her half bitter smile. "Yes, it was very polite of him to remember my existence." "There is something else for you, darling, a locket which Gerald asked me to give you from him. He hopes you will wear it at your first ball." She opened a small blue velvet case, and Daphne beheld an oval locket of dead, dull gold, with a diagonal band of sapphires. It had a kind of moonlight effect which was very fascinating. "No," said Daphne gently, but with unmistakable resolve. "I will accept jewels from no one but you. You can afford to give me all I shall ever want, and it is a pleasure to you to give. I know that, dearest, and to me to receive. I cannot accept Mr. Goring's gift, although I appreciate his kindness in offering it." "Daphne, he will be dreadfully wounded." "No, he won't. He will understand that I have a touch of pride. From my sister, all the benefits in the world, but from him nothing, except this cold white bud." She put it to her lips involuntarily, unconsciously, but the contact of the flower he had touched thrilled her with mysterious passion, as if it were his very soul that touched her soul. She shivered and turned pale. "My pet, you are looking so ill this morning, so cold and wretched," said Madeline, looking up from fond contemplation of her lover's gifts just in time to see that white, wan look of Daphne's. "I am well enough, but it is a cold, wretched morning," answered Daphne, as she bent over the fire, spreading out her dimpled hands before the blaze. "Don't you think New Year's Day is a horrid anniversary, beginning everything over again from a fresh starting point, tempting one to think about the future, obliging one to look back at the past, and be sorry for having wasted another year? You will go to church, I suppose, and take your dose of remorse in an orthodox form." "Won't you come with me, Daphne? Every one ought to go to church on New Year's Day, even if it were not a sacred anniversary." "Yes, I will come, if you like. I may as well be there as anywhere else." "My darling, is that the way to speak, or to think about it?" "I don't know. I'm afraid I'm desperately irreligious. If I had ever found religion to do me any good, I might be more seriously minded, perhaps, but when I pray, my prayers seem to come back to me unheard. I'm always asking for bread and getting a stone." "Dearest, there can be but one reason for that. You do not pray rightly. Constant, fervent prayer never failed yet to bring a blessing. Perhaps not the very blessing we have asked for, but something purer, higher, the peace of God, which passeth all understanding. That, for the most part, is God's answer to faithful prayer. Perhaps that is it. I pray in a half-hearted way. My words fly up, my thoughts remain below. I am anchored too heavily to this wicked world. I stretch out my hands to heaven, but not my heart. That is of the earth, earthy. Come to church, dear, and this solemn day will bring serious thoughts." "I will go, if it were only for the sake of going a little way towards heaven with you. Yes, Lina, dearest, I will go and kneel by your side, and pray to become more like you." "A poor example," answered Madeline, smiling. And now Sir Vernon entered, pale and drawn after his late illness, but erect and dignified. There were no family prayers at South Hill, and there never had been since the first Lady Lawford's death. Sir Vernon went to church on Sunday morning, when he considered himself well enough, but all other religious offices he performed in the seclusion of his own rooms. There was therefore no morning muster for prayers, and the servants at South Hill were free to choose their own road to heaven. Madeline rose to greet her father with loving New Year wishes. Daphne kept her kneeling attitude by the fire, with her face turned towards the blaze, feeling that good wishes from her would be a superfluity. "My years must always be happy while I have you, dearest," said Sir Vernon, kissing his elder daughter. And then, with some touch of gentlemanly feeling, bethinking himself of the child he did not love, he laid his hand lightly on Daphne's golden head. "Good morning, Daphne. A happy New Year to you," he said gently. She silently turned from the fire, took her father's hand, and raised it to her lips. It was the first time she had ever done such a thing, a little gush of spontaneous feeling, and the father's heart was touched. Touched, albeit, like all Daphne's graces, this little bit of girlish graciousness recalled her mother's fatal charms. "Bless me, even me also, O my father!" she exclaimed, recalling one of the most pathetic passages of Holy Writ. "God bless and prosper you, my dear." "Thank you, papa. That is a good beginning for the year," said Daphne, stifling a sob. "I don't think I shall feel like Esau any more." "My dearest, what comparisons you make!" cried Madeline. "In what have you ever been like Esau? Have I ever cheated you?" "Not willingly, darling," answered Daphne, nestling close beside Madeline as she began to pour out Sir Vernon's tea. "You are my benefactress, my guardian angel. Is it your fault if I belong by nature and pedigree to the tribe of Ishmael?" Chapter 20 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 20. All suddenly she swapt adown to ground. The second week of January was half over, and it was the night of the Hunt Ball, What girl of 18, were her breast ever so gnawed by secret cark and care, could refrain from giving way to some excitement upon the occasion of her first dance, and that a dance which was to be danced by all Warwickshire's beauty and chivalry, a dance as distinguished from a local standpoint as that famous assembly in Belgium's capital which was scared by the thunder of distant guns, the prelude of instant war. Daphne gave herself up wholly to the delight of the hour. She had been unusually cheerful and equable in her temper since New Year's Day. That parental blessing, freely and ungrudgingly given, seemed to have sweetened her whole nature. She went to church with Madeline, and prayed with all her heart and soul, and listened without impatience to a string of seasonable platitudes called from the elder divines, and pronounced in a humdrum style of elocution by the Reverend Marmaduke Ferrers. She had been altogether blameless in her bearing and her conduct in this new-fledged year, so much so that Mrs. Ferrers had deigned to concede, with chilly patronage, that Daphne was beginning to become a reasonable being. She had been fighting her inward battle honestly and bravely. She had avoided as much as possible that society which was so poisonously sweet to her. She had been less exacting to her devoted slave, Edgar. She had given more time to improving studies. She had taken up Mendelssohn's Lieder and practised them industriously, breathing too much soul into the pathetic passages, dwelling too fondly on the deep ground-swell of melody which carries a passionate heart along on its fierce tide, and in its fervid feeling and exaltation of spirit is akin to the actual triumph of a happy love. Unconscious of the danger and resolutely bent on curing herself of a futile, foolish attachment, she yet fed her passion with the fatal food of poetry and music, finding in every heroine she most admired, from Juliet to Enid, a love as inevitably doomed to misery as her own. But all the while she was earnest in her desire to forget. If my namesake, in the pride of her purity, could fly from a god who adored her, surely can it be hard for me to harden my heart against a man who does not care a straw for me, she told herself scornfully. The day of the hunt ball brought pleasure enough to thrust aside every other thought. Miss Piper had done as well as if she had been born and bred in Paris. Daphne's white satin gown fitted the slim and supple figure to perfection. It was not the ivory tint of late years, but that exquisite pearly white, with a blackish tint in the shadows, which one sees in old pictures. Daphne, with her wavy hair coiled at the back of her beautifully shaped head, and with just one spray of stephanotis nestling in the coils, looked like a Juliet painted by Sir Joshua. It was Juliet's dress, as Juliet used to be dressed by actresses of an age less given to the research of correctness and elaboration in costume, the single string of pearls on the pearly neck, the bodice modestly draping the lovely shoulders, the round white arms peeping from elbow sleeves of satin and lace, the long loose gloves, the slender feet in white satin sandal shoes meant for dancing, not in those impossible high-heeled instruments of torture which Parisian bootmakers have inflicted on weak women. All had something of an old-fashioned air, but it was a very lovely old-fashioned, and Madeline was delighted with the result. "Rather outre, don't you think?" said Mrs. Ferrers, sourly contemplative of Daphne's fresh young beauty, which made her own complexion look so much yellower than usual, when she happened to glance across the girl's shoulder at her own face in the big cheval glass. A little too suggestive of Kate Greenaway's baby books. She was trying to settle herself in her panoply of state, a gorgeous arrangement in ruby velvet and cream-coloured satin, which the little Frenchwoman in the Rue Vivienne had only sent off in time to reach Mrs. Ferrers 2 hours ago, after keeping her in an agony of mind for the last 3 days. It was a very splendid gown, so slashed and draped and festooned that it was a mystery how it could ever be put together. The velvet cuirass was laced up the back with thick gold cord, and fitted like a straight waistcoat, and the ruby scarf was fringed with heavy bullion, which drooped above a stormy sea of cream-coloured satin that went billowing and surging round the lady's legs till it met a long narrow streak of ruby velvet lined with satin, which meandered for about 12 feet along the floor. That Mrs. Ferrers must be a nuisance to herself and everybody else in such a dress, no one in their senses could doubt. But then, on the other hand, the gown was undoubtedly in the latest fashion, and was one which must evoke a pang of envy in every female breast. "I don't wonder you look disdainfully at my short petticoats, Aunt Rhoda," said Daphne, smiling at the effect of her sandalled ankles as she pirouetted before the looking-glass. "But I think when it comes to dancing I shall be better off than you, with your velvet train." "I'm not likely to dance much," answered Mrs. Ferrers with dignity. "Indeed, as a clergyman's wife, I don't know that I shall dance at all." "Then you will have to sit with your train coiled round your feet to prevent people walking on it, and that will be worse," retorted Daphne. It was a clear, cold night, with a brilliant moon, a glorious night for a country drive, frosty, but not severe enough to make the road slippery. Besides, Boiler and Crock were the kind of horses that nobody hesitates to have roughed on occasion. Sir Vernon had decided on escorting his daughters to the ball. It was a sacrifice of his own ease and comfort, but he felt that the occasion required it. "I shall stay an hour," he said, "and then Rogers can drive me home, and go back to fetch you later. It won't hurt the horses going over the ground a second time." "Dear father," said Madeline, "it is so good of you to go with us." And now, after a reviving cup of tea and careful wrapping in fur-lined cloaks and Shetland shawls, the 3 ladies and Sir Vernon conveyed themselves into the roomy landau, and were soon bowling along the smooth high road towards Stratford. What a transformed and glorified place the little town seemed to-night, all lights and people and loud and authoritative constabulary. Such an array of fiery-eyed carriages, 3 abreast in the wide street in front of the Red Horse, such a block in the narrower regions about the town hall, so much confusion despite of such loud endeavours to maintain order. It seemed to Daphne as if they were going to sit in the carriage all night, with the humbler townsfolk peering in at them from the pavement, and making critical remarks to each other in painfully distinct voices. "Ain't the fair one pretty?" "The dark one's the handsomest." "My eye, look at the old lady's diamonds." "That's Lord Willerby." "No, it ain't, stupid. I see the coronet on the kerridge." "My, what lovely hair she's got." "White satin, ain't it?" and so on, while cornets and violins sounded in the distance with distracting melody. "It'll be dreadful if we have to sit in the street quite all the evening," said Daphne, listening hopelessly to the voice of authority with its perpetual "Move on, coachman." They waited about 20 minutes, and then slowly drove up to the doorway, where the eager faces of the crowd made a hedge on each side. Difficult to believe that this entrance hall, luminous with lamps and bright flowers, was the same which gave admittance to such prosaic beings as town clerks and vestrymen, justices of the peace and policemen. Edgar and Gerald were both hovering near the doorway, waiting for the South Hill party. Edgar, at the risk of being accused of deserting his mother, whom he had established in a comfortable corner of the ballroom, and then incontinently left to her own reflections, or to such conversation as she might be able to find among sundry other dowagers arrived at the same wallflower stage of existence. "I thought you were never coming," said Edgar, offering Daphne his arm, and in a manner appropriating her. "I thought we were going to spend the evening in the street," answered Daphne. Gerald gave his arm to Madeline. Sir Vernon followed with his sister, whose high-heeled Louis XV shoes matched her gown to perfection, but were not adapted for locomotion. Happily, she was a light and active figure, and managed to trip up the broad oak stairs somehow, though she felt as if her feet had been replaced by the primitive style of wooden leg, the mere dot and go one drumstick, with which the Chelsea pensioner used to be accommodated before the days of elaborate mechanical arrangements in cork and metal. The ballroom was already crowded, the South Hill party having arrived late, by special desire of Aunt Rhoda, who strongly objected to be among those early comers who roam about empty halls dejectedly, taking the chill off the atmosphere for the late arrivals. Dancing was in full swing, and the assembly in the big ballroom made a blaze of colour against the delicate French grey walls, the pink of the fox hunters, and the uniforms of the officers from Warwick and Coventry showing vividly amongst the pale and airy drapery of their partners. There were more than 200 in the room already, Edgar told Daphne, as he pointed out the more striking features of the scene. "I daresay there'll be near 300 before midnight," he said. "It's going to be a grand affair. Only once in 2 years, you see. People save themselves up for it. A lot of fellows in pink, aren't they?" "Yes. Why didn't you wear a scarlet coat? It's much prettier than black." "Do you really think so?" "If I'd known," faltered Edgar. "But I felt sure you would have laughed at me if I'd sported the swallow tail I wear at hunt dinners sometimes." "I daresay I should," Daphne answered coolly, "but you'd have looked ever so much nicer all the same." Edgar felt regretful. He had debated with himself that question of pink or no pink, and the thought of Daphne's possible ridicule had turned the scale in favour of sober black, and now she told him he would have looked better in the more distinctive garb. And there were fellows who could hardly jump a drain pipe, showing off in their pool or small page coats, and giving themselves Nimrod airs which imposed upon the sweet simplicity of their partners. The room was a noble room, long and lofty, divided from a spacious antechamber by a wide square doorway supported by classic pillars. Over this doorway was the open gallery for the band. The ballroom was lighted by a large central chandelier and 2 sunburners in the ceiling, while from lyre-shaped medallions on the walls projected modern gas brackets in imitation of old-fashioned girandoles of the wax candle period. There were 4 full-length portraits on the walls. The Duke of Dorset, by Romney, a portrait of Queen Anne, as uninteresting as that harmless lady was in the flesh. The remaining 2 pictures had to do with the local divinity. One was Gainsborough's portrait of Garrick, leaning against the bust of Shakespeare. The other was the poet seated, in his habit as he lived, by Wilson. "You see," said Gerald, close behind Daphne, "there is the Warwickshire idol. One can't get away from him. Why can these bucolics worship nothing but the intellectual emanation of their soil? Why not a little homage to muscular Christianity in the person of Guy, Earl of Warwick, a paladin of the first water, a man who rescued damsels and fought with giants and dun cows, and was strong and brave and faithful, pious, self-sacrificing, devoted in every act of his life? There is a hero worthy of worship, yet you all ignore him and bow down before this golden calf of a dramatist who sued his friend for a 2-penny loan and left the wife of his bosom a second-best bedstead, a paltry fellow beside Guy, the hero hermit living on bread and water, and only revealing himself at his death to the wife he adored." "Guy was a very nice person, if one could quite believe in the giant and the dun cow," said Daphne. "I believe implicitly in Colbrand, the giant," answered Gerald, "but I own I've never been able to swallow the monster cow, and I am all the more inclined to repudiate her because her bones were on view at Warwick in Shakespeare's time." "And it is very sweet of him to end his days so quietly in the hermit's cave at Guy's Cliff," pursued Daphne, who was well versed in all Warwickshire lore, chiefly by oral instruction from Edgar. "And to take alms from his own wife every morning, as one of the 13 beggars she was in the habit of relieving, though I have never quite understood why he did it. But in spite of all these grand acts of Guy's, we know nothing of the man himself. while Shakespeare is like one's brother. He has sounded the deep of every mind, and has given us the treasures of his own." "I suspect he would rather have given anything than his money," retorted Gerald. They had penetrated to Mrs. Turchill's corner by this time. That matron was looking the picture of disconsolate solitude, the dowager with whom she had been talking about her servants and her tradespeople having left her to look after a brace of somewhat go-ahead daughters, who in pale blue silk jerseys and tight cream-coloured cashmere skirts looked very much as if they were attired for some acrobatic performance. "I'm so glad you have come," exclaimed poor Mrs. Turchill, brightening at the sight of Madeline. "The room is dreadfully crowded, and there are so many strangers." This was said resentfully, no stranger having any more right to be present, from Mrs. Turchill's point of view, than Pentheus at his mother's party. "I feel as if I hardly knew a creature here." "Oh, mother, when there are the Hildrops, and the Westerns, and the Hilliers, and the Perkinses," remonstrated Edgar, running over a string of names. "All I can say is that if there are any of my friends in the room, no one has taken the trouble to bring them to me," retorted Mrs. Turchill. "And for any enjoyment I have had from the society of my friends, I might as well be at that horrid academy, Conversazione, for which you took so much trouble to get tickets the year before last, and where I was jammed into a corner of the sculpture room half the evening, with rude young women sitting upon me." Here Sir Vernon and Mrs. Ferrers approached, and Mrs. Turchill resumed her company smile, in honour of people of such importance. Aunt Rhoda had been exchanging greetings with the cream of the county people during her leisurely progress through the rooms, and felt that her gown was a success, and that the little woman in the Rue Vivienne was worthy of her hire. Everybody was looking at Daphne. Her youth and freshness, her vivid smiles and natural girlish animation, as she conversed now with Edgar and anon with Gerald, fascinated everyone. It was a manner entirely without reserve, yet with no taint of forwardness or coquetry, the manner of a happy child, whose sum of life was bounded by the delight of the moment, rather than of a woman conscious of her loveliness and knowing herself admired. "Who is that pretty girl in the white satin frock? The girl like an old picture?" people were asking, somewhat to the annoyance of older stagers in the beauty trade, who felt that here was a new business opened which threatened competition, stock in trade of the best quality and perfectly fresh. One young lady, whose charms had suffered the wear and tear of 7 seasons, contemplated Daphne languidly through her eyeglass, and summed her up with scornful brevity as "the little Gainsborough girl." "Quite too lovely for the next 6 months," said another, "but her beauty depends entirely on her complexion. A year hence she will have lost all that brightness, and will be a very wishy-washy little person." "And then I'll suppose she'll paint as the others do, don't you know," drawled her partner, "carmine her lips, and all that sort of thing." The lady looked at him suspiciously out of the corner of a carefully darkened eyelid. "Let us hope she won't sink quite so low as that," she said with dignity. There was no doubt as to Daphne's triumph. Before she had been an hour in the room, she was the acknowledged belle of the ball. People went out of their way to look at her. She walked once round the rooms on her father's arm, and in that slow and languid progress held, as it were, her first court. It was her first public appearance. Her father's friends clustered round him, eager to be presented to the débutante. Stately dowagers begged that she might be made known to them. All the best people in the room knew Sir Vernon, and all professed a friendly desire to know his younger daughter. Her card was full before she knew what she was doing. "Our little Daphne is a success," said Gerald to his betrothed, as they glided round the room in a languorous trois temps. "All the Apollos are running after her." "I am so glad, dear child. It is such a pleasure to see her happy," answered Madeline softly. "I hope her head won't be turned by all this adulation. It is such a poor little puffball of a head. I sometimes fancy she has thistledown inside it instead of brains." "Indeed, dear, she has plenty of sense and serious feeling," remonstrated Madeline, wounded by this allegation, "but she is painfully sensitive. She needs very tender treatment." "Poor butterfly! Do you like her dress?" "It is simply perfect." "Your taste, of course." "Yes. She let me have my own way in the matter, and as a reward she is looking her loveliest. It is not the calm beauty of a princess like my Lena's, but for a spoiled child kind of prettiness, capricious, mutinous, variable. There could be nothing better. Later he was at Daphne's side as she sat in a corner by her aunt, with half a dozen young men hovering near, Edgar nearest of all, holding her fan. "I suppose you've saved at least one dance for me, Empress," he said, taking her programme from her hand. "I don't know. All sorts of people have been writing down their names." "All sorts of people," echoed Gerald, examining the card. "You will be a little more respectful about your partners in your 7th or 8th season. Why, here, under various hieroglyphics, are the very topmost strawberries in the social basket. Masters of foxhounds, eldest sons of every degree, majors and colonels, and not one little waltz left for me. I claim you for the first extra." "I'm rather afraid I'm engaged for the extras." "No matter. You were solemnly engaged to me for one particular waltz when first this ball was spoken of at South Hill. You don't remember, perhaps, but I do. I claim my bond. I will be a very Shylock in the exaction of my due." "If you were a better Shakespearean, it would occur to you that Shylock got nothing," retorted Daphne, smiling up at him. "He was an old idiot. Remember the first extra valse. We shall meet at Philippi." He was off to claim Lena for the Lancers. It was the last dance before supper. Sir Vernon had disappeared ever so long ago. Mrs. Ferrers was standing up with a major of dragoons in all the splendour of his uniform, and felt that she and her partner made an imposing picture. Edgar and Daphne were sitting out this square dance on the stairs, the girl somewhat exhausted by much waltzing, the man exalted to the 7th heaven of bliss at being permitted to bear her company. "May I take you down to supper?" he asked. "Thanks, no. My last partner, the man in the red coat." "Clinton Chetwynd, master of the Harrowby Harriers," interjected Edgar, "told me that the best dancing will be when 2/3 of the people are gormandizing downstairs. You can get me an ice if you like." Edgar obeyed, but when he came back with the ice Daphne had vanished from the landing, and he got himself entangled in a block of people struggling down to supper. The rooms below, those solemn halls in which on ordinary occasions the local offender stood at the bar of justice to answer for his misdeeds, were now a scene of glitter and gaiety, flower-wreathed epeigne, barley-sugar pagodas, and all the tinselly splendour of a ball supper. Bar and bench and magisterial chairs had vanished as if by magic. The magistrate's private apartment and the justice hall had been thrown into one spacious banqueting chamber, where even the proverbial greediness of the best society, the people who tread upon each other's toes and rush for the grapes and peaches at Buckingham Palace, might be satisfied without undue scrambling. But though there would have been room for him at the banquet, and although there were any number of eligible young ladies waiting to be taken down, Edgar scorned the idea of a supper which Daphne did not care for. To have sat by her, squeezed into some impossible corner of a rout seat, to have fought for lobster salad for her, and guarded her frock from the ravages of awkward people, and pulled cracker bonbon with her, would have been bliss, but the festal board without her would be every whit as funereal a banquet as the famous sable feast at which that cheerful practical joker Domitian entertained his courtiers. Mr. Turchill found a good-natured fox-hunter to take his mother down, and having seen that lady's silver grey satin, newly done up with violet velvet by Miss Piper for the occasion, making its deliberate way down the broad staircase on the sportsman's sturdy scarlet arm, Edgar went back to the almost empty ballroom, where about 15 or 20 couples were revolving to the last sugary sweet German waltz, Glaubst du nicht. Daphne and Gerald were amongst these. Madeline was sitting with some girl friend in the entrance of one of the windows, and to this point Edgar made his way. "You've not been down to supper," he remarked, by way of saying something original. "Do you know, I don't much care about going down. If Gerald particularly wishes it, I shall go after this dance, but I think I should enjoy a sandwich and a cup of tea when I get home, better than the scramble downstairs." The waltzers were dropping off by degrees, but Gerald and Daphne still went on revolving with gliding languid steps to the dreamy melody. They moved in exquisite harmony, although this was the first time they had ever waltzed together. Never in the twilight dances at South Hill had Mr. Goring asked Daphne to be his partner. He had been content to stand outside in the porch, smoking his cigarette and looking on, while she and Edgar waltzed, or to take a few lazy turns afterwards with Madeline to Daphne's music. Tonight, for the first time, his arm encircled her. Her sunlit head rested against his shoulder. It seemed to him that his hand had never clasped hers since that summer day at Fontainebleau, just a year and a half ago, when they had stood by the golden water with the hungry-eyed carp watching them, and a sky of molten gold above their heads. They had been far apart since that day, dissevered by an impalpable abyss, and now for the moment they were one, united by that lovesick melody, their pulses stirred by the same current. Was it strange that in such a moment Gerald Goring forgot all the world, except this perfect flower of youth and girlhood which he held in his arms, forgot his betrothed wife, and all her grace and beauty, lived for the moment, and in the moment only, as butterflies live with a past not worth remembering, and annihilation for their only future. As the dancers dropped off, the band played slower and slower, meaning to expire in a rallentando, and those two waltzers gliding round drifted unawares into the outer and smaller room, where there was no one. "Glaubst du nicht," sighed the band, "glaubst du nicht, ach Liebchen, glaubst du nicht." And with the last sigh of the melody, Gerald bent his lips over Daphne's golden hair and breathed a word into her ear. Only one word, wrung from him in despite of himself, but that one word so breathed from such lips was all the history of a passionate love which had been fought against in vain. The last sigh of the music faded as the word was spoken, and Daphne was standing by her partner's side, white as ashes. "Take me back to my sister, please." He gave her his arm without a word, and they walked slowly across to the group by the window, but before Madeline could make room for Daphne to sit by her side, the girl tottered, and would have fallen if Edgar had not caught her in his arms. "She is fainting," he cried, alarmed. "Some water, brandy, something." He wrenched open the window, still holding Daphne on his left arm. The frosty night air blew in upon them keen and cold. Daphne's white lips trembled, and the dark grey eyes opened and looked round with a bewildered expression as she sank slowly into the seat beside Madeline, whose arms were supporting and embracing her. "My darling, you have danced too much. You have over-excited yourself," said Lina tenderly, while 3 or 4 smelling bottles came to the rescue. "Yes, that last dance was too much," faltered Daphne, cold and trembling in her sister's arms. "But I'm quite well now, Lina. It was nothing, the heat of the room." "And you are tired. We'll go home directly we can find Aunt Rhoda." "I'll go and hunt for her," said Gerald, who had been standing vacantly looking on, his brain on fire, his heart beating tumultuously, the vulture conscience gnawing his vitals already. He had been thinking of Rousseau's Julie, and that first kiss given in the bosquet, the fatal first kiss, the beginning of all evil. "My sweeter Julie, so much more lovely, so much more innocent," he thought, as he went slowly downstairs in quest of the ruby velvet arrangement which contained Mrs. Ferrers. "God give me grace to respect your purity." The winter wind rushed into the heated ballroom with a sharp chill breath that was suggestive of another and a colder world, like the deadly air from a vault, and soon steadied Daphne's reeling brain. "You see, I am not such a good waltzer as I thought I was," she said, looking up at Edgar with a sickly smile. "I did not think anything could make me giddy." "You would rather go home now, would you not, dear?" asked Madeline. "You've had enough of the ball?" "More than enough." "Let me fetch your wraps from the cloak room," said Edgar. "It will save you a good deal of trouble." "If you would be so very kind." "Delighted. Give me your ticket." 79, all under one number, I suppose." He ran off, and this time had to stem the tide setting in towards the ballroom. The young men and maidens who had eaten their supper and were eager for more dancing. Coming back with a pile of cloaks and shawls on his arm, he joined Gerald and Mrs. Ferrers, her red-coated major still in attendance. "What can Daphne mean by making a spectacle of herself at her first ball?" asked Aunt Rhoda, not a little aggrieved at being ruthlessly dragged away from a knot of the very best people, a little group of privileged ones, which included a countess and 2 baronets' wives. But it is just like her. There was no affection in the matter, I can assure you," said Edgar indignantly. "She looked as white as death." "Then she should have danced less. I detest any exhibition of that kind. I am very glad my brother was not here to see it." "I think Sir Vernon has had so much reason to be proud of his daughter this evening, that he would readily have forgiven her iniquity in fainting," retorted Edgar, his blood at boiling point from honest indignation. Daphne, wrapped in a long white cashmere cloak lined with white fur, looked very pale and ghostlike as she went slowly through the rooms on Edgar's arm, attacked on her way by the reproaches of the partners with whom she was breaking faith by this untimely departure. "I'm awfully sorry," she said, with a faint touch of her natural gaiety, "but I'll pay my debts this time 2 years. The engagements can stand over." When the biannual Hunt Ball comes round at Stratford-on-Avon, there are some, perhaps, who will remember her promise, and the pale, pathetic face and white-robed figure. 5 minutes later the 3 ladies were seated in their carriage, Mrs. Ferrers still grumbling, while Edgar lingered at the door, adjusting Daphne's wraps. Just as he was going to shut the door, having no excuse for further delay, Daphne took his hand and clasped it with friendly warmth. "How good you are," she said softly, looking up at him with eyes that to his mind seemed lovelier than all the lights of the firmament, infinitely glorious on this frosty night in the steel blue sky. "How good you are, how staunch and true." It was only well merited praise, but it moved him so deeply that he had no power to answer even by the smallest word. He could only grasp the slender little hand fervently in his own, and then shut the carriage door with a bang, as if to drown the tumult of his own heart. "Home, coachman," he called, in a choking voice, an entirely superfluous mandate, neither coachman nor footman nor horses having the least idea of going anywhere else. Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 21. For weal or woe, for Carole or for Daunce. Edgar went back to the ballroom with his heart so penetrated with bliss that the whole scene had an unreal look to him in its brightness and gaiety, as if in the next instant dancers and lights and music and familiar faces might vanish altogether, and leave him suspended in empty space, alone with his own deep delight. He was as near Berkeley's idea of the universe as a man so solid and substantial in his habits could be. Thought and feeling to-night made up his world. All the rest might be nothing but a spectral emanation from his own brain. He lived, he thought, he felt, and his heart and brain were filled with one idea, and that was Daphne. The ballroom without Daphne, albeit the Caledonians were just being danced with considerable spirit, was all falsehood and hollowness. He saw the spurious complexions, the scanty draperies, all the artificial graces and meretricious charms, as he had not seen them while she was there. That little leaven had leavened the whole lump. His eye, gladdened by her presence, had seen all things fair. But although he was inclined to look contemptuously upon the crowd in which she was not, the gladness of his heart made him good-naturedly disposed to all creation. He would have liked to leave that gay and festive scene immediately, but finding his mother enjoying herself very much in a snug corner with 3 other matrons, all in after-supper spirits, he consented to wait till Mrs. Turchill had seen 1 or 2 more dances. "I like to watch them, Edgar," she said, "though I feel very thankful to Providence that we didn't dance in the same style, or wear such tight dresses in my time. I remember reading that they wore scanty skirts and hardly any bodices in the period of the French Revolution, and that some of their fashionable women even went so far as to appear with bare feet, which is almost too revolting to mention. All I can say is that I hope the dresses I see to night are not the signs of an approaching revolution in England, but I should hardly be surprised if they were. Do go and get a nice partner. Let me see you waltz, Edgar. You've improved wonderfully since the infirmary ball last year.' ' I'm glad you think so, mother. But I shan't dance any more to night. I made no engagements for after supper, except with Daphne, and she has gone home.' ' Oh, the South Hill people have gone, have they ? Well, if you're not going to dance any more, perhaps we may as well be going too,' said Mrs. Turchill, perceiving that a good many of the county people were slipping quietly away, and not wishing to be left with the masses. So Edgar, very glad to escape, gave his mother his arm, and assisted her to the cloak room, where she completely extinguished herself in a valuable though somewhat old fashioned set of sables, which covered her from head to foot, and made her look like a walking haystack. How full of happy fancies the young man's mind was, as they drove through the lanes and cross country roads to Hawksyard, under that brilliant sky, so peopled with worlds of light. Gods, or the abodes of gods? He cared to night no more than Sardanapalus what those stars might be, with now a view of distant hills far away towards the famous Wrekin, a cloud-like spot in the extreme distance, and now vivid gleams of the nearer river glittering under those glittering stars. ' Isn't it a delicious night, mother ?' he cried, and only a gentle snore, a snore expressive of the blissfulness of repose after exertion, breathed from the matronly mass of furred cloak and hood. He was quite alone, glad to be alone, alone with his new sense of happiness, and the starry night, and the image of his dear love. She had spoken him fair. She meant to make him happier than man ever was upon earth, since the earth could have produced but one Daphne. She must have meant something by those delicious words, that sweet spontaneous praise. Unsolicited, she had taken his hand and pressed it with affectionate warmth, she who had been so cold to him, she who had never evinced one touch of tender feeling before, only a frank sisterly kindness, which was more galling than cruelty. And to night she had lifted up her eyes and looked at him, eyes so mournfully sweet, so exquisitely beautiful. ' My angel, that marble heart is melted at last,' he said to himself. ' Who would not be constant for such a reward ?' He had only been in love with Daphne a little over 6 months, yet it seemed to him now that in that half year lay the drama of his life. All that went before had been only prologue. True that he had fancied himself in love with Madeline, the lovely and gracious lady of his youthful dreams, but this was but the false light that comes before the dawn. He felt some touch of shame at having been so deceived as to his own feelings. He remembered that afternoon in the meadows between South Hill and Arden Rectory, when he had poured his woes into Daphne's sympathizing ears, when she, his idol of to night, his idol for evermore, had seemed to him only a pretty schoolgirl in a muslin frock. Was she the same Daphne ? Was he the same Edgar ? She who now was a goddess in his sight. He who wondered that he could ever have cared for any other woman. The disciple of Condillac, when he sits himself down seriously to think out the question whether the rose which he touches and smells is really an independent existence, or only exists in relation to his own senses, was never in a more bewildered condition than honest Edgar Turchill when he remembered how devotedly, despairingly, undyingly he had once loved, or fancied that he loved, Madeline. Romeo was the same, he told himself sheepishly, having taken to reading Shakespeare of late, to curry favour with that fervid little Shakespearian Daphne. Madly in love with Rosalind at noon, over head and ears in love with Juliet before midnight. And critics say that Shakespeare knew the human heart. Sleep that night was impossible for the master of Hawksyard. Happily there was but a brief remnant of the night left in which he need lie, tossing on his sleepless couch, staring at the brown oak panels, where the reflection of the night lamp glimmered like a dim starbeam in a turbid pool. Cold wintry dawn came creeping over the hills, and at the first streak of daylight he was up and in his icy bath, and then on with his riding clothes and away to the stable, where only one sleepy underling was moving slowly about with a lantern, calling drowsily to the horses to stand up and come out of a warm stable, in order to be tied to a wall and have pails of water thrown at them in a cold yard. To saddle Black Pearl with his own hands was but 5 minutes' work, and in less than 5 more he was clattering under the archway, and off to the nearest bit of open country to take it out of the mare, who had not done any work for a week, and was in a humour to take a good deal out of her rider. Edgar this morning felt as if he could conquer the wildest horse that ever was foaled, nay, the Prince of Darkness himself, had he been called upon to wrestle with him under an equine guise. A hard gallop over a broad expanse of flat common, where the winter rime lay silver white above the russet sward, quieted horse and rider; and after a long round by lane and wood, Edgar rode quietly back to Hawksyard between 10 and 11, just in time to find his mother seated at breakfast and wondering at her own dissipation. After this unusually late breakfast, Mr. Churchill went to look at his horses, a regular thing on a non-hunting morning. "I took it out of the mare," he said, as Black Pearl stood reeking in her box, waiting to cool down before she was groomed. "Indeed you have, sir," answered his head man, a faithful creature, but not ceremonious with a master he adored. "You don't mean hunting her to morrow, I suppose?" "Well, yes, I did, if the weather allows. Don't you think she'll be fit?" "I think you've pretty well whacked her out for the next week to come. She won't touch your corn." "Poor old woman!" said Edgar, going into the box and fondling the beautiful black head. "Did we go too fast, my girl? It was as much your fault as mine, my beauty. I think we were both bewitched. But I must take the nonsense out of you somehow, before you carry a lady." "You didn't think of putting a lady on that mare, did you, sir?" asked the groom. "Yes, I do. I think she'd carry a lady beautifully." "So she would, sir, but she wouldn't carry the same lady twice. There'd be very little left of the lady when she'd done." "Think so, Jarvey? Then we must find something better for the lady, something as safe as a house and as handsome as paint," concluded Edgar, whose mind was not richly stocked with poetical similes. "If you hear of anything very perfect in the market, you can let me know." "Yes, sir." It seemed early in the day to think of buying a horse for a wife who was yet to be won, but encouraged by those few words of Daphne's, Edgar saw all the future in so rosy a light that, this morning, freshened and exhilarated by his long ride, he felt as secure of happiness as if the wedding bells were ringing their gay joy peal over the flat green fields and winding waters. He was longing to see Daphne again, to win from her some confirmation of his hope, and now as he moved about the poultry yard and gardens, he was counting the minutes which must pass before he could, with decency, present himself at South Hill. It would not do for him to go there before luncheon. Everybody would be tired. Afternoon tea time would perhaps be the more agreeable hour. It was a period of the day in which women always seemed to him more friendly and amiable than at any other time. Content to lay aside the most enthralling book, or the newest passion in fancy work, and to abandon themselves graciously to the milder pleasures of society. The afternoon was so fine that he went on foot to pay his visit, glad to get rid of the time between luncheon and 5 o'clock in a leisurely 6-mile walk. It was a delicious walk, by meadow and copse and riverside, and although Edgar knew every inch of the way, he loved nature in all her moods so well that the varying beauties of a frosty winter afternoon were as welcome to his eye and spirit as the lush loveliness of midsummer. And he was thinking of Daphne all the way, picturing her smile of greeting, feeling the thrilling touch of her hand warm in his own. Madeline or Sir Vernon would ask him to dinner, no doubt, and then some time during the evening he would be able to get Daphne all to himself, in the conservatory, on the stairs, in the corridor. His heart and mind were so full of purpose that he felt what he had to say could be said briefly. He would ask her if she had not repented her cruelty that night in the walnut walk, if she had not found out that true love, even from a somewhat inferior kind of person, was worth having, a jewel not to be flung under the feet of swine. And then she would lift up those sweet eyes to his face, as she had done last night, and he would clasp her unreproved in his arms, and know himself supremely blessed. Life could hold no more delight. Death might come that moment, and find him content to die. It was dusk when he came to South Hill, a frosty twilight with a crimson glow of sunset low down in the grey sky, and happy robins chirruping in the plantations where the purple rhododendrons flowered so luxuriantly in springtime, and where scarlet berries of holly and mountain ash enlivened the dull dark greenery of winter. The house on the hill, with its many windows, some shining with firelight from within, others reflecting the ruddy light in the sky, made a pleasant picture after a 6-mile tramp through a somewhat lonely landscape. It looked a hospitable house, a house full of happy people, a house where a man might find a temporary haven from the cares of life. To Edgar's eyes, the firelight shining from within was like a welcome. "Miss Lawford at home?" he inquired. "Not at home," answered the footman with a decisive air. Now there is something much more crushing in the manner of a footman when he tells you that his people are out, than in that of the homelier parlour maid who gives the same information. The girl would fain reconcile you to the blow. She sympathizes with you in your disappointment. Perhaps she offers you the somewhat futile consolation implied in the fact that her mistress has only just stepped out, or comforts you with the distant hope that your friend will be home to dinner. She would be glad if she could to lessen your regret. But the well-trained manservant looks at you with the blank and stony gaze of a blind destiny. His voice is doom. "Not at home," he says curtly, and if perchance there be any expression in his face, it will be a veiled scorn, as who should say, "Not at home to you." But Edgar was in a mood not to be daunted by the most icy of menials, a Warwickshire bumpkin 2 years ago, but steeped to the lips in the languid insolence of May Fair to day. "Is Miss Daphne Lawford at home?" he asked. The footman believed, with supreme indifference, as if the presence or absence of a younger daughter who was not an heiress were a question he could hardly stoop to contemplate, that Miss Daphne Lawford might possibly be found upon the premises, and he further condescended to impart the information that Miss Lawford had driven to the Abbey with Mrs. Ferrers and Mr. Goring to see the improvements. "I'll go and find her for myself," said Edgar, too eager to wait for forms and ceremonies. "I daresay she is in the morning room." He passed the servant, and went straight to the pretty room where he had been so much at home for the last 10 years. There were no lamps or candles. Daphne was sitting alone in the firelight, in one of those low, roomy chairs which modern upholsterers delight in, sitting alone, with neither book nor work, and Fluff, the Maltese terrier, curled up in her lap. Her eyelids were lowered, and Edgar approached her softly, thinking she was asleep. But at the sound of his footfall she looked up, gently, gravely, without any surprise at his coming. "I hope that you are better, quite well, in fact, that you have entirely recovered from your fatigue last night," he began tenderly. "I am quite well," she answered, almost angrily, and blushing crimson with vexation. "Pray don't make a fuss about it. Waltzing so long made me giddy, that was all." Her snappish tone was a cruel change after her sweetness last night. Edgar's heart sank very low at this unexpected rebuff. "You are all alone?" he said feebly. "Unless you count Fluff and the squirrel, yes." "But they are very good company," answered Daphne, brightening a little, and smiling at him with that provoking kindness, that easy friendliness, which always chilled his soul. It was so hopelessly unlike the feeling he wished to awaken. Madeline drove to the Abbey with Aunt Rhoda and Mr. Goring directly after luncheon. "The new hot houses are finished, I believe, at last. I've been horribly lazy. I only came down an hour ago." "I am glad you were able to sleep," said Edgar. "It was more than I could do." "I suppose nobody ever does sleep much after a ball," answered Daphne. "The music goes on repeating itself over and over again in one's brain, and one goes spinning round in a perpetual imaginary waltz. I was thinking all last night of Don Ramiro and Donna Clara." "Friends of yours?" inquired Edgar. Daphne's eyes sparkled at the question, but she did not laugh. She only looked at him with a compassionate smile. "You have never read Heine?" "Never. Is it interesting?" "Heinrich Heine? He was a German poet, don't you know? As great a poet, almost, as Byron." "Unhappily, I don't read German." "Oh, but some of his poetry has been translated. The translations are not much like the original, but still they are something." "And who is Don what's his name?" inquired Edgar, still very much in the dark. "The hero of a ballad, an awful, ghastly, ghostly ballad, ever so much ghastlier than Alonzo the Brave and the fair Imogene, and the worms they crept in, and the worms they crept out, don't you know? He is dead, and she has jilted him and married somebody else, and he has promised her on the eve of her wedding that he will come to the wedding feast, and he comes and waltzes with her, and she doesn't know that he is dead, and she reproaches him for wearing a black cloak at her bridal, and she asks him why his cheeks are snow white and his hands ice cold, and they go on whirling round all the time, the trumpets blowing and the drums beating, and to all she says he gives the same answer, 'Said I not that I would come?' That awful ballad was in my mind all night, and when I did at last fall asleep, I dreamt I was at the ball again, and instead of Stratford Town Hall, we were in an old Gothic palace at Toledo, and the person I was dancing with was Don Ramiro. His white dead face looked down at me, and all the people vanished, and we were dancing alone in the dark cold hall." She shuddered at the recollection of her dream, clasping her hands before her face, as if to shut out some hideous sight. "You ought not to read such poetry," said Edgar, deeply concerned. "How can people let you have such books?" "Oh, there is no harm in the book. You know I adore poetry. Directly I was able to write a German exercise, I got hold of Heine and began to spell out his verses. They are so sweet, so mournful, so full of a patient despair." "You have too much imagination," said Edgar. "You ought to read sober, solid prose." "Blair's Lectures, Sturm's Reflections, Locke on the Understanding," retorted Daphne, laughing. "No, I like books that take me out of myself and into another world." "But if they only take you into charnel houses, among ghosts and dead people, I don't see the advantage of that." "Don't you? There are times when anything is better than one's own thoughts." "Why should you shrink from thought?" asked Edgar tenderly. "You can have nothing painful to remember or think about, unless," he added, seeing an opening, "you feel remorseful for having been so cruel to me." He had drawn his chair close to hers in the firelight, the ruddy, comfortable light which folded them round like a rosy cloud. She sat far back in her downy nest, almost buried in its soft depths, her eyes gazing dreamily at the fire, her sunny hair glittering in the fitful light. If she had been looking him full in the face, in broad day, Edgar Turchill could hardly have been so bold. "I did feel very sorry last night when you were so good to me," she said slowly. "Good to you? Why, I did nothing." "You were so loyal and good. I saw it all last night, as if your heart had suddenly been spread open before me like a book. I think I read you plainly last night for the first time. You are faithful and true, a gentleman to the core of your heart. All men ought to be like that, but they are not." "You can have had very little experience of their shortcomings," said Edgar, his heart glowing at her praise. And then, emboldened and yet full of fear, he hastened to take advantage of her humour. "If you can trust me, if you think me in the slightest measure worthy of these sweet words, which might be a much better man's crown of bliss, why will you not make me completely happy? I love you so truly, so dearly, that if to have an honest man for your slave can help to make your life pleasant, you had better take me. I know that I am not worthy of you, that you are as high above me in intellect and grace and beauty as the stars are in their mystery and splendour, but a more brilliant man might not be quite so ready to mould himself according to your will, to sink his own identity in yours, to be your very slave, in fact, to have no purpose except to obey you. Don't!" cried Daphne. "If you were my husband, I should like you to make me obey. I am not such a fool as to want a slave." "Let me be your husband. We can settle afterwards who shall obey," pleaded Edgar, leaning with folded arms upon the broad elbow of her chair, trying to get as near her as her entrenched position would allow. "I like you very much. After Madeline, there is no one I like better," faltered Daphne. "But I am not the least little bit in love with you. I suppose it is wrong to be so candid, but I want you to know the truth. If you like me well enough to marry me, I am content." "Really and truly? Content to accept liking instead of love, confidence and frank straightforward friendship instead of sentiment or romance? I do not care a straw for romance, and to be liked and trusted, well, that is something. So long as there is no one else you have ever liked better." The face turned towards the fire quivered with the passing of a strong emotion, but Edgar could only see the thick ripples of golden hair making a wavy line above the delicate ear, and the perfect outline of the throat rising out of its soft lace ruffle like the stem of a lily from among its leaves. "Who else is there for me to like?" she asked, with a faint laugh. "Then, dearest, I would rather have your liking than any other woman's love, and it shall go hard with me if liking do not grow to love before our lives are ended," said Edgar, clasping the hand that lay inert upon Fluff's silky back. The Maltese resented the liberty by an ineffectual snap. "Please don't think it quite settled yet," cried Daphne, scared by this hand clasp, which seemed like taking possession of her. "You must give me time to breathe, time to think. I want to be worthy of you, if I can. If I am ever to be your wife, I want to be loyal and honest as you are. Only say that you will be my wife. I can trust you with the rest of my fate. Give me a few days, a few hours at least, to consider." "But why not to day? Let it be to day," he pleaded passionately. "You must give me a little while," answered Daphne, smiling faintly at his impatience, which seemed to her something childish, she not being touched by the same passion or inspired by the same hope, being, as it were, outside the circle of his thoughts. If you are very anxious to be answered, let it be to day." "Bless you, darling. But don't be grateful in advance. The answer may be no." "It must not. You would not break my heart a second time." "Ah, then you contrived to mend it after the first breakage," retorted Daphne, laughing with something of her old mirth. "Madeline broke it first, and you patched it together and made quite a good job of it, and then offered it to me. Well, if you really wish it, you shall have your answer to night. I must speak to Lina first." "I know she will be on my side." "Tremendously. You will dine here, of course, and I suppose you will go away at about 11 o'clock. You know the window of my room?" "Know it!" cried Edgar, who had lingered to gaze at that particular casement under every condition of sky and temperature. "Know it! Did Romeo know Juliet's balcony?" "Well, then, at 10 minutes past 11 look up at my window. If the answer be no, the shutters will be shut, and all dark. If the answer be yes, the lamp shall be in the window." "Oh, blessed light! I know the lamp will be there." "And now no more of this nonsense," said Daphne imperatively. "I am going to give you some tea. Put a dose of poison in it, and finish me off straight, if the lamp is not going to shine in your window." "Absurd man! Do you suppose I know any more than you what the answer is to be? We are the sport of fate." The door was opened gently, as if it had been the entrance to a sick man's chamber, and the well drilled footman brought in a little folding table, and then a tea tray, an intensely new fashioned, old fashioned oval oaken tray, with a silver railing, and oriental cups and saucers à la Belinda, everything strictly of the hoop and patch period. These frivolities of tray and tea things were one of Mr. Goring's latest gifts to his mistress. Not another tender word would Daphne allow from her lover. She talked of the people at the ball, asked for details about everybody, the girl in the pink frock, the matron with hardly any frock at all, the hunting men and squires of high degree. She kept Edgar so fully employed answering her questions that he had no time to edge in an amorous speech, though his whole being was breathing love. Madeline and Gerald Goring came in and found them tete-a-tete by the fire. They had made a detour on their way home, and had deposited Mrs. Ferrers at the Rectory. It was the first time Gerald had seen Daphne since the ball. "Better?" he inquired, with a friendly nod. "Quite well, thanks. I have not been ill," she answered curtly. Mr. Goring seated himself in a shadowy corner, remote from the little group by the tea table. "Shall I ring for more tea, or have you had some at the Abbey?" asked Daphne, with a business-like air. "We had tea in Lady Geraldine's room," answered Madeline. "I wish you had been with us, Daphne. It is such a lovely room in the firelight. The houses are all finished, and Cormac has filled 3 of them already. Such lovely flowers. I can't imagine where he has found them." "Easy to do that kind of thing when one has a floating balance of 50,000 or so at one's banker's," answered Edgar cheerily. "My wife will have to put up with a few old orange trees that have been at Hawksyard for a century." The tone in which he uttered those 2 words, "my wife," startled Gerald out of his reverie. There was a world of suppressed delight and triumph in the utterance. "He has been asking her to marry him, and she has relented and accepted him," he thought, hardly knowing whether to be glad or angry. Was it not ever so much better that she should reward this faithful fellow's devotion, and marry and be happy in the beaten track of life? He had told himself once that she was a creature just a little too bright and lovely for treading beaten tracks, a girl who ought to be the heroine of some romantic history. Yet are these heroines of romance the happiest among women? Was the young woman who was sewn up in a sack and drowned in the Bosphorus happy, though her fate inspired one of the finest poems that ever was written? Was Sappho particularly blessed, or Hero, Héloïse, or Juliet? Their fame was the fruit of exceptional disaster, and not of exceptional joy. The Greek was wise who said that the happiest she is the woman who has no history. Sir Vernon Lawford came in while they were all talking of hothouses, and asked for a cup of tea, an unusual condescension on his part, and which fluttered Daphne a little as she rang the bell for a fresh teapot. "Don't trouble yourself, my dear. Give me anything you have there," he said, more kindly than he was wont to speak. "So you were too tired to show at luncheon. Your aunt says you dance too much." "It was her first ball," pleaded Madeline. "Yes, the first, but not likely to be the last. She is launched now, and will have plenty of invitations. A foolish friend of mine told me that Daphne was the belle of the ball." "She was," said Edgar sturdily. "I saw 2 old women standing on a rout seat to look at her." "Is that conclusive?" asked Sir Vernon good humouredly, and with a shrewd glance from Edgar to his fair-haired daughter. "I think people must have been demented if they wasted a look upon me while Lina was in the room," said Daphne. "Oh, but everyone knows Lina," answered her father, pleased at this homage to his beloved elder daughter. "You are a novelty." He was proud of her success in spite of himself, proud that she should have burst upon his Warwickshire friends like a revelation of hitherto unknown beauty, unknown at least since his second wife, in all the witchery of her charms, had turned the heads of the county 20 years ago. That beauty had been a fatal dower, fatal to her, fatal to him, and he had often told himself that Daphne's prettiness was a perilous thing, to be looked at with the eye of fear and suspicion rather than that of love. And yet he was pleased at her triumph, and inclined to be kinder to her on account thereof. They seemed a happy family party at dinner that day. Madeline was full of delight in the improvement of her future home, full of gratitude to her betrothed for the largeness with which he had anticipated her wishes. Edgar was in high spirits, Daphne all gaiety, Sir Vernon unusually open in speech and manner. If Gerald was more silent than the others, nobody noticed his reserve. He had been quiet all day, and when Madeline had questioned him as to the cause, had owned to not being particularly well. Later in the evening they all adjourned to the billiard room, with the exception of Daphne, who pleaded a headache and bade every one good night. But about an hour afterwards, upon the stroke of 11, Madeline, who had just gone up to her room, was startled by a knock at her door, and then by the apparition of Daphne in her long white dressing gown. "My pet, I thought you went to bed an hour ago." "No, dear, I had a headache, but I was not sleepy." "My poor darling, you are so pale and heavy eyed. Come to the fire." Madeline wanted to install her in one of the cosy arm-chairs by the hearth, but Daphne slipped to her favourite seat on the fleecy white rug at her sister's feet. "No, dear, like this," she said, looking up at Madeline with tearful eyes. "At your feet, always at your feet. So much lower than you in all things, so little worthy of your love." "Daphne, it offends me to hear you talk like that. You are all that is sweet and dear. You and I are equal in all things except fortune, and it shall not be my fault if we are not made equal in that." "Fortune," echoed Daphne drearily. "Oh, if you but knew how little I value that! It is your goodness I revere, your purity, your—" She burst into tears and sobbed passionately, with her face hidden on her sister's knee. "Daphne, what has happened? What has grieved you so? Tell me, darling. Trust me." "It is nothing, mere foolishness of mine." "You have something to tell me, I know." "Yes," answered Daphne, drying her tears hastily, and looking up with a grave, set face. "I have come to ask your advice. I mean to abide by your decision, whichever way it may fall. Edgar wants me to marry him, and I have promised him an answer to night. Shall it be yes or no?" "Yes, of course, my pet, if you love him." "But I don't, not the least atom. I have told him so, in the very plainest, straightest words I could find. But he still wishes me to be Mrs. Turchill, and he seems to think that when I have been married to him 20 years or so, I shall get really attached to him, as Mrs. John Anderson, my Jo, did, don't you know. She may have cared very little for Mr. Anderson at the outset." "Oh, Daphne," sighed Madeline, with a distressed look, "this is very puzzling. I don't know what to say. I like Edgar so much. I value him so highly, and I should dearly like you to marry him." "You would?" cried Daphne decisively. "Then that settles it. I shall marry him." "But you don't care for him." "I care for you. I would do anything in this world. Yes," with sudden energy, "the most difficult thing, were it at the cost of my life, to make you happy. Would it make you happy for me to marry Edgar?" "I believe it would." "Then I'll do it. Hark! There's the outer door shutting," cried Daphne, as the hall door closed with a hollow reverberation. "Edgar will be under my window in a minute or two. I'll run and give him my answer." "What do you mean?" "A lamp in my window is to signify yes." "Go and put the lamp there, darling. May it be a star for you both, shining upon the beginning of a bright, happy life." A few minutes later, Edgar, standing in the shrubbery walk, with his eyes fixed on Daphne's casement, the owner of them unconscious of winter's cold, saw the bright spot of light stream out upon the darkness, and knew that he was to be blessed. He went home like a man in a happy dream, scarce knowing by what paths he went, and it is a mercy he did not walk into the Avon and incontinently drown himself. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 22. For I wool gladly yelden her my place. Edgar Turchill rode over to South Hill directly after breakfast next morning. It was a hunting day, and the meet was at a favourite spot, but he had business to do which could brook no delay, and even the delight of skimming across the Vale of the Red Horse on a hunter well able to carry him must give way to the more vital matter which called him to the house on the hill. So soon as Sir Vernon Lawford might be fairly supposed to be accessible to a visitor, Mr. Turchill presented himself and asked for an interview. He was ushered straight to Sir Vernon's study, that sacred and in a manner official chamber which he had ever held in awe, a room in which the driest possible books, in the richest possible bindings, repelled the inquiring mind of an ordinary student who, looking for Waverley, found himself confronted with Blackstone, or exploring for Byron, found himself face to face with Coke or Chitty. Here Sir Vernon, seated reposefully in his great red morocco arm-chair, listened courteously to Edgar's relation of his love, and his hope that, subject to parental approval, his constancy might speedily be rewarded. "I have heard something of this before," said Sir Vernon. "My sister told me you had proposed to Daphne, and had been rejected. I was sorry the child had not better taste, for I like you very much, Turchill, as I believe you know." "You have been very good to me," answered Edgar, reddening with the honest warmth of his feelings. "South Hill has been my second home. The happiest hours of my life have been spent here." "Yes, Sir Vernon, Daphne certainly did refuse me in the summer, but I felt that it was my own fault. I spoke too soon. I ought to have bided my time, and last night, after the ball, I spoke again, and" "With a happier result?" said Sir Vernon. "But Daphne is little more than a child, no wiser than a child in her whims and fancies. I should not like a straightforward fellow like you to suffer from a schoolgirl's frivolity. Do you think she knows her own mind now any better than she did in the summer, when she gave you quite a different answer? Are you sure that she is in earnest, that she is as fond of you as you are of her?" "I have no hope of that," answered Edgar, a little despondently. "I have been loving her ever since she came home, and my love has grown stronger with every day of my life. If she likes me well enough to marry me, I am content." Sir Vernon remained silent for some moments, gravely contemplating the fire, as if he were reading somebody's history in it, and that a gloomy one. "I am fond enough of you to be sorry you should marry on such conditions," he answered after a longish pause. "My younger daughter is a very pretty girl. People persecuted me with compliments about her the other night, and I suppose a very fascinating girl. But if she does not honestly and sincerely return your love, I say do not marry her. Pluck her out of your heart, Edgar, as you would a poisonous weed. Be sure, if you don't, the poison will rankle there by and by, and develop its venom at the time you are least prepared for it." Edgar, secure in his assurance of future happiness, for what man having won Daphne could fail to be happy, smiled at the unwonted energy of Sir Vernon's address. "My dear sir, you take this matter too seriously," he replied. "I have no fear of the issue. Daphne's heart is free, and it will be very hard if I cannot make myself owner of it, loving her as I do, and having her promise to marry me. I only want to be assured of your approval." "That you have, with all heartiness, my dear boy. But I should like to be sure that Daphne is worthy of you." "Worthy of me!" echoed Edgar, with a tender smile. "I wish to heaven I were worthy of her." "She is very young," said Sir Vernon thoughtfully. 19 on her next birthday. "But that birthday is nearly a year off. I hope you will not be in a hurry to be married." "I shall defer that to your judgment, though I think, as I can never feel warmly interested in Hawksyard till I have a wife there, the sooner we are married, so far as my happiness is concerned, the better. Of course, you young men have always some all sufficient reason for being over the border with the lady. How will your mother relish the change?" Poor Edgar winced at the question, feeling very sure that Mrs. Turchill would take the event as her death blow. "My mother is perfectly independent," he faltered. "She has her jointure." "Has she not Hawksyard for her life?" "No, the estate was strictly entailed. I am sole master there." "I am glad of that," said Sir Vernon. "It is an interesting old place." "Daphne likes it," murmured Edgar fatuously. "I suppose you know that I can give my younger daughter no fortune." "If you could give her 1,000,000, it would not make me one whit better pleased at winning her." "I believe you, Edgar," answered Sir Vernon. "When a man of your mould is in love, filthy lucre has very little weight with him. There will be a residue, I have no doubt, when I am gone, a few thousands, but the bulk of my property was settled when I married Lina's mother. I suppose you know that Lina is very pleased at the idea of having you for a brother in law." "I know nothing except that Daphne has consented to be my wife. Lina announced the fact to me this morning at breakfast. Daphne was not down. A headache, a little natural shyness, I daresay. Lina is very glad, very much your friend." "She has always been that," faltered Edgar, looking back with half incredulous wonder to the time when a word from Lina had been enough to stir the pulses of his heart, when the mention of her name was music. "I think I cannot do better for you than leave your happiness in Lina's care," said Sir Vernon. "Daphne will not be married first, of course." "Might they not be married on the same day?" suggested Edgar. "Lina is to be married directly she comes of age, is she not?" "That has been proposed," said Sir Vernon reluctantly, "but I am in no hurry to lose my daughter, and I don't think Lina is eager to leave me. In my precarious state of health it will be hard for me to bear the pain of parting." "But, my dear Sir Vernon, she will be so near you, quite close at hand," remonstrated Edgar, inwardly revolting against this selfishness, which would delay his own happiness as well as Goring's. "Don't talk about it, Turchill," exclaimed Sir Vernon testily. "You don't understand. You can't enter into my feelings. My daughter is all the world to me now. What will she be when she is a wife, a mother, with 100 different interests and anxieties plucking at her heartstrings? Why, I daresay a teething baby would be more to her than her father if I were on my deathbed." "Indeed, Sir Vernon, you wrong her." "I daresay I do, but I am devoured with jealousy when I think of her belonging to any one else. It is the penalty she pays for having been perfect as a daughter. Our virtues, as well as our vices, are often scourges for our own backs. However, when the time comes, I must bear the blow with a smiling countenance, that she may never know how hard I am hit. Only you can imagine I don't want to hasten the evil hour. And now, as I think we understand each other, you may be off to pleasanter society than mine." Edgar instantly availed himself of this permission, and hastened to the morning room, where Madeline was seated at her work table, while Daphne twisted herself round and round on the music stool, now talking to her sister, now playing a few bars of one of Schumann's Kinderstücken, anon picking out a popular melody she had heard the faithful Bink whistle as he weeded his flower beds. She started a little at Edgar's entrance, and blushed celestial red, love's proper hue, much to the delight of her lover, who hung out a rosy flag on his own side, and looked as shy as any school girl. He shook hands with Madeline, and then went straight to the piano, and tried by a tender pressure of Daphne's hand to express something of the rapture that was flooding his soul. "I have seen your father, dearest," he said in her ear, as she went on lightly playing little bits of Schumann. "He thoroughly approves. He is glad." "Then I am glad if he is glad, and you are glad, and Madeline is glad," answered Daphne, with a smile in which there was a subtle mockery that escaped Edgar's perception. "What can I do better than please everybody?" "You have made me the happiest man in creation." "Does not every young man say that when he is engaged?" asked Daphne laughingly. "I believe it is a formula. And when he has been married a year, the happiest man in creation takes to quarrelling with his wife. However, I hope we may not quarrel. I will try to be as good to you as you have been to me, and that is saying a good deal." They lingered by the piano, Edgar pouring forth vague expressions of his delight, his gratitude, his intoxication of bliss, Daphne playing a little and listening a little, with her eyes always on the keys, offering her lover only the lashes, dark brown with sparks of gold upon their tips, for his contemplation. But such lashes, and such eyelids, and such a lovely droop of the small classic head, were enough to satisfy a lover's eye for longer than Edgar was required to look at them. By and by, when he had exhausted a lover's capacity for talking nonsense, he made a sudden dash at the practical. ' I want you to come and see my mother, Daphne.' ' Have you told her ?'' No, not yet. There has been no opportunity, you know.' This was hardly true, since, seated opposite Mrs. Turchill at the breakfast table that morning, Edgar had vainly endeavoured to frame the sentence which should announce his bliss, and had found an awkwardness in the revelation which required to be surmounted at more leisure. ' I am going to tell her directly I go home. It was better to see Sir Vernon first, don't you know, and I want you and Madeline to come over to tea this afternoon. You could drive over to Hawksyard with Daphne after luncheon, couldn't you, Madeline ?' he asked, going over to the work table. ' It would be so good of you, and would please my mother so very much.' ' Would it ?' asked Lina, smiling up at him. ' Then it shall be done.' The young man lingered as long as he could, consistently with his performance of that duty which he felt must not be deferred beyond luncheon time. It was hardly a good time to choose for the revelation, for Mrs. Turchill was apt to be somewhat disturbed in her temper at the midday meal. Her patience having been exercised by sundry defalcations discovered in her morning round of the house. It might be that new milk had been given away to unauthorized recipients, or to pensioners who were only entitled to receive skimmed milk. It might be an unexplainable evanishment of home brewed beer, or that the principal oak staircase was not so slippery as it ought to be, or that the famous pewter dinner service was tarnished, or a favourite fender displayed spots of rust. But there was generally something, some feather weight of domestic care, which disturbed the even balance of Mrs. Turchill's mind at this hour. Like those modern scales which can be turned by an infinitesimal portion of a human hair, so the fine balance of Mrs. Turchill's temper required but very little to alter it. Edgar rode home to Hawksyard in the clear bright winter noontide, feeling as much like a convicted criminal as a young man of pure mind and clear conscience well could feel. He went bustling into the dining room, rubbing his hands and making a great pretence of cheeriness. His mother was standing on the hearthrug knitting a useful brown winter sock for him, he knew. Those active knitting needles of hers were always at work for him. He felt himself an ingrate as he thought of her labour. ' Well, mother, lovely weather, isn't it, so wintry and seasonable. I hope you have had a pleasant morning.' ' About as pleasant as I can have in a nest of vipers,' answered Mrs. Turchill, frowning at her work, and intent upon turning a heel. ' What's up now ?' asked Edgar, nothing startled by the vigour of her speech. ' The beer consumed at Christmas — I won't say drunk, for gallons of it must have been given away — is something too dreadful to contemplate,' replied Mrs. Turchill. ' Never mind the beer, mother,' answered Edgar, still rubbing his hands before the fire, and shifting from one foot to another in a manner that indicated a certain perturbation of spirit. ' Christmas comes only once a year, you know, and the servants ought to enjoy themselves.' ' That's all very well, Edgar, within proper limits, but when I see them stepping over the boundary line ' 'You feel that it's time to put on the drag,' interjected Edgar. ' Of course, very right and proper. Whatever should I do without such a dear prudent mother to look after things ?' And then, suddenly remembering that the most eager desire of his heart at this very moment was to substitute a foolish young wife for this wise and experienced housekeeper, Edgar Turchill became suddenly as vermilion as the most vivid coxcomb in his mother's poultry yard. He felt that the revelation he had to make must be blurted out somehow. There was no use in prancing before the fire, making such a serious business of warming his hands. ' I've been over to South Hill this morning, mother,' he said at last, rather jerkily. ' Have you ?' said Mrs. Turchill curtly. ' It seems to me you never go anywhere else.' "Well, I'm afraid that's a true bill," he answered, laughing with affected heartiness, very much as the timorous traveller whistles in a lonely wood. "I love the place and the people who live in it. South Hill has been my second home, ever since I was a little bit of a chap at Rugby. But this morning I have been there on very particular business. I've been having a serious talk with Sir Vernon. I wonder if you could guess the subject of our conversation, mother, and spare my blushes in telling it." It was Mrs. Turchill's turn to assume the coxcomb's flaming hue. "If you have done anything to blush for, Edgar, I am sorry for you," she observed sternly. "Your father was one of the most respectable men in Warwickshire, and the most looked up to, or my father would not have allowed me to marry him." "You are taking me a trifle too literally, mother," answered Edgar, laughing uneasily. "I hope there is nothing disreputable in a man of my age falling in love and wanting to be married. That's the only crime I have to confess this morning. Yesterday afternoon I asked Daphne to be my wife, and she consented. And this morning I settled it all with Sir Vernon. We are to be married on the same day as Goring and Madeline. At least Sir Vernon said something to that effect." "Indeed!" exclaimed Mrs. Turchill, freezingly. "Indeed! And now Miss Daphne has consented, and Sir Vernon has consented, and the very wedding day is fixed. You do me the honour to inform me. I thank you from my heart, Edgar, for the respect and affection, the consideration and regard you have shown for me in this matter. I'm not likely to forget your conduct." "Dearest mother!" gasped Edgar affrightedly, for the icy indignation of his parent's speech and manner went beyond the worst he had feared. "Surely you are not offended? Surely " "But it is only what I might reasonably have expected," pursued Mrs. Turchill, ignoring the interruption. "It is only what I ought to have looked for. When a mother devotes herself day and night to her son, when she studies his welfare and his comfort in everything, when she sits up with him night after night with the measles, quite unnecessarily, as the doctor said at the time, and reduces herself to a shadow when he has the scarlatina, when she worries herself about him every time he gets damp feet, and endures agony every hour of the day while he is out shooting, this is pretty sure to be the result. He is caught by the first pretty face he sees, and his mother becomes a cipher in his estimation." "Believe me, that is not my case, dear mother," protested Edgar, putting his arm round the matron's waist, which she made as inflexible as she possibly could for the occasion, and trying to kiss her, which she would not allow. "You will never cease to be valued and dear. Do you suppose there is no room in my heart for you and Daphne? I know she is a mere child, a positive baby, to place at the head of a house which you have managed so cleverly all these years, but everything in this life must have a beginning, don't you know, and I rely upon you for teaching Daphne how to manage her house." "That kind of thing cannot be taught, Edgar," answered his mother severely. "It must be the gradual growth of years in an adaptable mind. I don't believe Daphne Lawford will ever be a housekeeper. It is not in her. You might as well expect a butterfly to sit upon its eggs with the patience of a farmyard hen. However," sighed Mrs. Turchill, "you have chosen for yourself." "Did you suppose I should let anyone else choose for me in such a matter, mother? I am sorry for my lovely stock of house linen. The tea cloths will get used in the stable, and the kitchen cloths will be made away with by wholesale." "Never mind a few tea cloths, mother." "But it is not a few, it is a great many. I dare say that out of the 12 dozen that are now in the linen closet, you won't have 2 dozen sound ones a 12-month after your marriage." "I think I should survive even that loss, mother, if you were happy," answered Edgar lightly. "How could I possibly be happy, knowing the waste and destruction of things that I have taken so much trouble to get together? I'm sure I feel positively ill at the idea of the best glass in China under the authority of a girl of 18, your great grandmother's Crown Derby dessert, that which I have often been told is priceless. Yes, mother, by people who don't want to buy it. If you wanted to sell it, you would hear a very different story. However, I don't see any reason why Daphne should not be able to take care of the dessert plates." "I've always kept chamois leather over each plate," interrupted Mrs. Turchill, with a pensive shake of her head. "Will she take as much trouble?" "Or why there should be waste and destruction anywhere. Daphne will not be the first young wife who ever had to take care of a house, and I know by the way she learnt to row how easy it is to teach her anything. Easy to teach her to row, or to ride, or to play lawn tennis, or to do anything frivolous and useless, I have no doubt," retorted his mother; "but I don't believe it is in her to learn careful ways, and the management of servants. I only hope the waste and destruction will stop at the house linen. I only hope she won't bring ruin upon you. But when I think how many a young man of good means has been utterly ruined by an extravagant wife—" "Upon my word, mother," protested Edgar, with a dash of resentment, feeling that this was too much, "you are making a perfect raven of yourself, instead of being cheery and pleasant, as I expected you to be. I'm sorry I have not been able to choose a wife more to your liking as a daughter-in-law, but marriage is one of the few circumstances of life in which selfishness is a duty, and a man must please himself, at any hazard of displeasing other people. I don't believe there's a man who was at the Hunt Ball the other night who won't envy me my good luck." "Very likely, since men are influenced by mere outside prettiness," said Mrs. Turchill, "though even there Daphne is by no means faultless. Her nose is too short." "Now, mother, you have been so good to me all my life that it would be a very unnatural thing if you were to begin to be unkind all at once, and in a crisis of my life, in which I most need your love," pleaded Edgar, with genuine feeling. He put his arm round his mother's waist, which this time was less inflexible than before. He turned the matron's face towards his, and lo, her eyes were full of tears. "It would be very strange indeed if I could deny you anything," she said, strangling a sob. "There never was a child so much indulged as you were. If you had cried for the moon, it would have quite worried me that I wasn't able to get it for you." "And you would have given me a stable lantern instead?" answered Edgar, smiling. "Yes, best of mothers, you have always been indulgent, and you are going to be indulgent now, and you will take Daphne to your heart of hearts, and be as fond of her as if she were that baby girl you lost, grown up to womanhood." "Don't, Edgar, don't," cried Mrs. Turchill, fairly overcome. "Her bassinet is in the little oak room. I was looking at it yesterday. I have never got over that loss." "You will think she has come back to you some day, when you have a little granddaughter," said Edgar tenderly. His mother, once reduced to the pathetic mood, was perfectly tractable. Edgar petted and soothed her, protested somewhat recklessly that the chief desire of Daphne's life was to gain her affection, announced the intended afternoon visit, and obtained his mother's promise of a gracious reception. When Miss Lawford and her sister arrived at about 4:30, the drawing-room wore a hospitable aspect, a huge log burning in the Elizabethan fireplace, flowers of a homely kind, chrysanthemums and Christmas roses, crocuses and snowdrops about the rooms, and an old-fashioned silver tea-tray on an old-fashioned sofa-table. Nothing of Adam or Chippendale or Queen Anne about it, but a good old ponderous piece of rosewood furniture, almost as heavy as a house. Mrs. Turchill received her guests with gracious smiles, and with a heartiness that took Daphne by surprise. She had made up her mind that she was going to be snubbed, and a dash of timidity gave a new grace to her beauty. She was very grave, and seemed to Mrs. Turchill's scrutinizing eye to be fully awakened to the responsibilities of her position. Could she but remain in this better frame of mind, she might fairly be trusted with the Derby dessert service and the piled-up treasures of the linen closet. Mrs. Turchill made Daphne sit on the sofa by her side while she poured out the tea, and was positively affectionate in her manner. "You will be making tea in this pot before long," she said, with a loving glance at the fluted teapot. "It is not a good pourer. You'll have to learn the knack of holding it exactly in the right position." "I hope you are not sorry," faltered Daphne, in a very low voice, meaning about the event generally, not with any special reference to the teapot. "Well, my dear, I am too truthful a woman to deny that it was a blow," returned Mrs. Turchill candidly. Edgar had kept out of the way when the sisters arrived, wishing his mother to have Daphne all to herself for a little while. "I suppose that kind of thing must always be a blow to a mother. My son's my son, till he gets him a wife, you know." "I hope Edgar will never be any less your son than he is at this moment," said Daphne. "I should not like him so well as I do if I thought his regard for me could make him one shade less devoted to you." "Well, my dear, time will show," replied Mrs. Turchill doubtfully. "As a rule, young wives are very selfish. They expect to monopolize their husband's affection. All I hope is that you love Edgar as he deserves to be loved. There never was a worthier young man, and no girl could hope for a better husband than he will make." To this exhortation Daphne replied nothing. She sat with downcast eyes, stirring her tea, and Mrs. Turchill, taking this silence for maidenly reserve, transferred her attentions to Madeline. "I am so sorry Mr. Goring did not drive over with you," she said. "I quite expected him." "You are very kind," answered Lina. "He has gone to London. I had a telegram from Euston Station an hour ago. Gerald has some business to settle with his London lawyers, and is likely to be away for some days." "I'm afraid you must find South Hill very dull in his absence," suggested Mrs. Turchill politely. "I miss him very much, but I don't think I'm very dull. My father occupies a good deal of my time. And then there is Daphne, who has generally plenty to say for herself." "Meaning that I am an insatiable chatterer," said Daphne, laughing. "I'm afraid it was I mean Martha, an old schoolfellow of mine, who got me into the habit of talking so much." "Was she a great talker?" "Quite the contrary. She rarely opened her mouth except to put something into it, so I acquired the pernicious habit of talking for two." Edgar now came in, and seeing Daphne and his mother seated side by side upon the sofa, felt himself exalted to the seventh heaven of tranquil joy. This, and this only, was needed to fill his cup of bliss, that his mother should be content, that life should flow on smoothly in the old grooves. "Well, Daphne, how do you like the look of Hawksyard in the winter?" "I think it is quite the nicest old place in the world. I haven't seen much of the world, but I can't imagine a more interesting old house." "You will like it better and better as you become acquainted with it," said Mrs. Turchill. "It is one of the most convenient houses I ever saw, and I have seen a good many in my time. My husband's mother was a capital housekeeper, and she did not rest till she had made the domestic arrangements as near perfection as was possible in her time. I have tried to follow in her footsteps." "And to make perfection still more perfect," said Edgar. "There are modern inventions and improvements, Edgar, which your grandmother knew nothing about. Not that I hold with them all. If you are not tied for time," added Mrs. Turchill, addressing herself to the two young ladies, "I should very much like to show Daphne the domestic offices. It would give her an idea of what she will have to deal with by and by." Daphne, who knew about as much as a butterfly knows of the management of a house, smiled faintly, but said nothing. She had come to Hawksyard determined to make herself pleasing to Mrs. Turchill, if it were possible, for Edgar's sake. "I ventured to tell them to take out the horses," said Edgar, "knowing that you don't dine till 8." "I shall be pleased to stay as long as Mrs. Turchill likes," answered Madeline, whereupon the matron, acknowledging the speech with a gracious bend, rose from her sofa, took her key basket from the table, and led the way to the corridor in which opened those china and linen stores which were the supreme delight of her soul. Swelling with pride in the consciousness of duty done, she displayed and descanted on her treasures and the convenient arrangement thereof: the old diamond cut glass, the Bow, the Staffordshire, the Swansea, the Derby cups and saucers and plates and dishes, crockery bought in the common way of life, and now of inestimable value. She showed her goodly piles of linen and damask, which a Flemish housewife might have envied. She led her guests to the dairy, which in its smaller and humbler way was as neat and dainty and ornamental as Her Majesty's dairy at Frogmore. She talked learnedly of butter making, cream cheeses, and the disposal of skim milk. Daphne wondered to find how large a science was this domestic management, of which she knew absolutely nothing. "A house of this kind requires a great deal of care and a great deal of thought," said Mrs. Turchill, with a solemn air. "Old servants are a great comfort, but they have their drawbacks, and require to be kept in check. With a young inexperienced mistress, I'm afraid they will be tempted to take many liberties." Mrs. Turchill concluded her speech with a gentle sigh and a regretful glance at Daphne. Not an unfriendly look, by any means, but it expressed her foreboding of future ruin for the house of Hawksyard. Chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 23. And come again, be it by day or night. The next 3 days passed somewhat slowly at South Hill. Unselfish as Madeline was, even her delight in Daphne's engagement could not altogether compensate for Gerald's absence. Life without him hung heavily. She missed him at all those accustomed hours which they had spent together in the bright noontide, when he rode over, fresh and full of vivacity, after a late breakfast; in the afternoon dusk, when they had been wont to waste time so pleasantly beside the low wood fire; in the evening, always. He had been away for 3 days, and she had received only one shabby little letter, just a few feeble sentences explaining that he had been obliged to run up to London at an hour's notice to see his lawyers upon some dry as dust business relating to his Stock Exchange investments. He hoped to settle it all speedily and come back to Warwickshire. The letter gave her very little comfort. "I'm afraid he is being worried," she said to Daphne, after she had read this brief communication 2 or 3 times over. "It is not like one of his letters." The week after the ball began with one of those dull Sundays which come down upon country life like an atmosphere of gloom, and seem to blot out all the pleasantness of creation. A drizzling Scotch misty Sabbath, painfully suggestive of Glasgow and the Free Kirk. Madeline and Daphne walked to church, waterproof to the eyes, and assisted sadly at a damp service, the whole congregation smelling of mackintoshes. The drip, drip from umbrellas on the encaustic pavement audible in the pauses of the liturgy. It was a rule at South Hill that horses and coachmen should rest on the 7th day, save under direst pressure. Neither of the sisters objected to a wet walk. Edgar met them at church, having tramped over through mud and rain, much to the disgust of his mother, who deemed that to be absent from one's parish church on a Sunday morning was a social misdemeanour, not to be atoned for by the most fervent worship in a strange tabernacle. He joined Lina and her sister in the porch, and walked home with them by moist fields and a swollen Avon, whose fringe of willows never looked more funereal than on this dull wintry noontide, when the scant bare shoots stood straight up against a sky of level grey. "Any news from Goring?" asked Edgar, by way of making himself agreeable. "Not since I saw you last. I fancy he must be very busy. He is usually such a good correspondent." "Busy!" cried Edgar, laughing heartily at the idea. "What can he have to be busy about, unless it's the fit of a new suit of clothes, or some original idea in shooting boots which he wants carried out, or the choice of a new horse? But for that matter, I believe he doesn't seriously care what he rides. Busy indeed! He can't know what work means. His bread was buttered for him on both sides before he was born." "Isn't that rather a juvenile notion of yours, Edgar?" asked Madeline. "I believe the richest people are often the busiest. Property has its duties as well as its rights." "No doubt, but a rich man can always take the rights for his own share, and pay somebody else to perform the duties," answered Edgar shrewdly. "And I should think Goring was about the last man to let his property be a source of care to him." "In this instance I am afraid he is being worried about it," said Lina decisively, and with a look which seemed to say, "Nobody has any right to have an opinion about my lover." The day was a long one, even with the assistance of Edgar in the task of getting through it. Daphne, considerably sobered by her engagement, behaved irreproachably all the afternoon and evening, but she stifled a good many yawns until the effort made her eyes water. Her father had been unusually kind to her since the announcement of her betrothal. All his anxieties about her, and it had been the habit of his mind to regard her as a source of trouble and difficulty, or even of future woe, were now set at rest. Married in the early bloom of her girlhood to such a man as Edgar, all her life to come would be so fenced round and protected, so sheltered and guarded by love and honour, that perversity itself could scarce go astray. "Daphne's mother was spoiled before I married her," he told himself, remembering the misery of his second marriage. If I had won her before her heart was corrupted, our lives might have been different. It seemed to him, looking at the matter soberly, that there could be no better alliance for his younger daughter than this with Edgar Turchill. He had seen them together continually in a companionship which seemed full of pleasure for both, boating together, at lawn tennis, at billiards, sympathizing, as it appeared to him from his superficial point of view, in every thought and feeling. It never occurred to him that this was a mere surface sympathy, and that the hidden deeps of Daphne's mind and soul were far beyond the plummet line of Edgar's sympathy or comprehension. Sir Vernon had made up his mind that his younger daughter was a frivolous butterfly being, who needed only frivolous pleasures and girlish amusements to make her happy. Everybody, or almost everybody, approved of Daphne's engagement. It was pleasant to the girl to live for a little while in an atmosphere of praise. Even Aunt Rhoda, upon whose being Daphne had exercised the kind of influence which some people feel when there is a cat in the room, even Aunt Rhoda professed herself delighted. She came over between the showers and the church services upon this particular Sunday, on purpose to tell Daphne how very heartily she approved of her conduct. "You have acted wisely for once in your life," she said sententiously. "I hope it is the beginning of many wise acts. I suppose you will be married at the same time as Lina. The double wedding will have a very brilliant effect, and will save your father ever so much trouble and expense." "Oh, no, I should not like that," cried Daphne hurriedly. "You wouldn't like a double wedding!" ejaculated Mrs. Ferrers indignantly. "Why, what a vain, arrogant little person you must be! I suppose you fancy your own importance would be lessened if you were married at the same time as your elder sister." "No, no, aunt, indeed it is not that. I am quite content to seem of no account beside Lina. I love her far too dearly to envy her superiority. But when I am married, I should like it to be very quietly. No people looking on, no fuss, no fine gowns. When my father and Edgar have made up their minds that the proper time has come, I should like just to walk into my uncle's church early some morning, with papa and Lina, and for Edgar to meet us there just as quietly as if we were poor people, and for no one to be told anything about it." "What a romantic, school-girlish notion," said Mrs. Ferrers contemptuously. "Such a marriage would be a discredit to your family, and I should think it most unlikely my brother would ever give his consent to such a hole-and-corner way of doing things." The one person at South Hill who absolutely refused to smile upon Daphne's engagement was Madeline's faithful Mowser. That devoted female received the announcement with shrugs and ominous shakings of a head which carried itself as if it were the living temple of wisdom, and in a manner incomplete without that helmet of Minerva which obviously of right belonged to it. "You don't seem as pleased as the rest of us at the notion of this second marriage," said good-tempered Mrs. Spicer, housekeeper and cook, to whom the family was the central point of the universe, sun, moon, and stars, earth and ocean, and the residue of mankind being merely so much furniture created to make the family comfortable. "I hear and see and say nothing," answered Mowser, as oracular in most of her utterances as Friar Bacon's brazen head. "Time will show." "Well, all I can say is," said Jinman, "that our Miss Daphne is an uncommon pretty girl, and deserves a good husband. She has just that spice of devilry in her which I like in a woman. Your even-tempered girls are too insipid for my taste." "I suppose you would have admired the spice of devilry in Miss Daphne's Mar," retorted Mowser venomously, which made her run away from her husband. "No, Mrs. Mowser, I draw the line at that. A man may want to get rid of his wife, but he don't like her to take the initial." Mr. Jinman meant initiative, and bolt. "A spice of devilry is all very well, but one doesn't want the entire animal. I like a shake of the grater in my negus, but I don't desire the whole nutmeg. But I do think that it's a low-minded thing to cast up Miss Daphne's Mar whenever the young lady's talked about. Every tub must stand on its own bottom." "Well, Mr. Jinman," said Mowser, "all I hope is that Miss Daphne will carry through her engagement now she's made it. She's welcome to her own sweetheart, as far as I am concerned, so long as she doesn't hanker after other people's." The phrase sounded vague, and neither Mr. Jinman, nor Mrs. Spicer, nor the coachman, who had dropped in to tea and toast and a poached egg or two in the housekeeper's room, had any clear idea of what Mowser meant, except that it was something ill-natured. On that point there was no room to doubt. Another week wore on, the second after the ball, and Gerald Goring had not yet returned. He wrote every other day, telling Madeline all he had been doing, the picture galleries and theatres he had visited, the clubs at which he had dined. Yet in all these letters of his, affectionate as they were, there was a tone which sustained in Lina's mind the idea that her lover was in some way troubled or worried. The few words which gave rise to this impression were slight enough. She hardly knew how or why the notion had entered her mind, but it was there and remained there, and it increased her anxiety for his return to an almost painful degree. While she was expecting him daily and hourly, a much longer letter arrived, which on the first reading almost broke her heart. "My dear one, I write in tremendous excitement and flurry of mind to tell you something which I fear may displease you. Yet, at the very beginning, I will disarm your wrath by saying that if you put a veto upon this intention of mine, it shall be instantly abandoned. Subject to this, dear love, I am going in hot haste to Canada. Don't be startled, Lina. It is no more nowadays than going to Scotland. Men, I know, go across for the salmon fishing every autumn, and are absent so short a time that their friends hardly miss them from the beaten tracks at home. And now I will tell you what has put this Canadian idea into my head. I have for some time been feeling a little below par, mopish, lymphatic, disinclined for exertion of any kind. My holiday in the Orkneys was a dolce far niente business, which did me no real good. I went the other day to a famous doctor in Cavendish Square, a man who puts our prime ministers on their legs when they are inclined to drop, like tired cab horses, under the burden of the public wheel. He ausculted me carefully, found me sound in wind and limb, but nerves and muscles alike in need of bracing. "You want change of scene and occupation," he said, "and a climate that will make you exert yourself. Go to Vienna and skate." I dare say this would have been good advice for a man who had never seen Vienna, but as I know that brilliant capital by heart, with all of its virtues and a few of its vices, I rejected it. "Please yourself," said my physician, pocketing his fee, "but I recommend complete change and the hardest climate you can bear." I do not feel sure that I intended to take his advice, or should have thought any more about it, but I happened to meet Lord Loftus Berwick, the Duke of Bamborough's youngest son, and an old Eton chum of mine, in the smoking room at the Reform that very evening, and he told me he was just off to Canada, dilated enthusiastically upon the delights of that wintry region, and the various sports congenial to the month of February. He goes via New York, Delaware, and Hudson Railway to Montreal, thence to Quebec, and from Quebec by the Intercolonial Railway to Rimouski, where he is to charter a small schooner and cross the St. Lawrence to the mouth of the Natashquan River, which river belongs to two particular friends of his, both distinguished comedians and men of unbounded popularity on each side of the Atlantic. Here Loftus proposes to hunt caribou, moose, elk, and I don't know what else, but before he puts on his snowshoes, loads his sledges, and harnesses his dogs for those happy hunting grounds, he is going to revel in the more civilized and sophisticated pleasures of a Canadian winter, curling clubs, sleigh rides around the mountain at Montreal, tobogganing at the falls of Montmorency near Quebec, and so on. Just the thing for me, thought I, a hard climate, only about 8 days' voyage, if my dearest did not object to my being away from my natural place at her feet for 5 or 6 weeks. At my hinting a wish to accompany him, Loftus became still more enthusiastic, and was eager to have the whole thing settled that moment. "And now, love, it is for you to decide. I think the run would do me good, but perish the thought of benefit to me if it must be bought at the price of pain to you. Loftus is going in the Cunard, which leaves Liverpool the day after tomorrow. Telegraph your wishes, and be assured beforehand of obedience from your devoted slave, Gerald Goring." Madeline's first thoughts were of the pain of being parted from her lover, whose presence had for so long been the sunshine of her days. and so much a part of her life that she seemed scarcely to live while he was away from her. Existence was reduced to a mere mechanical moving about and doing duties which had lost all their savour. But these first thoughts, being selfish, were swiftly succeeded in a mind so entirely unselfish by other considerations. If it were for Gerald's good that he should go to the other end of the world, that they should be parted for much longer than the 5 or 6 weeks of which he spoke so lightly, it would not have been in Madeline's nature to desire him to forego even a possible advantage. She had fancied sometimes of late that he was occasionally dull and low-spirited, and now this letter explained all. He was out of health. He had been leading too quiet and womanish a life, no doubt, in his willingness to spend his days in her society. He had foregone all those hardy exercises and field sports which are so necessary to a man who has no serious work in life. Madeline's telegram ran thus: "Go by all means, if you think the change will do you good. I tremble at the idea of your crossing the sea at this time of the year. Let me see you before you go. If you cannot come here, I will ask my aunt to go to London with me, that I may at least bid you good bye." The answer came as quickly as electricity could bring it, and although laconic, was satisfactory. "I will be with you about 5 o'clock this afternoon." Dear fellow, how little he thinks of the trouble of travelling so many miles to please me, thought Madeline, and the idea of her lover's affection sustained her against the pain of parting. "Next year I shall have the right to go wherever he goes," she told herself. Daphne heard of the Canadian expedition, but said so little about it that Lina wondered at her coolness. "I thought you would have been more surprised," she said. "Did you? Why, there is really nothing startling or uncommon in the idea," answered Daphne smilingly. "This rushing about the world for sport seems the most fashionable thing among young men with plenty of money. The society journals are always telling us how Lord this or Sir John that has gone to the Rockies to shoot wild sheep, or to the North Pole for bears, or to Hungary or Wallachia or the Balkan range. The beaten tracks count for nothing nowadays." When the afternoon came, Lina was alone to receive her lover. Daphne had been seized with a dutiful impulse towards her aunt, and had gone to drink tea at the rectory, with Edgar in attendance upon her. "Won't you defer your duty visit till to-morrow, and wish Gerald good-bye?" asked Lina, when Daphne proposed the expedition. "No, dear, you can do that for me. This is an occasion on which you ought to have him all to yourself. You will have so much to say to each other." "If it were mother, she would occupy all the time in begging him to wear flannels, put cork soles in all his boots, and avoid damp beds," said Edgar, laughing. "Now, Daphne, put on your hat as quick as you can. It's a lovely afternoon for a walk across the fields. If this frost continues, we shall have skating presently." The daylight faded slowly. A bright, frosty day, a clear and rosy sunset. Lina sat by the pretty hearth in her morning room, and exactly as the clock struck 5, the footman brought in her dainty little tea tray, set out the table before the fire, and lighted 3 or 4 wax candles in the old Sèvres candelabra on the mantelpiece. Here she and her lover would be secure from the interruption of callers, which they could not be if in the drawing room. 5 minutes after the hour there came the sound of wheels upon the gravel drive, a loud ring at the bell, and in the next instant the door of the morning room was opened, and Gerald came in, looking bulkier than usual in his furred travelling coat. "Dear Gerald, this is so good of you," said Madeline, rising to welcome him. "Dearest," he took both her hands, and stood looking at her in the firelight with a countenance full of tenderness, a mournful tenderness, as if he were saddened by the thought of parting. "You were not angry with me for leaving you for a few weeks?" "Angry? When you are told the change is necessary for your health? How could you think me so selfish? Let me look at you. Yes, you are looking ill, pale and wan. Gerald, you have been ill, seriously ill perhaps, since you left me, and you would not tell me for fear of alarming me. I am sure that it is so. Your letters were so hurried, so different from—" "My dear girl, you are mistaken. I told you the exact truth about myself when I owned to feeling mopish and depressed. I have had no actual illness, but I feel that a run across the Atlantic will revive and invigorate me. And it is quite right of you to go, if the voyage is not dangerous in this weather." "Dear love, it is no more dangerous than calling a hansom to take one down Regent Street. The hansom may come to grief somehow, or there may be a gale between Liverpool and New York, but there is hardly any safer way a man can dispose of his life than to trust himself to a Cunard steamer." And do you think you will enjoy yourself in Canada? As much as I can enjoy myself anywhere away from you. According to my friend Loftus, a Canadian winter is the acme of bliss, and if the winter should break up early, we may contrive to get a little run into the Hudson's Bay country, and a glimpse of the Rockies before we come home." "That sounds as if you meant to stay rather a long time," said Lina, with a touch of anxiety. "Indeed, no, dear. At latest I shall be with you before April is half over. Think what it is to happen early in May." "My coming of age. It seems so absurd to come of age at 25 when one is almost an old woman." "An old woman, verily. A girl as fresh in youthful purity as if her cheek still wore the baby bloom of 17 summers. But have you forgotten something else that is to happen next May, Lina? Our wedding." "There has been nothing fixed about that," faltered Madeline. "Except, perhaps, that it is to be this year. My father has not said a word as to the actual time, and I know that he wants to keep me as long as he can. And I think you know that I want to have you at the Abbey as soon as I can. I'm getting to loathe that big house for lack of your presence to transform it into a home. We must be married in May, dearest. Remember, we have only been waiting for you to come of age, and for all dry as dust questions of property to be settled. If we had been Darby the gardener and Joan the dairymaid, we should have been married 4 years ago, shouldn't we, Lina?" "I suppose so," she answered, blushing, and taking refuge in the occupation of pouring out the tea, adjusting the eggshell cups and saucers, the slender little rat-tailed spoons, all the dainty affectations and quaintnesses of high art tea drinking. "Darby and Joan are always so imprudent." "Yes, but they are often happy. They marry foolishly, and perhaps starve a little after marriage, but they wed while the first bloom is on their love. Come, Lina, say that we shall be married early in May." "I can promise nothing without my father's consent. My aunt was suggesting that Daphne and I should be married on the same day." "Did she?" asked Gerald, his head bent, his hands engaged with his cup and saucer. Two victims led to the altar, Iphigenia and Polyxena, and no likelihood of a hind being substituted for either young lady. "Don't you think there is a dash of vulgarity in a double wedding? A desire to make the very most of the event, to intensify the parade, 2 sets of bridesmaids, 2 displays of presents, 2 honeymoon departures, all the tawdriness and show and artificiality of a modern wedding exaggerated by duplication." "I think that is rather Daphne's idea. She begs that she and Edgar may be married very quietly, without fuss of any kind. I had no idea that Daphne was capable of such wisdom. I thought she would have asked for 24 bridesmaids," said Gerald, with a cynical laugh. "She is much more sensible than you have ever given her credit for being," answered Madeline, a little offended at his tone. "She has behaved sweetly since her engagement." "And you think she is happy?" How slowly he said this, stirring his tea all the while, as if the words were spoken mechanically, his thoughts being wide away from them. "Do you suppose I should be satisfied if I were not sure in my own mind of her happiness? How can she fail to be happy? She is engaged to a thoroughly good man, who adores her, and if she is not quite as deep in love with him as he is with her, there is no doubt that her affection for him will increase and strengthen every day. Naturally, he will flatter and fool her till, were it only from sheer vanity, she will ultimately find him necessary to her existence. I knew he had only to persevere in order to win her. I told him so last summer. And Edgar is grateful to you for encouraging him when he was inclined to despair. He told me so yesterday. But do not let us talk of Daphne all the time. I want you to tell me about yourself. How good it was of you to come down to say good-bye." "Could I do less, dearest? Good-byes are always painful, even when the parting is to be of the briefest, as in this case. But from the moment I knew you wished to see me, it was my duty to come." "Can you stay here to-night?" "I can stay exactly 10 minutes, and no more. I have to catch the 6:30 express." "You're not going to the Abbey?" "No. I've written to my steward, and I am such a roi fainéant at the best of times that my coming or going makes very little difference. I leave the new hot houses under your care and governance, subject to McCloskie, who governs you. All their contents are to be for the separate use and maintenance of your rooms while I am away. I shall be smothered with flowers. May there be never a thorn among them. And now, love, adieu. This time to-morrow I shall be steaming out of the Mersey. I have to see that Dickson has not come to grief in the preparation of my outfit. A man wants a world of strange things for Canada, according to the outfitters. My own love, good-bye." Goodbye, Gerald dearest, best, goodbye. Every wind that blows will make me miserable while you are on the sea. You'll let me know directly you arrive, won't you? You'll put me out of my misery as soon as you can. I'll cable the hour I land. That will be so good of you, she said, going with him to the door. How calm and clear the frosty evening looked. How vivid the steely stars up yonder above the feathery treetops. How peaceful and happy all the world. God bless you, dear one, said each to each as they kissed their parting kiss. Both hearts so heavy, but one so pure and free from guile, the other so weighed down by secret cares that could not be told. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 24. I fleeth the time, it woe no man abide. Nearly 6 months had gone since that wintry parting, when the lovers clasped hands and blessed each other under the sign of Aries. And now it was midsummer, and all the fields were green, and the limes were breaking into blossom, and the hawthorn flower was dead, and the last of the bluebells had faded, and all the white orchard blooms, the tender loveliness of spring, belonged to the past. For the beauty of earth and nature is a thing of perpetual change, so closely allied with death that in every rapture there is the beginning of a regret. Gerald Goring had returned, not quite so soon as he had promised, beside the winter hearth, but in time to offer birthday greetings to Lena, and to assist in those legal preparations and argumentations which preceded the marriage settlement. In this case, a formidable document, involving large interests, and full of consideration for children and grandchildren yet unborn. For daughters dying unmarried or requiring to be dowered for marriage, for sons who might have to make marriage settlements of their own, there was to be a complete family history, put hypothetically in Miss Lawford's marriage settlement. Vainly had Lena tried to dower her sister with half, or at least some portion of her own wealth. Daphne obstinately refused to accept any such boon, and Edgar as obstinately sustained her in her determination. "I won't accept a penny," said she. "I don't want a halfpenny with her," said he, a refusal which Mrs. Turchill considered supreme folly on the part of son and daughter-in-law, for what improvements might have been made at Hawksyard with a few spare thousands, whereas her son's income, though ample for all the needs and comforts of this life, left no margin for building. Why should not Daphne have a range of hothouses like those Mr. Goring has built for her sister, argued Mrs. Turchill. Or why should not you rebuild the stables, which are dreadfully old-fashioned? I would not change the dear old fashion for worlds, mother, now that I have made every sanitary improvement, answered Edgar. Least of all would I improve Hawksyard into a modern house with Goring's money. But it is not Mr. Goring's money that is offered, it is Miss Lawford's. That is the same thing. The loss would be his. Don't talk any more about it, mother. Daphne and I have made up our minds." This was decisive, for Mrs. Turchill knew that Daphne's word was Edgar's law. She was reconciled to the idea of the marriage, but in her confidences with Deborah she could not help talking of her son's attachment as an infatuation. Gerald had come back considerably improved in health and spirits by his Canadian and Hudson's Bay adventures. He had crossed the Turtle Mountain and the arid plains beyond, and from the crest of one of the Sweet Grass Hills had seen the rugged and snowy outline of the Rockies, standing out in full relief against the western skyline. He had shot a bear or two, and had some experience of wolves.
He had eaten pemmican and ridden a woolly horse. He had slept at a Hudson's Bay station, and had passed a night or two, half frozen and wholly awake, under canvas. Variety and adventure had done him good physically and mentally, and he told himself that of that fever which had tormented him when he left England, a fever of foolish longings and fond regrets, idle thoughts of things that might have been, he was cured wholly. Yet who shall say whether time might not show some resemblance between this cure and that of a dangerous lunatic, who is discharged from Bedlam a sane man, and who cuts his mother's head off with a carving knife a fortnight after his release? The double wedding was to take place in October. Nothing could induce Sir Vernon to consent to an earlier date. "I shall lose my darling soon enough," he said, ignoring Daphne in his calculations of loss. "Let me keep her till the end of the summer. Let us spend this one summer together. Who knows that it may not be my last?" Any wish expressed by her father would have governed Madoline's conduct, and this wish, expressed so stringently, could not be disregarded. Sir Vernon was frequently ailing in a languid, half-hearted way, which looked like hypochondriasis, but might be actual disease, and a part of that organic evil which was never clearly described. His doctor recommended an entire change of scene. Switzerland, the Engadine, if he could make up his mind to travel so far, and to be satisfied with the simpler diet and accommodation of that skyey world. There was a good deal of discussion, and it was ultimately settled that Sir Vernon and his daughter should start for Switzerland at the end of June, and move quietly about there, studying the invalid's pleasure in all things. Sir Vernon set his face against the Engadine, preferring the more civilized shores of Lake Leman, which he knew by heart. Daphne had never been beyond Fontainebleau, and was enraptured at the idea of seeing snow-clad mountains and strange people. Gerald and Edgar were to be of the party, and they were only to return to England in time for the double wedding. The sisters were to be married on the same day after all. That had been settled for them arbitrarily by family and friends, despite Daphne's objection, and Warwickshire people were already beginning to speculate upon the details of the ceremony, and to wonder what dean or bishop would be privileged to tie the knot, assisted by the Reverend Marmaduke Ferrers. Daphne's conduct since her engagement had been unobjectionable. Nobody could deny her sweetness, or could fail to approve the sobriety which had come over her manners and conversation. Her hot fits and cold fits, her high spirits and low spirits, were all over. She was uniformly amiable and uniformly grave, not taking rapturous pleasure in anything, but seemingly contented with her lot in life, devoted in her affection to her sister, unvaryingly kind to her lover. Edgar was never tired of thanking Heaven for the blessedness of his lot. He had remitted his tenants 25% of their March rents, not that there was any special need for such indulgence, but because he longed to be generous to somebody, and to disseminate his overflowing joy. "I shall do the same for you next October, in honour of my marriage," he said in his speech at the audit dinner, "and after that I shall want all the money you can pay me as a family man." Madeline, utterly happy in her lover's society, after that interval of severance which had seemed so long and dreary, cared very little where their lives were to be spent, so long as they were to be together. Yet the idea of revisiting Lake Leman, which she had seen and loved 7 years ago in a quiet pilgrimage with her father, with Gerald for her attendant and companion, had a certain fascination. "It is rather like anticipating our honeymoon, is it not, dear?" he asked laughingly. "But when the honeymoon comes, we shall find some new world to explore. Would you like to take me to the Red River?" I think that would be a shade too rough, even for your endurance. The Italian lakes and a winter in Rome would suit us better. It is all very well for a man to travel in a district where he has to cover his face with a muffler and head the driving snow till he is nearly suffocated with his frozen breath, and has to get himself thawed carefully at the first campfire, but that kind of experience lasts a long time, and it is pleasing to fall back upon the old habit of luxurious travelling, and to ride in a coupe through Mount Cenis or St. Gothard, and to arrive at one's destination without any large risk of being swallowed whole in a swamp, or burned alive in a prairie fire. "I shall delight in seeing Rome with you," Madeline answered gently. "I thought you would like it. I really know my Rome. It is a subject I have studied thoroughly, and I shall love playing cicerone for you." It was midsummer, a perfect midsummer evening, the placid sky still faintly tinted with rose and amethyst yonder, where the sun had just gone down behind the undulating line of willows. The little town of Stratford lay in its valley, folded in a purple cloud, only the slender church spire rising clear and sharp against that tranquil evening sky. Daphne had stolen away from Madeline and Gerald, who were sitting on the terrace, while Edgar, chained to his post in the dining room by a lengthy monologue upon certain political difficulties with which Sir Vernon was pleased to favour him, vainly longed for liberty to rejoin his idol. She had put on her hat, and had set out upon a lonely pilgrimage to Stratford. They were all to leave South Hill early to morrow, and it was Daphne's fancy to bid good-bye to the church which sheltered those ashes it were the worst of sacrilege to disturb. It was an idle fancy, no doubt engendered of a mind prone to idle thoughts, but Daphne, having no urgent occupation for her time this evening, fancied she had a right to indulge it. "I am going for a little walk," she had told Edgar, as she left the dining room. "Don't fidget yourself about me." From which moment poor Edgar had been in agonies of restlessness, turning an ear deafer than any adder's to Sir Vernon's disquisition upon the critical state of the country, and the utter incapacity of the men in office to deal with such a crisis, and inwardly chafing against every extension of the subject which prolonged the seemingly endless discourse. A little walk, and why and where and with whom? Vainly did Edgar's strained gaze explore the distant landscape. From his position at the dinner table he could see a fine range of country 10 or 15 miles away, but never a glimpse of terrace or garden by which Daphne must go, and it was the rule of his life to show Sir Vernon the extremity of respect, an almost old-fashioned and Grandisonian reverence. Therefore, to cut short that prosy discourse was impossible. The blessed moment of release came at last. Sir Vernon finished his claret with a sigh, and left nation and ministry to their fate. Edgar hurried to the terrace. Gerald and Madeline were sipping their coffee at a little rustic bamboo table, the Maltese Fluff lying luxuriously in his mistress's silken lap. "Have you any idea where Daphne has gone?" Edgar asked despairingly. "No, indeed. I saw her stroll down towards the river. Perhaps she has gone to see her aunt." "Thanks. Yes, I daresay," replied Edgar, speeding off towards the rectory, without waiting to consider whether the clue were worth following. While Mr. Turchill was hastening across the fields at a racing pace, Daphne was seated in her boat, quietly drifting towards Stratford, along a dreamy twilit river, where every willow had a ghostly look in the evening dimness. She was full of grave thoughts on this her last night in Warwickshire. It was more than a year and a quarter, since she had come home for good, as the phrase goes, and a year and a quarter makes a large section of a young life. The years are so long in early youth, when the heart and mind live so fast, and every day is a history, so strangely different from the monotonous years of middle age, which glide past unawares, like the level flats seen from a canal boat, each meadow so like the last that the voyager is unconscious of progress till he feels the salt breath of death's ocean creeping across the low marshes of declining life, and knows that his journey is nearly done. To Daphne that year at South Hill had been a lifetime. How ardently she had felt and thought and suffered within the time. What resolutions made and broken, what fevers of dangerous delight, and dull intervals of remorse, what wild wicked hopes, what black despair. Looking back at the time that was gone and dead, she was inclined to exaggerate its joys, to gloss over its pain. "At the worst I have been happy with him," she said, remembering how much of that vanished time had been spent in Gerald Goring's society. "Though he is nothing to me, and never can be anything to me but a man to be shunned, yet we have been happy together, and that is something." She remembered some lines of Dryden's which Gerald had quoted in her presence: "To morrow do thy worst, for I have lived to day. Be fair or foul, or rain or shine, the joys I have possessed in spite of fate are mine." She had lived her day. There had been moments in the past, moments that had stirred the deeps of her soul with a power as mysterious as the sweep of the angelic wing on Bethsaida's pool, moments when she had fancied herself beloved by him whom to love was treason. These stood out upon the page of memory in fiery characters, and in their supernal light all the rest of the record seemed dull and dark. There had been hours of unquestioning bliss, when she had in no wise reasoned upon her happiness, when she had not asked herself whether she was loved or scorned, but had been happy as the summer insects are among the flowers, vivified by the sunshine, asking nothing but to live and enjoy that glorious warmth and brightness. So at times she had abandoned herself to the delight of his society, whom she had loved from the hour of their first meeting, giving all her heart and mind to him at once, as utterly as Juliet gave hers to Romeo. She had lived her day. The long vista of tomorrow and tomorrow opened before her joyless gaze, and she could look down the tranquil path it was her fate to tread, a wife beloved and honoured, a sister fondly loved, a daughter reconciled with her father, mistress of a fine old house, full of quaint and pleasant associations, established for life in the heart of rural scenes which her soul loved. Surely it was not a destiny to be contemplated with such profound sadness as shadowed her face to-night, while she leant listlessly on her oars and drifted down the full dark river. All was very quiet below the bridge when she landed at the boat builder's yard, and left her craft in charge of that amphibious and more than half intoxicated hanger on who is generally to be found waiting on fortune at every landing stage. The walk to the church was dark and shadowy, lights twinkling in the low cottage windows, glimpses of home life dimly seen through open doors. Daphne walked quickly to the avenue of limes, that green odorous aisle that leads to the porch. There had been evening service, and the lights were still burning here and there, and the heavy old door stood ajar. Daphne pushed it gently open and crept into the church, past the stately monuments of mediaeval Cloptons, whose marble effigies reposed in solemn pomp upon sculptured tombs rich in armorial emblazonment. In the faint light and mysterious shadow the stony figures looked like real sleepers, waiting for the last dread summons. Daphne stole past them with noiseless footfall, and crept along the aisle to the lovely old chancel, where just within the altar rails William Shakespeare takes his last earthly rest. The sexton came out of the vestry to see whose footfall it was that fell so lightly on that everlasting flint. Daphne was standing by the altar rail in a reverie, looking up at the calm sculptured face, so serene in its contentment with a life which, in the vast range and dominion of a mind that was in itself a kingdom, had held all things worth having. These are the full and rounded lives, complete and perfect in themselves, the calm and placid lives of contemplative men, for whom the gates of the spiritual universe stand ever open, who are in no wise dependent upon the joys and gains and triumphs of this work-a-day world. ' Were you always happy, my calm-faced Shakespeare ?' wondered Daphne. ' Could you have sounded all the deeps of sorrow without having yourself suffered ? I think not. Yet there seems hardly any room in your life for great sorrow, except perhaps in the loss of that child who died young. Was Anne Hathaway your only love, I wonder? You who wrote so sweetly of sorrowful, hopeless love? Or was there another whom we know as Juliet and Imogen and Cordelia, another from whom you always lived far apart, yet whom you always loved?" "I beg your pardon, miss," said the sexton. "I'm going to lock up the church." "Let me stay a few minutes longer," pleaded Daphne, taking out her purse. "I'm going away from England to morrow, and I've come to say good bye to the dear old church." "Are you going to be away long, miss?" "Nearly 3 months." "That's a very short time," said the old man, pocketing Daphne's half-crown. "I thought perhaps you were going away for many years, going to settle somewhere across the sea." "It hardly seems like saying good bye to the church, if you are to be back among us this side Michaelmas." "No," said Daphne, dreamily looking along the shadowy nave, where broken rays of moonlight from the painted windows shone upon the dark oak benches like dropped jewels. "It is not long, but one never knows. To night I feel as if it were going to be for ever. I am so fond of this old church." "No wonder, miss. It's a beautiful church. You should hear the Americans admire it. I suppose they've nothing half as good in their country." The moon was up when Daphne left the church and walked round by headstones and memorial crosses to the shaded path beside the river, where here and there a seat on the low wall invited the weary to repose in the cool shade of ancient elms. The broad full river looked calm and bright under the moonlit sky. The murmur of the weir sounded like a lullaby. Daphne walked slowly to the end of the path, and stood for a long time looking down at the river. She felt curiously loath to leave the spot. Yet it was time she were on her homeward way. They would miss her, perhaps, and be perplexed and even anxious about her. But in the next moment she dismissed the idea of any such anxiety on her behalf. "Lina will not think about me while Mr. Goring is with her, and my father is not likely to trouble himself. There's only poor Edgar, and he will guess which way I have come, and follow me if he takes it into his head to be uneasy." Reassured by this idea, Daphne resolved to gratify her fancy for farewells to the uttermost, and to say good bye to the house where the poet was born. Stratford streets were very empty and quiet at this period of the summer evening, and she met only a few people between the churchyard and the sacred dwelling. To a stranger, entrance into the sanctuary at such an hour would have been out of the question, but Daphne was on friendly terms with the lady custodians of the temple, and knew she could coax them to unlock the door for her pleasure. Never lamp or candle was admitted within the precincts, but on such a night as this there would be no need for artificial light, and Daphne only wanted to creep into the quaint old rooms, to look round her quietly for a minute or two, and feel the spirit of the place breathing poetry into her soul. "I have such a strange fancy that I may never see these things again," she said to herself, as she stood in the moonlit garden, where only such flowers grew as were known in Shakespeare's time. The two ladies lived in a snug little house with a strictly Elizabethan front, and casement windows that looked into the poet's garden. All that taste and research and an ardent love could do had been done to make Shakespeare's house and its surroundings exactly what they were when Shakespeare lived. The wise men of Stratford had brought their offerings in the shape of old pictures and manuscripts and relics of all kinds. The rooms had been restored to their original form and semblance, and pilgrims from afar had no longer need to blush for the nation which owned such a poet and held his memorials so lightly. A very different state of things from the vulgar neglect which obtained when Washington Irving visited Stratford. The maiden warders of the house were a little surprised at so late a visit, but received Daphne kindly all the same, and were disposed to be indulgent to girlish enthusiasm in so worthy a cause. It was against the rules to open the house at so late an hour, but as no light was needed, Daphne should be allowed just to creep in and bid good bye to the hearth beside which Shakespeare had played at his mother's knees. "One would think you were going away for a long while, Miss Lawford," said one of the ladies, smiling at Daphne's eager face. It was exactly what the sexton had said, and Daphne made the same answer as she had given him. "One never knows," she said. "Ah, but we know. You are coming home to be married in the autumn. We have heard all about it. Stratford bells will ring a merry peal on that day, I should think, though I suppose the wedding will be at Arden Church. I'm so glad you are going to settle in the neighbourhood, like your sister. What a grand place Goring Abbey is, to be sure." My sister and I drove over in a fly last summer to look at it. We went all over the house and grounds. It is a beautiful place, yet I don't know but that I like Mr. Turchill's old manor house best.' ' So do I,' answered Daphne absently. ' Of course you do,' cried the other sister, laughing. ' That's only natural.' They all three went across the garden in the moonlight, and the elder sister unlocked the house door. ' Would you like to go in alone ?' she asked. ' You are not afraid of ghosts ?' 'Of Shakespeare's ghost? No, I should dearly love to see him. I would fall on my knees and worship the beautiful spirit.' ' Go in, then. We'll wait in the garden.' Daphne went softly into the empty house. It was more ghostly than the church, more uncanny in its emptiness. She felt as if the disembodied souls of the dead were verily around and about her. That empty hearth on which the moonbeams shone so coldly, those dusky walls, a vacant chair or two, a gleam of coloured light from an old scrap of stained glass. How cold it all felt in its dismal loneliness. She tried to conjure up a vision of the poet's home 300 years ago, in its old world simplicity, its homely comfort and repose, a world before steam engines, gas, and electricity, a world in which printing and gunpowder were almost new. To think of it was like going back to the childhood of this earth. Daphne left the outer door ajar, and crept softly through the rooms, half expectant of ghostly company. What tricks moonbeam and shadow played upon the walls, upon the solid old timber crossbeams, where in the unregenerate days, a quarter of a century ago, pilgrims used to pencil their miserable names upon the wood or whitewash, childishly fancying they were securing to themselves a kind of immortality. Daphne stood by the window with her heart beating feverishly, and her ear strained to catch the footfall of the sisters in the garden, and thus to be sure of human company. She looked along the empty street, moonlighted, peaceful, even the tavern over the way a place of seeming tranquillity, notable only by its glimmering window and red curtain. The silence and shadowiness of the house were beginning to frighten her, in spite of her better reason, when a step came behind her, a firm, light tread which her ear and heart knew too well. It seemed almost as if her heart stopped beating at the sound of that footfall. She stood like a thing of marble, scarce breathing. The step had crossed the threshold of the outer room, and was drawing nearer, when an eager voice outside broke the spell. ' Is she there ? Have you found her ?' It was Edgar's voice at the outer door. ' Yes, where else should she be ?' answered Gerald Goring. ' Well, my lady, I hope you are satisfied with the nice little dance you have led us,' he said to Daphne as coolly as if he had been talking to a refractory child. ' You need not have troubled yourself about me,' she answered curtly. ' I told Lina I was coming for a walk. How did Edgar know I was here ?' ' Edgar knew nothing,' answered Gerald, with a light laugh that was something too scornful for perfect friendship. ' Edgar would as soon have looked for you at Guy's Cliff, or Warwick Castle, or in the moon. I knew you were nothing if not Shakespearean ; and when I heard you had taken your boat, I guessed you had gone to worship at your favourite shrine. We heard of you at the church, and hunted for you among the trees and tombs. And then we went back to the landing stage, where you always stop, don't you know, when you go as far as Stratford, and finding you had not come back for your boat, I was almost in despair. But Gerald suggested Shakespeare's birthplace, and here we are.' It was Gerald, then, who had found her. It was Gerald whose quick sympathy, prompt to divine her thoughts, had told him where she would be. Her future husband, the man to whom she was bound, had guessed nothing, had no faculty for understanding her fancies, whims, and follies. How wide apart must she and he remain all their lives, though nominally one. They all three went quietly back to the garden, where the sisters were waiting, amused at Daphne's folly, and thinking it quite the most charming thing in girlhood, for to these Vestals Shakespeare was a religion. ' I am really very sorry to have caused you so much trouble,' said Daphne, apologising in a general way, ' but I had no idea my absence would give anyone concern. Perhaps I have been longer than I intended to be.' ' It struck 10 a quarter of an hour ago,' said Edgar. ' That's really dreadful. I had no idea it was so late.' Daphne bade the sisters good bye, apologising humbly for her nocturnal visit. They went to the garden gate with her, and stood there watching the light, slim figure till it vanished in the moonlight, full of interest in her prettiness and her fancies. ' Is it not a sweet face ?' asked one. "And was it not a sweet idea to come and bid good-bye to this house before she went abroad?" said the other. Daphne and her companions walked down to the landing stage, talking very little by the way, Edgar and his betrothed side by side, Gerald walking apart with a cigar. Daphne wanted to row, but Edgar insisted on establishing her in the stern, wrapped in a shawl which he found in the boat. He took the sculls, and Gerald reclined in the bows, smoking and looking up at the night sky. It was a lovely night, all the landscape sublimated by that glory of moonbeam and shadow into something better and more beautiful than its daylight simplicity, every little creek and curve of the river a glimpse of fairyland. All things so radiantly and mysteriously lovely that Daphne almost hoped to see the river god and his attendant nymphs disporting themselves in some reedy shallow. On such a night as this one would expect to see the old Greek gods come back to earth. I can't help feeling sorry sometimes, like Alfred de Musset, that they are all dead and gone,' she said, looking with dreamy eyes down the moonlit tide across which the shadows of the willows fell so darkly. "I think, considering the general tenor of their conduct, every proper-minded young lady ought to feel very glad we have got rid of them," said Gerald, throwing away the end of his cigar, which fizzed and sparkled and made a little red spot in the moonlit water, a light that was of the earth, earthy amidst all that heavenly radiance. "How would you like to be run away with by a wicked old man disguised as a bull, or to have the earth open as you were gathering daffodils, and a still wickeder old gentleman leap out of his chariot to carry you off to Tartarus?" "How dare you call Zeus old?" cried Daphne indignantly. "The gods were for ever young." "Well, he was a family man at any rate, and ought to have known better than to go masquerading about the plains and valleys when he ought to have been sitting in state on Olympus," answered Gerald. "Now, such a river on such a night as this puts me in mind of old German legends, rather than of Greek gods and goddesses. I shouldn't be a bit surprised if Miss Daphne Lawford were suddenly to develop into an Undine, and take a header into the river, cleaving the silvery tide, and going down to depths beyond any earthly fathom line, leaving Turchill and me aghast in the boat." "I have often envied Undine," answered Daphne. "I love the river so dearly that years ago I used really to fancy that there must be a bright world underneath it, where there are gnomes and fairies, and where one might be happy for ever. Even now, though I have left off believing in fairies, I cannot help thinking that there is profound peace at the bottom of this quiet river." "If you were to go down experimentally in a diving bell, I'm afraid you'd find only profound mud," said Gerald with his cynical laugh. Since his return from Canada he had treated Daphne much in the old fashion, as if she were a child upon whose foolishness his wisdom looked down from an ineffable height. There was nothing in manner, word, or look to show that he remembered that one fatal moment of self-betrayal when his passionate heart gave up its secret. "I wonder what Daphne will think of this turbid Avon after she has seen Lake Leman," he speculated presently. "Eh, Turchill?" "The lake is a great deal wider," said Edgar, with his matter-of-fact air, "and those capital steamers are a great attraction." "A lake with steamers upon it? Too horrible!" cried Daphne. "I shall not like it half so well as my romantic Avon, though its waters are sometimes drumly." "Dear old Avon!" They were at the boat house by this time, and she was stepping on shore as she spoke. "How long before I shall see you again?" "Less than 3 months," said Edgar, clasping her hand as she sprang up the steps which Bink had cut in the meadow bank. "Not quite 3 months, and then, darling," in a lower tone, "you will be all my own, and I shall be the happiest man on earth." "Who knows?" returned Daphne. "How can one be sure when one is leaving a place that one will ever come back to it? Good bye, dear old river," she cried, turning to look back at it with eyes full of tears. "I feel as sad as if I were taking my last look at you." Chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Asphodel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Asphodel by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 25. But I wot best where ringeth me my show. 24 hours after that quiet row up the moonlit river, the South Hill party were on the Calais steamer, tossing and tumbling about in the Channel,
much to the discomfiture of Mrs. Mowser, who was a bad sailor, and took care to make everybody in the ladies' cabin perfectly familiar with that fact. There was nothing of the Spartan about Mowser, nothing in any wise heroic in her conduct under the trial of sea sickness. Yet there was a kind of martyr-like fidelity in her, for even in her agony she never let her mistress's travelling bag and jewel box out of her eye, nay, would hardly trust those valuables out of her own grasp, clutching at them convulsively in the throes of her malady, and suspecting evil intentions in guileless fellow sufferers. It was a lovely night, and Madeline and Daphne both stayed on deck, to the indignation of Mowser, who was sure Miss Lawford would catch cold, and declared it was all Miss Daphne's doing. "I thought you'd have come down to the cabin and had a comfortable lay down," said Mowser, when they had all scrambled or staggered up the oozy steps, and had been interrogated as to their names by an alert official, in a manner somewhat alarming to the sleepy and feeble-minded voyager. Then came a weary hour or so in the warm, light refreshment room, a cup of coffee or a bouillon, a few stifled yawns, an occasional excursion to the platform, and finally the welcome departure by flat fields and unknown marsh lands, with the inevitable row of poplars against the horizon. Daphne seemed to know the depressing landscape by heart. Her father, muffled in his corner, slept peacefully. Madeline slumbered, or seemed to slumber. Gerald and Edgar had secured a coupe to smoke in, and by a judicious arrangement with the guard, Sir Vernon and his daughters had a compartment all to themselves. But not one wink of sleep visited Daphne's eyelids. Wearily she watched the monotonous landscape, enlivened a little now and then by a glimpse of village life in the clear cold light of early morning. Cattle moving about in misty meadows, casements opening to the balmy air. What a long journey it seemed to that one wakeful passenger, but the longest, were it even a long, unprofitable, uneventful life journey, must end at last. And by there came the cry of Paris, and the mandate that all passengers were to pass into the great bare luggage repository to answer for the contents of bags and baggage. A weary interval, during which the South Hill party loitered in bleak waiting rooms, while Jinman and Mrs. Mowser delivered up keys and satisfied the requirements of the state. A long day in Paris, during which Sir Vernon reposed from his fatigues at the Bristol Hotel, while the young people went about sight-seeing. A dinner at Bignon's, where Daphne protested she could perceive no difference between the much vaunted consomme of that establishment and Mrs. Spicer's clear soup. An evening at the Française, where they saw Gott in Mercadé, and then off again in the early summer morning by the 8 o'clock train for Dijon and Geneva, a 12 hours' journey. It was a peerless morning. Paris, with its busy markets and teeming life, seemed brimming over with brightness and gaiety. Boulevard building in full progress, wagons coming in from the country, artisans hurrying, grisettes tripping to their work. Daphne's spirits rose with the thought of fresh woods and pastures new. "I've been longing all my life to see Switzerland," she said, when all the difficulties of departure were overcome, and the train was speeding gaily past suburban gardens and groves and bridges. "And now I can hardly believe I am going there. It is a journey to dream about and look forward to, not to come to pass." "Are no bright things ever to come to pass? Is all life to be dull and colourless?" asked Gerald Goring, sitting opposite her in the railway carriage, with Lina by his side. They were all together to day, having established themselves as comfortably as possible in the spacious compartment, and having provided themselves largely with light literature wherewith to beguile the tedium of the journey. "I don't know about you," said Daphne. "You are an exceptional person, and have been able to realize all your dreams." "Not all," answered Gerald gravely. "I suppose no one ever does that." You have but to form a wish, and lo, it is gratified,' murmured Daphne, taking no notice of his interruption. ' Last winter it flashed across your brain that it would be nice to shoot caribous, poor innocent harmless caribous, who had never injured you, and in a thought you are off and away by seas and rivers and snow and ice to gratify the whim. What pleasure can Switzerland have for you ? Every inch of it must be as vapidly familiar as that dear old English Warwickshire which you esteem so lightly.' ' Perhaps ; but it is a pleasure to revisit a familiar place with those I love. I was a poor solitary waif when I went through Switzerland, from Geneva to Constance, from Lindau to Samaden, picking up my companions by the way, or travelling in Byronic solitude — though, by the way, I doubt if Byron ever was much alone. Judged by his poetry, he may be a gloomy and solitary spirit, but judged by his life and letters, he was a social soul.' ' I like to think of him as gloomy and alone,' said Daphne, with a determined air. ' Please don't dispel all my illusions.' Edgar was sitting by her side, cutting up magazines and newspapers, watchful of her every look, thinking her every word delightful, ready to minister to her comfort or pleasure, but without much ability to entertain her with any conversational brightness, unless they two could have been alone, and could have talked of their future life at Hawksyard. The stables, the gardens, the horses they were to ride together next winter, when Daphne was to take the field, a heaven born Diana. He was never tired of talking of that happy future, so near, and to which he looked forward with such fervent hope. They were nearing Fontainebleau. Already the forest showed dark on the horizon. Daphne, so vivacious hitherto, became curiously silent. She sat looking towards that distant line of wood, that smiling valley with its winding river. All her soul was in her eyes as she looked. 2 years ago, almost day for day 2 years, and her heart had awakened suddenly from its long sleep of childish innocence to feel and to suffer. Gerald stole a look, guiltily as it were, at the too expressive face. Yes, she remembered. Her soul was full of sad and tender memories. He could read all her secrets in those lovely eyes, the lips slightly parted, the lace about her neck stirred faintly by the throbbing of her heart. She had no more forgotten Fontainebleau and their meetings there than he had. To each it dated a crisis in life ; for each it had given a new colour to every thought and feeling. Lina, her hands moving slowly in some easy knitting, looked up at her sister. ' Are we not near Fontainebleau, where you spent your holidays once ?' she asked. ' Yes,' Daphne answered shortly. ' You speak as if you had not been happy there.' ' I liked the place very much, but it was a dull life. Poor Miss Toby and her sick headaches, and Dibb for my only companion.' ' And Dibb was ineffably stupid,' said Gerald, suddenly forgetting himself, and moved to laughter at the thought of honest Martha's stolidity. ' At least I have often heard you say as much,' he added hastily. ' She was a good harmless thing, and I won't have her ridiculed,' said Daphne, brightening, all serious thoughts taking flight at the absurdity of Gerald's lapse. ' I wonder if she has finished that crochet counterpane.' ' Finished it ! Of course not,' cried Gerald. ' She is the sort of girl who would die and come to life again in a better world, still working at the same counterpane, as I imagine from your description of her,' he concluded meekly. They were leaving Fontainebleau far behind them by this time. Its old church and its palace, with all its historic memories of Francis and Henri, Napoleon and Pius VII. The forest was but a dark spot in the vanishing distance. They were speeding away to the rich wine country, with its vast green plains and steep hillsides clothed with vines. At 2:00 they were at Dijon, and seemed to have been travelling a week. Sir Vernon grumbled at the dust and heat, and regretted that he had undertaken the whole journey in a day. "We ought to have stayed the night at Dijon," he said fretfully, when they were out of the station, steaming away towards Macon, after a hurried luncheon in the well furnished refreshment room. "It is a wretchedly dull place to stop at, sir," said Gerald. "Hardly anything to see." "At my age a man does not want always to be seeing things," growled Sir Vernon. "He wants rest." The day had been oppressively hot, a sultry heat, a sun baked landscape. Madeline and her sister bore it with admirable patience, beguiling the tedium of those long hours, now with conversation, now with books, anon with quiet contemplation of the landscape, which for a long way offered no striking features. It was growing towards evening when they entered the Jura region, and found themselves in a world that was really worth looking at, a wild, strange world, as it appeared to Daphne's eye, vast rolling masses of hill that seemed to have been thrown up in long waves before this little world assumed shape and solidity, precipitous green slopes, grassy walls that shut out the day, and the deep rapid river cleaving its tumultuous course through the trough of the hills. "Don't you think this is better than Stratford upon Avon?" asked Gerald mockingly, as he watched Daphne's excited face, her eyes wide with wonder. "Ever so much wilder and grander. I should like to live here." "Why?" "Because in such a world one would forget oneself. One's own poor little troubles would seem too mean and trumpery to be thought about." "No man's trouble is small or mean to the sufferer himself," replied Gerald. "There is nothing grand or dignified in the abstract notion of Job's boils. Yet to him they meant an unendurable agony which tempted him to curse his Creator and destroy his own life. I don't believe the grandest natural surroundings would lessen one's sense of the thorn in one's side." "I don't think you have any thorns, Daphne," said Edgar tenderly, "or that you need take refuge from your sorrows among these desolate looking mountains." "Of course not. I was only speaking generally," answered Daphne lightly. "But oh, what a mighty world it is! Hills that climb to the sky, and such lovely tranquil valleys lying between those dark earth walls. Vines and watermills and waterfalls tumbling over rocky beds. If Switzerland is much grander than this, I think its grandeur will kill me. I can hardly breathe when I look up at those great dark hills." "I don't know that there is anything in Switzerland that impresses one so much as one's first view of the Jura," said Gerald. "It is the giant gateway of mountain land, the entrance into a new world." The heat seemed to increase rather than diminish with the shades of evening. No cool breeze sprang up with the going down of the sun. The sultry atmosphere thickened and became almost stifling, and then, just as it was growing dark, big raindrops came splashing down. A roar of thunder rolled along the hills like a volley of cannon. Thin threads of vivid light trembled and zigzagged behind the hill tops, and the storm which had been brooding over them all the afternoon broke in real earnest. "A thunderstorm in the Jura!" exclaimed Gerald. "What a lucky young woman you are, Mistress Daphne. Here is one of nature's grandest effects got up as if on purpose to give you pleasure." "I hope it may cool the air," said Sir Vernon, from the comfortable corner where he had been fitfully slumbering ever since they left the French territory. Daphne sat looking out of the window, and spoke never a word. She was drinking in the beauty and grandeur of this unspeakable region, trying to fill her soul with the form and manner of it. Yes, it was worth while living, were it only to see these mountain peaks and gorges, these hurrying waters and leaping torrents, these living forces of everlasting nature. She had been weary of her life very often of late, so weary that she would gladly have flung it off her like a worn-out garment, and have lain down in dull contentment to take her last earthly rest. But to-night she was glad to be alive, to see the forked lightnings dancing upon the mountain sides, to hear all earth shudder at the roar of the thunder, to feel herself a part of that grand conflict. A little later, when they had gone through an almost endless tunnel, and were nearing Geneva, the thunder grew more and more distant, seemed to travel slowly away, like an enemy's cannon firing stray shots as the foe retreated; and the night sky flung off its black cloud mantle, and all the stars shone out of a calm purple heaven, while the little lights of the city, faint yellow spots upon the dark blue night, trembled and quivered in the distance. ' Isn't this dreadfully like one's idea of Manchester ?' said Daphne, when they were in the station, and tickets were being collected in the usual business like way. ' Can there be a higher model than Manchester for any commercial city ?' asked Gerald. ' Commercial ! Oh, I hope there is nothing commercial in Switzerland. I have always thought of it as a land of mountains and lakes. So is Scotland, yet there is such an element as trade in that country.' ' You are bent on destroying my illusions. Oh, what a horrid row of omnibuses !' cried Daphne, as they came out of the station and confronted about 20 of those vehicles, with doors hospitably open, and commissionaires eager to abduct new arrivals for their several hotels. ' And where is Mont Blanc ?' she inquired, looking up at the surrounding chimney pots. ' At your elbow,' answered Gerald ;' but you may not see him to night. The monarch of mountains is like our own gracious sovereign, and is not always visible to his subjects.' There was a private carriage from the Beau Rivage Hotel waiting for the South Hill party, and in this they all drove down a hilly street, which was bright and clean and wide and prosperous looking, but cruelly disappointing to Daphne. Jinman and Mowser followed in the omnibus with the luggage. Mowser, like Daphne, was considerably disappointed. ' If this is Switzerland, I call it very inferior to Brighton,' she said snappishly. ' Where are the glaziers and mountings ?' 'Did you expect to find them just outside the station?' demanded the more travelled Jinman. ' I have lived months in Switzerland, and never seen a glacier. I don't hold with having one's bones rattled to bits upon a mule for the sake of seeing a lot of dirty ice. One can look at that any hard winter on the Serpentine.' ' Swisserland is Swisserland,' answered Mowser sententiously, ' and I don't hold with travelling all this way from home. I'm sure I thought this blessed day would never come to an end, unless we are to see something out of the common.' ' The hotels are first class,' said Jinman, ' and so are the restaurants on board the boats. Nobody need starve in Switzerland.' ' Can we get a decent cup of tea ?' asked Mowser. ' There's not a scullery maid at South Hill as would drink such cat lap as they brought me at the Bristol.' Jinman explained that the teapot was an institution fully understood in the Helvetian States. ' There are more domestic people than the French,' said Jinman condescendingly. ' I must say that for them. But Geneva is the poorest place for restaurants I was ever at. Plenty of your cafes staminis, where you may drink bad wine and smoke bad cigars to your heart's content, but hardly a decent house where you can get a dejeuner a la fourchette, or give a little bit of dinner to a friend. The hotels have got it all their own way.' ' They ought to,' answered Mowser, ' when there's such a many of 'em. I wonder they can all pay.' At the Beau Rivage, Sir Vernon and his daughters found a spacious suite of rooms on the third floor, many windowed, balconied, looking over the lake. The two young men had secured quarters a little way off at the International. Sir Vernon grumbled at being put on the third story, after having given due notice of his coming ; but the American dollar and the Russian rouble had bought up the first and second stages of the big hotel, and an English country gentleman must needs be contented with an upper floor. But the rooms were lovely, and Daphne was delighted with their altitude. ' We are all the nearer Mont Blanc,' she said, standing half in and half out of the window. ' One of the waiters told me it was over there, tout pres ; but though I have been straining my eyes ever since, I can't discover a gleam of snow behind those dark hills.' There were the loveliest flowers on the tables and cabinets, such flowers as one hardly expects to find at a hotel were it never so luxurious. Madoline admired them wonderingly. ' One would think the people here knew my particular vanity, and were anxious to gratify me,' she said ; and then, turning to one of the waiters, who was arranging books and writing desks on the tables, she asked, ' Have you always such lovely flowers in the rooms ?'' No, madame. They were ordered this morning by a telegram from Paris.' ' Father ? No, Gerald. It must have been your doing.' ' A happy thought, while I was loitering about that miserable railway station,' replied Gerald. How good of you! Dear flowers, they make the place seem like home. When you are settled at Montreux, we can arrange for the contents of the Abbey hothouses to be sent you weekly. It will be something for that pampered menial MacCloskie to look after in the intervals of his cigars and metaphysical studies. I have an idea that he employs all his leisure in reading Dugald Stewart. There is a hardness about him which I can only attribute to a close study of abstract truth.' Daphne was standing out in the balcony with Edgar at her side, looking down at the scene below. Geneva seemed pretty enough in this night view, a city of lake and lamplight, ringed round with mountains, a city of angles and bridges, sharp lines, lofty houses, peaked roofs, the dark bulk of a cathedral, with a picturesque lantern on the roof, dominating all the rest. ' I think if it would only lighten I could see Mont Blanc,' said Daphne, with her eyes fixed upon that bit of sky to which the waiter had pointed when she questioned him about the mountain. ' One good vivid flash would light it up beautifully.' ' My dearest, how dangerous !' exclaimed Edgar. ' Pray come out of the balcony. You might be blinded.' ' I'll risk that. It will not be the first time I have stared the lightning out of countenance.' A summer flash lit up the sky as she spoke. There was one wide quiver of pale blue light, but never a glimpse of snow clad peak gleamed from the distance. ' How horrid !' exclaimed Daphne. ' But that was a very poor flash. I'll wait for a better one.' She waited for half a dozen, in spite of Edgar's urgent efforts to lure her indoors, but the summer flashes showed her nothing but their own vivid light. ' If the electric light proved no better than that for all practical uses, I don't envy the inventor,' she exclaimed with infinite disgust. Dinner was served in the adjoining room, but Madoline and her sister begged to be excused from dining. They would take tea together in the drawing room while the three gentlemen dined. Sir Vernon declared that he had no appetite, but he was willing to sit down, for the public good as it were ; after which protest he did ample justice to a sole a la Normande and a poulet a la Marengo, to say nothing of such pretty tiny kickshaws as Gateau St. Honore and ice pudding. For Madoline and Daphne a round table was spread with a snowy cloth, a pile of delicious rolls, unquestionable butter, and a glass dish of pale golden honey, excellent tea and cream, a thoroughly Arcadian meal. ' Dearest, how brightly your eyes are sparkling,' said Lina, with an admiring look at the young face opposite. ' I can see you are enjoying yourself.' ' Yes, there is always a pleasure in novelty. Why cannot one pass all one's life in new places ? The world is wide enough. It is only our own foolishness that keeps us tied like a poor tethered animal to one dull spot. Why, Daphne, I thought you were so fond of home that the banks of the Warwickshire Avon made up your idea of earthly paradise.' ' Sometimes, yes ; but lately I have grown terribly tired of Warwickshire.' ' That's a bad hearing. And next year, when you are settled at Hawksyard '' Please don't speak of that. Thank heaven we are 3 days' journey from Hawksyard. Let me forget it if I can.' ' Daphne, how can you talk like that of a dear old place which is to be your home, a place where one of the best men living was born ?'' If you think him such a wonder of goodness, why did you not have him when he asked you ?' cried Daphne in a sudden fit of irritation. Those nerves of hers, always too highly strung, were to night at their sharpest tension. I am sick to death of hearing him praised by people who don't care a straw about him.' ' Daphne !' exclaimed Lina, more grieved than offended at this outburst. Daphne was on her knees beside her sister in the next moment. ' Forgive me, darling. I am hideously cross and disagreeable. I suppose it is that tiresome lightning, and the annoyance of not seeing Mont Blanc. All that long, dusty, fusty journey, and nothing but a hotel and a lamplit town at the end of it. I wanted to find myself in the very heart of mountains and glaciers and avalanches. I think you know how honestly I like Edgar,' said Madoline, believing in her guilelessness that Daphne had resented her praise of Mr. Turchill because she fancied it hollow and insincere. ' I daresay if I had not cared for Gerald long before Edgar proposed to me, I might have given Mr. Turchill a different answer. I cannot tell how that might have been. My life has had only one love. I loved Gerald from the days when he first came to South Hill, a schoolboy, when he used to tell me all his troubles and his triumphs, when any success of his made me prouder than if it had been my own. My heart was given away ages before Edgar ever spoke to me of love.' "I know, dear, I can understand it all. Only, don't you know, when everybody conspires to praise the young man to whom one is engaged, and when all one's relations are everlastingly congratulating one upon one's good fortune, the implication being that it is quite undeserved, there's a kind of weariness that creeps over one's soul at the sound of those familiar phrases." "I will never praise him again, dear," answered Lina, smiling at her. "I shall be perfectly contented to know that you value him as he deserves to be valued, and that your future happiness is assured by his devoted love." Daphne gave a fretful little sigh, but made no further protest. She was thinking that she had seen a Newfoundland dog every whit as devoted as Edgar, yet the affection of that Newfoundland would have hardly been deemed all sufficient for the happiness of a lifetime. She went back to the table and did execution upon the rolls and honey, with a healthy girlish appetite, despite that feverish unrest which disturbed the equal balance of her mind. Daphne ordered Edgar to attend her on an exploration of the city next morning, directly after breakfast. " Madeline and my father know the place by heart," she said, "and of course Mr. Goring is tired of it. How could a man who is weary of all creation care for Geneva ?"" Who told you I was weary of creation ?" asked Gerald languidly. " Your ways and your manners," replied Daphne. " I knew as much the first time I saw you." The weather was clear and bright, the town looking its best, as Daphne and her lover left the hotel on their excursion. They were to be back before noon, at which hour they were to start with Gerald and Madeline for Ferney. " If it were not for the lake this place would be beneath contempt," said Daphne decisively, as they crossed the low level bridge, and lingered to look at the sapphire Rhone, and to speculate upon that deepened azure hue which the waters assume when they flow from the lake into the river. " It is no more like the Geneva of my dreams than it is like Jerusalem the Golden." " Is it not really ?"" Of course not. My idea of Switzerland was a succession of mountain ledges, varied by an occasional plank across a torrent. Imagine my revulsion of feeling at finding a big business like town, with omnibuses and cafes and manufactories, and everything that is commonplace and despicable." " But surely I think you must have known that Geneva was a town," faltered Edgar, grieved at his dear one's ignorance, and glad to think his mother was not by to compare this foolishness with her own precise geographical knowledge, acquired 30 years ago at Miss Tompion's, and carefully harvested in the storehouse of a methodical mind. " Well, perhaps I may have expected something in the way of a city, a semicircle of white peaky houses on the margin of the lake, a mediaeval watch tower or two, a Gothic gateway, the very gate that was shut against Rousseau, don't you know, and Mont Blanc in full view." " I call it a very fine town," said Edgar, venturing to disagree with his beloved. " I wish it did not swarm so with English and Americans. I have heard nothing but my own tongue since I came out," protested Daphne. She was better pleased presently, when they mounted a narrow street on the side of a breakneck hill. She was tolerably satisfied with the cathedral, where the tomb of the great Protestant leader Henri de Rohan took her fancy by its massive grandeur, couchant lions at its base, the soldier in his armour above. She was interested in the pulpit from which Calvin and Theodore de Beze preached the Reformed faith, and was somewhat disgusted with her companion for his utter ignorance of the historic past, save inasmuch as it was feebly reflected in the most limited and conventional course of instruction. " What did you learn at Rugby ?" she asked impatiently. " You don't seem to know anything." " We didn't give much time to history, except Livy and Xenophon," answered Edgar, feebly apologetic. " And therefore you are not a bit of use as a cicerone. You really ought to subscribe to Moody, and read a lot of instructive books. There's no good in reading old histories. People are always discovering letters and archives that put the whole story of the past in a new light. You must get your history hot from the press." " I would rather take my information at second hand from you, dear," answered Edgar meekly. " It seems natural to women to read a great deal, and to find almost a second life in books. But men are you so shamefully lazy that their capacity for taking in knowledge is exhausted by the time they have skimmed the daily papers ?" answered Daphne. " And now please take me to the museums Mr. Goring told you about." With some trouble and a good deal of inquiring, they found a private collection of art and bric a brac, historical relics, furniture, delf, and china that was well worth seeing. Then, having regaled their eyes upon this to the uttermost, they scampered off to the public museum, where the only objects of thrilling interest were the manuscripts and letters of dead and gone celebrities, from Calvin downwards. They found that famous reformer's penmanship as angular as his character. They found Bossuet a careless and sprawling writer; Fenelon careful, neat, and fine; the Duc de Richelieu a fop even in the use of his pen, his writing exquisitely clear, minute, and regular; while de Maintenon's hand was large, bold, angular, and eminently readable, the natural indication of an unscrupulous, managing temper, a woman born to govern by fair means or foul. Daphne lingered a little over Rousseau's manuscript of Julie, a work of delicate neatness, evidently copied from the rough draft. ' Is not Julie one of the novels which one mustn't read ?' asked Daphne, when she had perused half a page. ' It looks uncommonly dull. I thought wicked stories were always interesting.' Edgar had never heard of Julie. It was doubtful if he had ever heard of Rousseau. But at this remark he hurried Daphne away from the manuscript, lest some snaky little bit of immorality should uncurl itself on the page and lift up its evil head before her. It was time for them to get back to the hotel, so they gave but a cursory glance at the pictures and other treasures of the museum, and hastened into the glare of the broad white street, where Edgar insisted upon putting his betrothed into a fly. They found Madeline and Gerald waiting for them in the porch of the Beau Rivage, and a smart open carriage with a pair of horses ready to take them to Ferney. ' Thank goodness we are going away from Geneva,' said Daphne, as the carriage rattled through the wide clean streets towards the country. ' And now I suppose we shall see something really Swiss.' ' You will see the home of a great man of letters,' answered Gerald, looking at her lazily, with those languid dreamy eyes whose shifting hue had so puzzled her in the forest of Fontainebleau. ' And as you are such a hero worshipper, that ought to satisfy you.' ' I don't care a straw for Voltaire,' said Daphne. ' Indeed ! And pray how much do you know about him ?'' Everything. I have read Carlyle's description of him in Frederick the Great. He was a horrid man, cringed to his goat-faced Eminence du Bois, allowed himself to be caned by the Duc de Rohan's hired bravos, the Duke looking on out of a hackney coach window all the time.' ' Don't say allowed himself. I don't suppose he could help it.' ' He ought to have prevented it. Imagine a great man beginning his career by being beaten in the public streets.' ' Who knows that your Shakespeare did not get a sound drubbing from Sir Thomas Lucy's gamekeepers before he was stung into retaliating by that exquisitely refined lampoon which tradition ascribes to him? You worship your Swan of Avon for what he wrote, not for what he did. Can you not deal the same measure to Voltaire ?'' I don't know anything of his writing, except a few speeches out of Zaire, and an epitome of his Louis Quatorze. If you are going to put him on an equality with Shakespeare '' I am not ; but I say that as an all round literary worker he never had an equal, unless it were Scott, who has surpassed him in many things, and who could, I believe, have equalled him on any ground.' ' Scott was an old dear,' answered Daphne with her usual flippancy, ' and I would rather have Kenilworth and the Bride of Lammermoor than all this Voltaire of yours ever wrote.' ' And which you, most conscientious of critics, never read. Well, Daphne, what do you think of the country ?' asked Madeline, now that they had left the city and were driving slowly uphill through a pastoral district. ' Is it not pretty ?' 'Pretty,' cried Daphne. ' Of course it is pretty, but it isn't Swiss. What do I care for prettiness ? There is enough of that, and to spare, in Warwickshire. Why, with ineffable disgust, the country is absolutely green.' ' What colour did you expect it to be ?' asked Edgar, smiling at her energetic displeasure. ' White, of course. One dazzling sweep of snow, one blinding world of whiteness.' ' If you want that kind of thing you had better go to the North Pole,' said Gerald. ' Not I. If this is Switzerland I have done with travelling. I daresay the North Pole is as tame as Stratford High Street.' ' Does not that grand Jura range frowning yonder content you ?' asked Gerald. ' Is not your eye satisfied by the cloud wrapped Alps on the other side of that blue lake ?'' No, they are too far off. I want to be among them, a part of them. After a hypocritical waiter telling me last night that Mont Blanc was là tout prcs, a truthful chambermaid confessed this morning that it is 14 hours' drive to Chamounix, and then one is only at the foot of the mountain. As for this landscape we are now travelling through, it is uncommonly like Jersey,' said Edgar. ' I took my mother there for her holiday 5 summers ago. It is a capital place for boating and rambling about, and crossing over to the other islands. But the mater didn't like it. The people weren't genteel enough for her. The gowns and bonnets weren't up to her mark.' They were at Ferney by this time, a rustic village with one or two humble cafes, a few small shops, a farmyard. Here Daphne descried a pair of oxen drawing a wagon of hay, noble beasts, dappled and tawny, and the sight of these gave a foreign air to the scene, which in some wise lessened her disgust. A shaded, shrubberied drive admitted them to the house where Voltaire lived so long and so peacefully, and which is now in the occupation of a gentleman who graciously allows it to be shown, rather ungraciously, by his major domo. Lightly as Daphne had spoken of Voltaire, she was too keenly imaginative not to be interested in the house which any famous man had inhabited. Two quiet rooms, salon and bedchamber, looked into a short broad alley of trees, a garden, and summer house perched high on the hillside, and commanding a wide prospect of fertile valley and gloomy mountain. All things in those two rooms were exactly as they had been in the great man's lifetime. Everything was exquisitely neat, and all the colours had faded to those delicate half tints which the artistic soul loveth. Faint grays and purples, fainter greens and fawn colours. Here was the narrow bed on which Voltaire slept, with its embroidered coverlet. Chairs and fauteuils covered with tapestry. Walls upholstered with figured satin damask, pale with age. Le Cain's portrait over the bed. Madame du Châtelet's opposite, where the great satirist's cynical glance must have rested on it as he awakened from his slumbers. They all looked reverently at these things, hushed and subdued by the thought that they were amidst the surroundings of the dead, belongings that had once been familiar and precious to him who now slept last long sleep in his vault at the Pantheon, where never-ending gangs of Cook's tourists are perpetually being ushered into his mausoleum, and perpetually asking one another who was Voltaire. They loitered a little in the garden, wrote their names in a visitor's book, and then went back to explore the village, and to take a modest luncheon of coffee and bread and butter, sour claret and Gruyere cheese at one of the humble taverns, while the horses stood at ease before the door, and the driver refreshed himself modestly at the expense of his fare. They drove home to the hotel by a way which passed through a quaint village, and then skirted the lake, and which was somewhat more romantic than the country road by which they had come, and Daphne expressed herself satisfied, on the whole, with her first day in Switzerland. End of chapter 25.